hello and welcome. Thank you for choosing to spend your precious time here with us tonight. Let your imagination drift into whimsical worlds as we embark on a journey of stories. Remember, relaxation is the key to sweet dreams, so cozy up and allow the gentle narration to take you away. Let go of your worries and embrace this tranquil moment. Story 1. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust settled like powdered sugar upon the velvet darkness, there existed a small, forgotten moon called Lumin. It was here, beneath a sky perpetually embroidered with swirling nebulae, that two very different beings found one another. Kaelen was from the crystalline forests of Xylos, a creature whose body shimmered with soft, shifting colors that reflected his emotions. When happy, he glowed in warm ambers and golds. When thoughtful, deep indigos and violets swirled across his translucent skin. He communicated not with words, but with these colors, and with the gentle chiming sounds that resonated from the crystalline structures along his back. His people understood one another through this symphony of light and sound, reading intentions and feelings as clearly as others might read printed text. Mora was from the floating islands of Veridia, a being whose form seemed woven from starlight and moss. Her large, luminous eyes could perceive the subtlest shifts in energy, and her slender fingers could pluck harmonies from the very air itself. Her people spoke through music, not with instruments, but by coaxing melodies from the quantum vibrations that hummed through all things. A joyful thought might manifest as a tinkling cascade of notes, while sorrow produced a soft, cello-like hum. Their meeting happened by chance, or perhaps by cosmic design. Kaelen's small exploration pod had malfunctioned, forcing him to land on Lumin's surface. Mora had been drawn there by a rare harmonic convergence she'd been tracking across the star systems. They found one another beside a grove of singing crystals that chimed softly in the moon's gentle breeze. At first, their differences created confusion. When Kaelen approached, glowing a friendly sunflower yellow, Mora misinterpreted the bright color as a warning signal from a predatory creature. She responded by plucking a defensive chord from the air, a low, vibrating tone that made Kaelen's crystals rattle uncomfortably. He immediately shifted to a concerned lavender, which Mora took as further aggression. For 3 cycles of Lumin's small sun, they circled one another cautiously, neither understanding the other's language, both stranded far from home. The breakthrough came during a meteor shower, when glowing fragments painted silver trails across the sky. Kaelen, watching from behind a rock formation, noticed how Mora's form seemed to absorb the starlight, glowing brighter with what he guessed might be wonder. Tentatively, he let his own skin shift to mimic the meteor trails, silver streaks against a deep blue background. Mora, seeing this display, understood it was no threat. She responded by weaving the sound of falling stars into the air, a shimmering, ethereal melody that made Kaelen's crystals hum in sympathy. Slowly, carefully, they began to learn one another's ways. They decided to create a shelter together, a place where both could feel at home. Near the grove of singing crystals, they found a cavern whose walls were embedded with light-sensitive minerals that glowed when touched by certain frequencies. It was the perfect canvas for their cross-species friendship. Kaelen used his natural abilities to cultivate the cave's crystals, encouraging them to grow into intricate formations that caught and magnified light. Mora taught the minerals to respond to harmonic frequencies, creating a space that responded to both color and sound. Soon, their shared sanctuary became a breathtaking fusion of their worlds. When Kaelen glowed with happiness, the cave walls would shimmer with corresponding colors, and when Mora sang, the crystals would chime in harmonious response. They called it the Chroma Symphony Cavern, and it became their sanctuary, a place where light and sound danced together in perfect harmony. Of course, misunderstandings still occurred, often leading to moments of laughter once they were resolved. One afternoon, Kaelen arranged a collection of luminous stones in what he intended as a welcoming pattern, a spiral of increasingly bright yellows and oranges. To his people, this signified warm invitation. Mora entered and immediately began producing anxious, discordant notes. To her species, bright colors in that particular sequence warned of electrical storms. She'd misinterpreted his friendly gesture as a danger alert. When Kaelen realized her distress, he quickly shifted to calming blues and greens, while Mora, understanding the misunderstanding, created a musical laugh that sounded like wind chimes dancing in a gentle breeze. They spent the rest of that cycle developing a combined language, certain color patterns paired with specific harmonies that would prevent future confusions. Their favorite times were the quiet moments, sitting at the cavern's entrance, watching distant solar systems wheel across the heavens. Kaelen would glow with soft, pulsating lights that mirrored the faraway stars, while Mora would hum harmonies that echoed the cosmic background radiation, the universe's oldest song. In these moments, they needed no translation between color and sound. Their shared wonder became its own language. One evening, as they watched a binary star system set behind Lumin's mountains, Kaelen began glowing in a pattern Mora had never seen before, swirls of silver and gold that pulsed with what seemed like melancholy. She responded with a questioning melody, gentle as moonbeams. Kaelen showed her, through a combination of colored light and simple gestures, that his people were calling him home. The repair signal from his pod had finally been received, and his family was waiting. Mora's form dimmed slightly, and the air around her hummed with a minor key. She too had received a summons. Her research vessel had located her, and her people needed her knowledge elsewhere in the galaxy. That night in their beautifully crafted cavern, they faced the inevitable truth that all friendships between wandering stars must eventually confront. Paths diverge, no matter how beautifully they've intertwined. But instead of sorrow, they chose celebration. For one final cycle, they perfected their sanctuary, leaving behind a permanent record of their friendship. Kaelen arranged the light crystals in patterns that told the story of their meeting, while Mora composed a symphony that echoed through the cavern, teaching the walls to sing their history. On their last morning together, as their respective ships descended through Lumin's atmosphere, they stood one final time in the Chroma Symphony cavern. Kaelen glowed with every color of gratitude and affection he possessed, while Mora wove a melody of farewell that promised this was not an ending, but merely a pause in their cosmic dance. They had discovered that the universe, in all its vast complexity, operated on a simple principle, that kindness needs no translation, that friendship bridges any distance, and that understanding grows not from speaking the same language, but from listening with the same heart. As Kaelen's ship ascended in a shimmer of crystalline light, and Mora's vessel dissolved into harmonious vibrations, the cavern they left behind continued to glow and sing with the memory of their friendship. The walls pulsed with gentle colors when starlight touched them, and the crystals chimed soft melodies when the solar winds blew through. And far across the galaxy, whenever Kaelen saw a particularly beautiful nebula, he would glow with colors that once made Mora laugh. And Mora, when discovering a new harmonic resonance in some distant star system, would hum a melody that once made Kaelen's crystals dance with joy. They had built more than a shelter. They had built a connection that transcended worlds, a friendship written in light and song, proving that across the vast, star-dusted expanses of the cosmos, the simplest language, the language of a kind heart, could be understood everywhere. Story 2. The velvet of night was so deep and soft it seemed one might sink into it like a feather bed. High above the sleepy world, where the air tasted of cold starlight and whispered secrets, there floated the city of Athuria, a place woven from cloud stuff and moonbeam, where towers spiraled like seashells and bridges arched like cat spines, all glowing with the gentle, silvered light of captured dusk. Here lived a quiet, thoughtful girl named Lyra, who carried a small velvet pouch around her neck, filled with earth from the world below. It was her anchor, her piece of home, a scent of damp soil, rain-soaked moss, and the faint, sweet memory of wild thyme. It grounded her when the cloud paths felt too airy, when the wind sang a little too mournfully through the towers. Lately, Lyra had felt a strange, soft tugging in her heart, not a sadness, but a quiet hollow, as if a single, important star had gone dim inside her. Her grandmother, who had once told her stories by the ember light of their cloud hearth, had called it the calling of the unwritten library. It was a place, she'd whispered, between the folds of reality, where stories not yet told and songs not yet sung were kept safe. To find it was to find a piece of oneself. And so, with her velvet pouch warm against her chest, Lyra set out one evening, stepping from her drifting balcony onto a path of shimmering mist that unspooled before her like a ribbon of liquid pearl. Her first steps took her to the glimmerwing glens, where the air hummed with a low, melodic thrum. Here lived the Lumin flies, creatures no larger than her thumb, with wings of stained glass and bodies that pulsed with soft, colored light. They did not speak with words, but with symphonies of light. A question formed in Lyra's mind would be answered by a cascade of amber and rose-gold flickers that smelled faintly of honey and warm parchment. A greeting was a soft blue-green shimmer that carried the scent of rain on fresh leaves. They guided her to the whispering archway, a landmark carved of living crystal that sang when the wind passed through its curves. Its song was one of direction, a single clear note that pointed the way deeper into the unknown. As Lyra passed under it, the crystal hummed against her skin, cool and smooth as polished river stone, and the note wrapped around her like a cloak of calm. The path descended not down, but inward, through a tier in the sky that led to the caverns of the silent aurora. Here was a world beneath the world, a vast, echoing space where the walls were not rock, but shifting, swirling curtains of light, the very stuff of the northern lights, frozen in an eternal, gentle dance. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and cold stone, and the silence was so profound Lyra could hear the soft rustle of her own clothes. In the center of the cavern stood the keepers of the hush, tall, slender beings woven from shadow and starlight, who communicated only through touch. As one approached, Lyra held out her hand. Its fingers, cool and weightless as a night breeze, brushed her palm. Images flooded her mind, a vast, dark space filled with sorrow, a lost, precious thing waiting to be found. The keeper was not a guardian of this place, but a mourner. The aurora was dimming, fading year by year because its heart, the first story, had been misplaced. Lyra understood. Her own hollow feeling was a tiny echo of this great, gentle sorrow. Her journey was no longer just for herself. She was to help. The keeper pointed a faint, luminous hand toward a bridge woven from root and starlight, which arched over a bottomless chasm of swirling, silent color. This was the starlight span, a waypoint that tested the heart. It felt solid under her feet, yet she could see the cosmos swirling beneath the woven roots. The scent of old books and distant thunderstorms clung to it. To cross, she had to think not of fear, but of hope, the hope of the Lumin flies, the silence of the keepers, the memory of her grandmother's stories. With each step, the bridge grew more solid, and the velvet pouch against her chest felt a little heavier, a little more real. On the other side, the air changed. It became still and heavy with the scent of ink, vellum, and slowly settling dust. Before her, its doors wide and welcoming, stood the Unwritten library. It was not a library of shelves and books, but of trees whose leaves were pages, of rivers that flowed with liquid silver words, and of floating orbs that contained entire worlds in a single, glowing sentence. The light here was the soft gold of a perpetual, cozy afternoon. The silence was the kind that hummed with potential. A librarian drifted toward her, a being that looked like a kindly old badger if it were made of woven light and worn leather. Its voice was the sound of pages turning softly. "You have come a long way, child," it said, its voice a warm rustle in the quiet air. You carry the earth with you, that is wise. What do you seek? I seek to understand the hollow feeling, Lyra said, her voice small in the vast space. And I was told the aurora is fading, its heart is lost. The librarian nodded, its light pulsing gently. The first story is the story of quiet wonder. It was not lost, it was forgotten. When the world grows too loud, too hurried, it retreats. It waits for a quiet heart to remember it. It led her to the heart of the library, to a small, still pool that reflected not the ceiling, but a sky full of swirling, vibrant auroras. The story is not written in a book, the librarian said. It is remembered in the silence. You must look into the pool and show it your quiet. Lyra knelt. She untied her velvet pouch and let a few grains of the rich, dark earth fall into her palm. The scent of home, of stability, of roots, of simple, growing things, rose around her. She held her quietness, her memory of her grandmother's voice, her wish to help the gentle keepers, and her own small, brave journey. She did not ask for anything. She simply was. And in the pool, the reflected auroras began to brighten. They swirled and danced, pulling color from the very air, growing from a faint glow to a brilliant, silent symphony of green, violet, and gold. The light rose from the pool, not as a beam, but as a soft, breathing entity. It was the first story, the feeling of awe at a starry night, the peace of a single falling leaf, the joy of a shared, silent smile. It was the memory of wonder itself. The light flowed around her, warm and weightless, and filled the quiet hollow in her heart not with noise, but with a profound and peaceful fullness. She had not found a thing, but a feeling. She had remembered. The light then streamed away from the library, back through the starlight span, into the caverns of the silent aurora. Lyra followed, and when she arrived, the cavern was no longer silent. It thrummed with a low, beautiful music, the sound of the lights themselves. The curtains of aurora blazed with renewed life, shimmering and dancing with joyous energy. The keepers of the hush were now bathed in the brilliant colors, their forms less like shadows and more like prisms, and the touch of their gratitude on Lyra's mind was a feeling of pure, sun-warmed honey. Her journey back was a gentle drifting. The Lumin flies celebrated her return with a dazzling display of light that painted the cloud towers in celebratory hues. The whispering archway sang a song of welcome and farewell, its notes sweet and clear. When Lyra finally stepped back onto her balcony in Etheria, the world felt both new and deeply familiar. The hollow was gone. In its place was a quiet, steady light, the memory of the first story, now a part of her. She touched the velvet pouch at her neck, now containing not just earth, but a single, tiny, glowing speck of starlight she had carried back with her. She sat by her window, watching the real stars prick the darkness, and felt a profound sense of home. She had traveled to a library between dimensions, helped luminous beings of shadow and light, and rediscovered the silent music of the world. And she learned that home isn't just a place you come from, but a quiet, brave, and wondering heart that you always carry with you, a heart that can light up even the darkest, quietest caverns and find its way back always to peace. And as the last of the night's sparks dissolved into the coming dawn, Lyra closed her eyes, the scents of honey, ozone, and old books mingling with the familiar smell of her cloud home, and she drifted into a sleep full of gentle, colorful, and wonderfully silent dreams. Story 3. In the heart of the world, where the sun's last rays surrendered completely to the velvet darkness, lay the ancient forest of Luminwood. This was no ordinary woodland. Here the moonlight did not merely illuminate, it was woven into the very fabric of existence, a silver thread in a tapestry of deep magic. The air itself tasted of damp earth, cool stone, and the sweet, sleepy scent of night-blooming jasmine. It was a kingdom of the moon, a sanctuary for those who thrived in the hush of the night, and it was here that our story begins, with a small, worried hedgehog named Pip. Pip was a creature of meticulous habit. Each evening, as the first star pricked the twilight canvas, he would emerge from his cozy burrow, lined with dried ferns and thistledown, to begin his nightly rounds. He checked on the luminescent fungi that glowed like scattered emeralds along the gnarled roots of the oaks. He counted the silver-flecked moths that danced in the clearings, and he always, without fail, visited the great listening stone, a massive, moss-draped monolith that hummed with a deep, silent music. But tonight, Pip was troubled. A strange silence had fallen over Luminwood. The usual chorus of peeping frogs from the whispering stream was absent. The wind, which normally sang secrets through the pine needles, was still. Even the bioluminescent mosses seemed to pulse with a dimmer, more anxious light. He scurried along his familiar path, his tiny claws making soft PFFD sounds in the thick carpet of fallen leaves. The tension in the air was a palpable thing, a weight upon his small shoulders. He needed counsel. And so he made his way toward the elder tree, the oldest and wisest being in the forest, whose bark was etched with the history of 1,000 seasons and whose highest branches cradled the stars. The elder tree was not merely a tree, it was a library, a guardian, and a storyteller. Its leaves, even in the dark, seemed to hold a light of their own, a soft, golden luminescence that comforted all who drew near. As Pip approached, a great, feathered shape detached itself from the high branches and descended on silent wings. It was Orla, the elder owl, her feathers the color of weathered bark, and her eyes 2 pools of molten amber that held the wisdom of countless moons. "Your steps are heavy with worry, little Pip," Orla said, her voice a soft, rhythmic hoot that mimicked the distant sound of a gentle, rolling drum. She settled on a low-hanging branch, her head tilting in a gesture of deep attention. "Oh, Orla," Pip sighed, his nose twitching. "The forest is holding its breath, the stream has stopped its laughing, the stones have gone quiet, and the wind has forgotten its songs. What does it mean?" Orla blinked slowly. "The forest speaks many languages, Pip. When one voice grows quiet, it is often so we may better hear another. The great cycle turns. The season of vibrant life is yielding to the season of quiet contemplation, but there is a discord, a note out of place. The heartstone deep in the starlit clearing has lost its rhythm." Pip's eyes widened. The heartstone was the legendary, crystal-veined rock at the very center of Luminwood, said to beat in time with the forest's own spirit. Its steady, pulsing light was what guided the magic of the seasons, ensuring the gentle transition from growth to rest and back again. If its rhythm was faltering, it explained the uneasy silence. "You must journey to the starlit clearing," Orla said, not as a command, but as a simple, inevitable truth. "Listen, truly listen to what the forest is trying to say. The trees, the water, the very stones will guide you if you are quiet enough to hear them. Remember, little one, you do not walk alone." With a newfound sense of purpose, though still tinged with trepidation, Pip set off. Orla's words echoed in his mind, "Listen." His first challenge was the grove of whispering willows. The trees here were ancient, their long, slender branches trailing to the ground like silver hair. As Pip passed beneath them, he did not rush. He stopped, closed his eyes, and listened. At first, there was only the profound silence. But then a new sound emerged, a soft, sibilant rustle. It was not the wind, for there was none. It was the trees themselves. Their leaves, brushing against one another, created a language of their own. SSSHHHSSSHHHUO. It was the sound of a mother soothing a child, the sound of deep, peaceful sleep. The message was not one of alarm, but of gentle encouragement. Be still. Be patient. The path is before you. Heartened, Pip continued, the whispering willows seeming to part for him, their silken leaves brushing his back with feather-soft touches. Soon the soft gurgle of the whispering stream reached his ears. But it was not its usual cheerful babble. It was a slow, mournful trickle. The water level was low, and the smooth, gray stones of its bed were exposed, looking like sleeping whales in the moonlight. Pip knelt at the water's edge. He dipped a paw into the cool, clear liquid and focused. Beneath the faint trickle he heard another sound, a series of clicks and gurgles like underwater laughter. It was the stream speaking in its own liquid tongue. A family of water voles, their fur sleek and dark, poked their heads above the surface, their whiskers twitching. They chittered and clicked, pointing their noses downstream. The stream was telling him to follow its course, that it would lead him where he needed to go. And so he did, the gentle plash and gurgle of the water a constant, comforting companion. The forest began to change. The trees grew taller, their canopies opening up to reveal a sky dusted with a breathtaking multitude of stars. The ground became softer, covered in a moss that glowed with a soft, blue light, illuminating his path. Fireflies like living embers drifted through the air, their intermittent flashes sinking for a moment into a silent, glittering dance. It was then that Pip came to the circle of talking stones. They were a ring of granite pillars, worn smooth by time and draped in cloaks of luminous, emerald-green moss. In the center of the circle, the air hummed. Pip stepped inside and placed his small, warm body against the cool surface of the largest stone. He closed his eyes and listened with every fiber of his being. At first, there was only the deep, resonant hum. But then he felt it, a vibration that traveled up from the earth, through the stone and into his very bones. It was a slow, rhythmic pulse, but it was weak and irregular. Thur-thump, thur-thump. Thur-thump, it was the fading heartbeat of the heartstone, echoing through the network of stones that crisscrossed the forest like ancient veins. The stones were not just talking, they were sending the heartbeat, trying to keep the forest's rhythm alive, but their strength was waning. The message was clear. The discord was here. The forest was trying to rest, to draw inward for its seasonal renewal, but it could not find its peaceful cadence. It was stuck, caught between wakefulness and sleep, and the strain was silencing all the other voices. Renewed with urgency, Pip followed the humming path, which now glowed faintly beneath the bioluminescent moss. The sound of the struggling heartbeat was a dull ache in his own chest. Finally, the trees parted completely, and he stepped into the starlit clearing. It was a place of breathtaking beauty. The sky was a vast, dark bowl above, filled with so many stars it seemed one could reach up and scoop them like sparkling water. In the center of the clearing stood the Heartstone. It was a magnificent crystal, taller than Pip, veined with channels of gold and silver that should have been pulsing with a steady, warm light. But now its glow was faint and flickering, like a candle in its last moments. Pip approached slowly, his heart aching for the beautiful, suffering stone. He didn't know what to do. He was just a small hedgehog. How could he mend the heart of the forest itself? He remembered Orla's words. Listen. He sat before the Heartstone, curled his paws in his lap, and simply listened. He listened to the distant hoot of Orla, a steady, reassuring rhythm from far away. He listened to the memory of the whispering willows, their soothing shhhhh. He listened to the hopeful gurgle of the stream and the deep, loyal hum of the talking stones. He let all the sounds of the forest, past and present, fill him. And as he listened, he began to understand. The forest was not broken, it was out of sync. The magic of rest, the quiet magic of the turning season, needed to be welcomed, not resisted. The Heartstone was trying to beat the rhythm of deep, peaceful slumber, but something was holding it to the rhythm of vibrant, wakeful life. Pip looked around the clearing. He saw that a particularly vibrant and stubborn patch of sun-loving, day-blooming flowers had taken root right at the base of the Heartstone. Their roots, seeking the stone's powerful magic, were tangling around its base, subtly pulling its energy toward growth and light, confusing its natural cycle. He didn't pull the flowers. That would be an act of violence, and violence had no place in Luminwood. Instead, he began to speak. He didn't use words, for he was a hedgehog. He used the language of care. He gently nuzzled the flowers, his soft snout brushing their petals. He hummed a low, steady hum, matching the rhythm he felt the stones were trying to project. He was a small, quiet conduit for the forest's own intention. He was not alone. As he hummed, the water voles appeared, and with their clever paws they began to gently loosen the soil around the flowers, not to uproot them, but to encourage them to dream, to sleep. The fireflies gathered above, their light pulsing in a slow, serene rhythm. From the edge of the clearing, the whispering willows leaned in, their leaves releasing a cloud of sleepy-scented pollen that settled over the clearing like a soft blanket. And then Orla landed silently beside him. She did nothing but watch, her presence a pillar of calm certainty. She began a low, soft call, a rhythmic hoo-hoo-hmmm that was the very sound of the moon's journey across the sky, the sound of time passing peacefully. Together, their quiet, collective intention became a wave of gentle magic. The flowers, feeling the shift, seemed to sigh. Their bright petals softened, their stems relaxed, and they entered a state of deep, seasonal dormancy. Their grip on the heartstone eased. For a moment, there was absolute silence. And then a single clear, resonant thump echoed from the heartstone. It was followed by another. Third thump. And another. Third thump. The rhythm was slow, deep, and profoundly peaceful. It was the heartbeat of the forest settling into its long, restorative sleep. As the rhythm steadied, the veins of gold and silver within the stone began to glow with a soft, constant light, no longer flickering, but burning with the serene power of a banked fire. The effect was instantaneous. A gentle breeze sighed through the clearing, carrying the scent of rain and fresh, cool air. It was the forest exhaling a breath it had been holding for too long. From the distant whispering stream came the first, tentative plink of a raindrop, then another, until a soft, gentle rainfall began to patter on the leaves, a natural, soothing ASMR symphony that washed away the last of the tension. The stones hummed in harmonious contentment, and the trees rustled their approval. Pip looked up at Orla, his eyes shining with tears of relief and joy. The elder owl blinked her great amber eyes slowly. "You see, little Pip," she hooted softly, over the sound of the gentle rain. "You did not fix the forest, you simply helped it remember its own song. The greatest wisdom is often not in doing, but in being still enough to hear what needs to be done." The journey back was a celebration of sound. The forest was alive with its nocturnal symphony once more, but the notes were slower, deeper, woven with the magic of impending dreams. Pip returned to his burrow as the first hints of dawn tinged the eastern sky. He curled up in his nest of ferns, the sound of the gentle rain a lullaby on the roof above him. He knew that the forest was now safe, wrapped in the soft blanket of its seasonal slumber. The moonlight magic had been restored, not by great power, but by quiet listening, gentle friendship, and the simple, profound courage of a small heart that cared enough to try. And as he drifted into his own well-earned sleep, the steady, peaceful thump of the heartstone was the only sound he needed, a promise that all was well, and that after every long, quiet night, a new day would always dawn. Story 4. The night air was cool and carried the scent of distant rain and damp earth. High on a hill away from the sleeping village, a young boy named Kaelen sat beside a small, crackling fire. He watched as sparks like tiny, eager fireflies rose from the flames and danced their way upward into the vast, star-dusted tapestry of the sky. He wasn't alone in his watching. In his lap he held his most treasured possession, a small, worn blanket woven by his grandmother. It was the color of a summer sky at dusk, a soft, faded blue, and its texture was a familiar landscape of gentle nubs and woven warmth. It smelled faintly of lavender and wood smoke, the very essence of home. As he traced its patterns with his fingers, one particularly bright spark did not fade. Instead, it seemed to catch on some invisible thread in the air, pulling it taut. The thread began to shimmer, a silvery vibration that hummed a note so pure and quiet it felt like a thought. More sparks joined it, weaving themselves into a luminous, spiraling staircase that ascended from the hilltop right into the clouds. Kaelen, his heart a gentle drum of curiosity, felt no fear, only a profound sense of invitation. Wrapping his blanket around his shoulders like a cloak, he stood and placed his foot on the first step. It was not solid, but held him with a firm, cushiony softness, as if he were stepping onto a warm, supportive cloud. He began to climb. The higher he went, the more the world below softened into a patchwork of sleeping shadows, and the air transformed. It grew warmer and carried a new symphony of scents, the sweet, powdery fragrance of cloud blossoms, the crisp aroma of ozone after a lightning strike, and a hint of spun sugar. He reached the top and found himself not on a cloud, but within a city made of them. The cloud citadel of Ithra was a place of gentle, shifting architecture. Pathways soft and springy beneath his bare feet wound between structures that looked like solidified mist, glowing with a soft, internal light. The inhabitants were the Lumina, creatures of condensed light and air. They had no fixed form, but floated as shimmering, humanoid shapes, communicating through a beautiful, silent language of colored pulses and soft chimes that filled the air like a wind chime orchestra. When one drifted near Kaelen, it didn't speak, but extended a tendril of warm light that brushed against his cheek. The sensation was one of immediate friendship and welcome, a gentle pressure like sunlight on skin. A great central plaza held the city's heart, the prism's spire. It was a colossal crystal that captured the starlight and fractured it into soft, dancing auroras that played across the cloud-paved ground. The Lumina would gather here, their light forms blending and swirling with the colors, creating a silent, breathtaking ballet. It was a waypoint for their daily rhythms, and a wonder that filled Kaelen with a deep, quiet joy. Yet, as he watched, he noticed something amiss. The colors within the spire seemed dimmer than they should be, and the Lumina's gentle chimes held a note of sorrow, a faint, discordant hum beneath the melody. One of the Lumina, slightly larger and glowing with a patient, amber light, floated to him. It gestured with a luminous hand toward the base of the spire, where one of the great crystal facets was clouded over, as if a gray film had grown upon it. The amber Lumina then touched its own chest, and Kaelen felt a wave of profound sadness, a longing for the lost light. The reason for his journey was now clear. He was here to help. The Lumina guided him to the edge of their city, to a place where the cloud streets tapered off into a waterfall of mist that poured down into the world below. But this was not a waterfall to fall down, but to listen to. It was the whispering cascade, and its roar was not of water, but of countless hushed voices, stories and knowledge from all the realms flowing together. The Lumina communicated that the knowledge to heal the prism spire was not in their city, but deep below, in a place called the Sylvan Echo, a library that existed between the dimensions of sound and silence. To get there, he would need to descend through the roots of the world. They showed him a path that led away from the Cloud City, a bridge woven from moonbeams that took him down, through a canopy of leaves that smelled of ancient bark and night-blooming jasmine, to the mouth of a great cavern. The entrance was veiled by glowing moss that felt like velvet under his fingertips. As he stepped inside, the air changed once more. It was cool and carried the deep, mineral scent of stone and the electric tang of something magical. This was the cavern of the underground aurora. The walls were not rough stone, but smooth, crystalline formations that pulsed with a slow, breathing light. Ribbons of green, violet, and cerulean light, like the aurora borealis made liquid, drifted through the vast space, their light reflecting in 1,000 crystal facets. It was utterly silent, yet the light itself felt like a language. Here, the guardians were the shard spiders. They were not creatures of menace, but of delicate artistry. Their bodies were made of clear crystal, and within their cores glowed a soft, white light. They did not speak or chime, but communicated through the intricate tapestries they wove from strands of solidified moonlight. As Kaelen walked cautiously forward, one descended on a silvery thread before him. It was the size of his hand, and its many-faceted eyes held no malice, only a deep and ancient curiosity. It tapped gently on the stone floor with one crystalline leg. Tap, tap, pause, tap. It was a simple, rhythmic code. Remembering the gentle patience of his grandmother teaching him to weave, Kaelen knelt. He tapped back on the stone with his own finger, mimicking the pattern. The shard spider's internal light brightened with what he could only interpret as pleasure. It began a more complex rhythm, and Kaelen listened intently, his blanket wrapped tightly around him, its familiar texture a comforting anchor in this strange, beautiful silence. The spider was giving him directions. The rhythm spoke of a path that followed the river of violet light, of a bridge that hummed when walked upon, and of a door that was not a door, but a shift in the air. He thanked the creature with a bow, and it responded by weaving a tiny, glittering star from moonlight and placing it gently in his palm before scurrying back up its thread. The star was cool and smooth, and it filled him with a sense of courage. He followed the violet Aurora River, his feet making no sound on the smooth, glassy floor. He found the bridge, a single arching strand of crystal that sang a low, resonant chord as he crossed it, the vibration traveling up through the soles of his feet. And then he found the place the rhythm had described. There was no archway, no handle, just a shimmer in the air, like heat haze on a summer road. Taking a deep breath and holding his grandmother's blanket close, he stepped through. The sensation was like passing through a curtain of cool, scented silk. On the other side was the sylvan echo. It was not a library of shelves and books, but a forest of petrified, silvery trees. Growing from the branches of these trees were not leaves, but shimmering, translucent pods that looked like frozen soap bubbles. As Kaelen approached one, he saw that within each bubble was a scene, a memory, a story, a piece of knowledge, playing out in perfect silence. The air hummed with the potential of all these unspoken tales, and it smelled of old parchment, ink, and the clean scent of frost. He wandered through the silent silver grove, unsure of what to look for. He thought of the clouded crystal, of the lumina's sadness, of the fading light. He thought of home, and of his grandmother telling him that even the oldest, most faded blanket could still provide warmth if you knew how to hold it. He ran his fingers over his blanket, feeling its sturdy weave, its enduring love. And then he understood. The clouding of the prism wasn't a physical dirt, but a gathering of sorrow, of forgotten joys. The knowledge he needed wasn't in a bubble pod about crystals or light, but about remembrance and warmth. He found a pod that glowed with a soft, golden light. Inside, he saw a scene of Illumina long ago, sharing its light with a small, lost creature from the world below, comforting it. The memory was one of compassion. He reached out and, following an instinct, pressed his hand against the pod. It didn't pop but dissolved into his skin, and the memory filled him not as an image, but as a feeling, a profound, uplifting warmth that started in his heart and spread to his fingertips. He found another, this one showing the very first spark of light being kindled in the prism spire. He absorbed that feeling of pure creation. Pod after pod he gathered not facts but feelings, hope, friendship, courage, wonder. Each one was a note in a silent song, a color for a faded palette. His grandmother's blanket, pressed against him, seemed to absorb these feelings too, its faded blue seeming to deepen, its woven threads humming with a gentle energy. When he felt full to bursting with this accumulated light, he knew it was time to return. He stepped back through the shimmering veil, through the singing cavern, across the moonbeam bridge, and up the spiraling staircase of sparks, which had waited patiently for him all this time. Back in the plaza of the Cloud Citadel, the Lumina had gathered around the ailing prism spire, their lights dim with worry. Kaelen walked forward, his own small form feeling suddenly immense with the treasure he carried inside. He didn't know any grand spells or powerful words. He simply walked up to the clouded facet of the great crystal, pressed his hands against its cool, dull surface, and thought of home. He thought of the warmth of his grandmother's hearth, the smell of lavender in her sewing room, the comfort of his blanket on a cold night. He poured all the feelings he had collected from the sylvan echo into the crystal, the compassion, the hope, the wonder. He focused on the simple, enduring power of kindness and memory. His blanket, draped over his shoulders, glowed with a soft blue light, channeling all that he was and all he had learned. Slowly, like dawn breaking, the gray film on the crystal began to dissolve. It retreated from his touch, not vanishing, but transforming, turning clear and then brilliant, catching the starlight and exploding it into a spectrum of color more vibrant than any he had seen before. The auroras in the plaza erupted in a joyful, swirling dance. The lumina chimed in a glorious, harmonious crescendo, their light forms blazing with renewed vitality. The gentle amber lumina floated to him and wrapped him in an embrace of pure, warm light. It was a thank you that needed no translation. His task complete, Kaelen descended the staircase of sparks, which gently lowered him back to his quiet hilltop. The fire was now just embers, but the night was still and peaceful. He sat down, pulling his blanket close. It still smelled of lavender and wood smoke, but now, if he breathed deeply, he could just detect the faint, sweet scent of cloud blossoms and the clean, electric tang of the Aurora cavern. He looked up at the sky. The sparks were gone, the staircase vanished. But he knew it was there, a hidden wonder in the fabric of the night. He had journeyed to a foreign realm and found that the greatest magic was not in towering spires or silent libraries, but in the simple, familiar warmth he carried with him always. Wrapped in the soft, enduring embrace of his grandmother's love, he closed his eyes, the memory of chiming light and crystalline song his lullaby, and drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep, safe and wonderfully, completely at home. Story 5. The night air tasted of honey and distant rain, the kind that falls softly on leaves without ever truly reaching the ground. High above the slumbering world, where the earth was but a forgotten dream, floated the archipelagos of Ethuria, a constellation of islands woven from cloud stuff, spun sugar, and starlight. On the edge of one such isle, where the clouds were thickest and softest, lived a quiet girl named Lyra. She was a weaver of mists, her fingers often trailing through the vaporous threads that formed her home, and in her pocket she always carried a small, smooth stone from the world below, warmed by her touch. It was her anchor, her reminder of gravity, of a different kind of home. Lyra's world was one of gentle sounds and softer lights. The cities of Ethuria were not built of stone and steel, but of cumulus and cirrus, their towers shimmering with captured daylight and their streets sighing with every footfall. The inhabitants were the Lumin, creatures of pure, warm light who communicated in cascading chromatics, a silent language of color that bloomed in the air around them. A question was a soft, pulsing indigo. Joy was a brilliant, shimmering gold. Their touch was like sunlight on closed eyelids, a comfort that needed no words. But lately a silence had fallen over the western reaches of the cloudscape. The great spire of echoes, a landmark that normally hummed with the collective memories and melodies of Ethuria, had grown quiet. Its usual soft rainbow aurora had dimmed to a faint, sickly gray. The lumen who lived near it were fading, their light growing thin and wan. They could not speak of what was wrong, only emanate a slow, mournful blue that tinged the very air with sorrow. It was this sorrow that called to Lyra. She felt it as a chill in the mist she wove, a hollow ache in the familiar sigh of the cloud streets. She knew she had to help. Tucking her warm stone deep into her pocket, she set out towards the silent spire, her path lit only by the gentle, worried glow of the Lumin who lined her way, offering silent encouragement in hues of supportive green and hopeful yellow. Her journey took her across bridges of condensed moonlight, their surfaces cool and slightly resilient under her bare feet, like walking on frozen silk. She passed through the Glimmerwood, where trees of crystallized dew sang in the wind, their chimes a language of their own. The air here smelled of ozone and wet earth, a surprising, grounding scent amidst the floatiness of the clouds. She met creatures of air and melody, the zephyrs, who were little more than gentle breezes given form, and who spoke in rustling harmonies. They brushed against her cheeks, their touch as light as a dandelion seed, and filled her ears with whispered directions. Further on, she discovered the crystalline bazaar, a temporary market that appeared only when three specific cloud currents converged. Stalls made of frozen sound and stalls woven from sunbeams offered wonders, drinks that tasted of forgotten afternoons, cloaks that changed color with one's mood, and maps that led not to places but to states of mind. The scent here was of sugar dust and static, a dizzying, delightful combination. The merchants, beings of shifting shadow and light, communicated through the textures of the objects they sold. A gentle, smooth stone meant welcome. A prickly, cold surface meant beware. Lyra ran her fingers over their wares, understanding their silent language through the memories in her skin. It was in the bazaar that she found her guide. A small, fox-like creature with fur the color of a twilight sky and eyes that held tiny, swirling galaxies sat watching her. It was a stellar vulpes, a creature that communicated through the intricate patterns of light that danced across its pelt. It approached her not with sound, but by placing a soft, warm paw on her knee. Its fur felt like the finest velvet, infused with a gentle heat. On its back, constellations shifted and reformed, telling a story. It showed her an image of the spire, then of a fallen star, trapped and dimming deep within the veil of velvet, a place few dared to go. The vulpes had its own reason for this quest. The fallen star was its kin, a piece of the same celestial stuff from which it was born. Its light was fading, and with it, a part of the vulpes' own spirit was weakening. Their fates were intertwined. Lyra understood this not through words, but through the profound, empathetic sadness that radiated from the creature's gentle touch. She nodded, and the vulpes trilled a sound like tiny wind chimes, a sign of gratitude, before leaping gracefully onto her shoulder, its weight no more than a thought. Together they journeyed to the edge of Etheria, to a place where the clouds grew dark and thick, like folds of black velvet. This was the Vale. The air grew still and heavy, smelling of old books and cold stone. The cheerful lights of the Lumin were far behind them. Here the only illumination came from the faint, starry patterns on the vulpes' back and the warm, steady presence of the stone in Lyra's pocket, which she clutched like a talisman. Pushing through the dense, plush darkness was like wading through deep water. The silence was absolute, a physical pressure on the ears. But Lyra pressed on, her heart thudding a steady rhythm against the oppressive quiet. She focused on the texture of her stone, smooth, solid, real, a piece of the grounded world in this realm of endless float. It reminded her of why she was here, to bring back connection, to mend the silence, to help a friend. Deep within the veil, they found it. The fallen star was not a burning rock, but a being of pure, soft light, now caged in a web of shadows that seemed to drink its luminescence. It pulsed weakly, a heartbeat of despair. The shadows were not evil, Lyra realized as she drew closer, but were creatures of neglect and forgotten stories, drawn to the star's power but unable to understand it. They were cold to the touch, sucking all warmth and sound from the air. Lyra knew she could not fight them. That was not the way of Etheria. Instead, she sat before the trapped star, the vulpies curled in her lap. She closed her eyes and began to remember. She remembered the sound of rain on a tin roof from the world below. She remembered the scent of fresh-baked bread from a kitchen she once knew. She remembered the feeling of grass under her feet and the weight of her own body, truly grounded. And as she remembered, she poured these memories not into words, but into feelings, sending them out through the warmth of her hands and the steady, comforting pressure of the stone. She was sharing her home. The shadows, which had recoiled from her initial warmth, now hesitated. They had known only the emptiness of the veil. They had never felt the solid comfort of a stone or the memory of a sun-warmed field. Slowly, tentatively, one shadowy tendril reached out and brushed against her hand. It was not cold anymore, but cool, like the smooth side of a river stone. Lyra did not pull away. She let the memory of home flow through her touch. One by one, the shadows loosened their grip, not in defeat, but in understanding. They had been lonely, and in the star's light, they had found something to cling to. But Lyra offered them something else, a connection to a world of substance, of scent and texture and weight. They drifted back, their forms softening, becoming less like jagged claws and more like gentle, dark mist, before dissolving entirely into the velvet air, sated and peaceful. The fallen star, now free, swelled with light. It was a gentle, restoring radiance that washed over Lyra and the vulpies, warm as a summer morning. The vulpies on her shoulder chirruped joyfully, its fur blazing with new constellations, its connection to its kin restored. The star, in a final, grateful gesture, touched Lyra's forehead. A vision filled her mind, not of a place but of a feeling, the profound understanding that home is not a location, but a sense of belonging, a warmth you carry inside you, and sometimes you must journey far to find it within yourself. With the star freed, the silence of the veil was broken. A soft, melodic hum began to emanate from the very air, and as Lyra and the vulpies made their way back, they saw the change sweep across Etheria. The Glimmerwood's chimes were louder, more joyous. The crystalline bazaar sparkled with renewed vigor. And when they finally saw the spire of echoes, it was ablaze with light, a swirling vortex of color and sound that sang of rediscovered stories and rekindled connections. The lumens surrounding it glowed with a brilliant, steady gold, their light no longer fading but shining with profound gratitude. Lyra returned to her cloud home on the edge of the archipelago, the stellar vulpies choosing to remain by her side. She sat, pulling the smooth stone from her pocket. It felt the same as always, solid and warm. But she felt different. She had discovered that the foreign and the familiar were not so far apart. That understanding others, and in doing so understanding herself, was the greatest discovery of all. The Enchanted realm was her home, not just because she lived there, but because she belonged to its story, and it to hers. As the first hints of a honey-endrained dawn tinged the sky, Lyra looked out over the waking cloud cities, listening to the gentle, colorful language of the Lumin and the soft, chiming breath of the vulpies asleep in her lap. She was floating on a warm cloud, yes, but she was also firmly, deeply, and wonderfully home. And she knew with a certainty that settled deep in her soul that wherever she went, she would always carry its light with her, just as she carried the stone. Story 6. In a village nestled between the whispering river and the murmuring woods, there lived a young person named Rowan whose skin began, quite without warning, to change. It started not as a sudden shock, but as a gentle surprise. One morning, while brushing their hair before the small, round window of their attic room, Rowan noticed a delicate tracery of silver lines upon their wrist, like the veins of a frost-kissed leaf. They did not sting or itch, but shimmered softly in the dawn light, and when Rowan touched them, they felt only smooth, warm skin. At first, a flicker of worry danced in Rowan's chest. But the changes were so quiet, so intrinsically beautiful, that the worry soon settled like dust in a sunbeam. Over the following days, the silver lines spread, curling up their arms and across their shoulders in patterns that shifted with their mood. When Rowan felt calm, the patterns settled into gentle spirals, like the unfurling of a fern. When a spark of joy lit within them, the lines would dance into starbursts. The changes were a secret language written on their skin, a story they were only just learning to read. Their small, comfortable world began to feel a little tight, like a favorite sweater worn one season too many. They spent more time alone in their family's walled garden, a place that had always been pleasant but unremarkable, with its neat rows of vegetables and stubborn, patchy lawn. It was here, while sitting on a mossy stone bench and watching a caterpillar inch its way along a stem, that Rowan first met the gardener. She was an older woman with hair the color of faded lavender and eyes that held the deep, quiet light of a forest pool. Rowan had never seen her before, yet she seemed to belong to the garden as fundamentally as the soil and the sky. "A fine cocoon that one is building," the gardener said, her voice a soft rustle. She nodded toward the caterpillar, which was now secreting a silken thread from its mouth. "It looks like hard work, doesn't it? All that effort to build a small, dark room where everything you are will dissolve, just so you can become what you are meant to be." Rowan looked from the caterpillar to their own silver-veined hands. "Does it hurt?" they asked, their voice barely a whisper. The gardener's smile was as warm as baked earth. "Transformation is not about pain, little sapling. It is about release. It is the work of letting go of a shape that no longer fits, so a truer one can emerge." She reached into the pocket of her earthy-smelling apron and pulled out a small, plain seed. "Here, a gift. Plant it where your shadow falls at noon. Don't dig a hole for it. Just press it into the earth with your thumb and whisper to it one true thing about yourself." That was all she said before she turned and walked toward the rustling apple trees, seeming to blend into the dappled light until she was gone. Puzzled but feeling a strange sense of purpose, Rowan did as they were told. At the stroke of noon, they found a bare patch of earth at the garden's center, pressed the seed into the ground, and leaned close. What true thing could they say? All they could think of was the quiet confusion they carried. "I feel like a secret even to myself," they whispered. For 3 days, nothing happened. Rowan visited the spot each morning, their skin patterns swirling with patient, gray hues. On the 4th day, a tiny green shoot, no bigger than a ladybug, had pushed through the soil. A thrill, small but bright, fluttered in Rowan's chest. That evening they noticed a new patch of patterns on their collarbone, this one the color of a pale green bud. This became their new rhythm. Rowan would tend to the garden, and the gardener would appear, always when Rowan's heart was most full of questions. She never gave direct answers, only gentle nudges, like a breeze guiding a leaf to the ground. "The soil is not just dirt," she mentioned one afternoon as they weeded together. "It is memory and promise all mixed together. It remembers every seed that has ever grown here, and it holds the promise of every one yet to come. You are much the same." As Rowan learned to listen to the garden, they began to listen to themselves. They started speaking their truths to the little plant, which was now a sturdy stalk with heart-shaped leaves. "I am sometimes afraid of being different," they confessed one day. The next morning, a single perfect bud had formed, its petals the color of a shy dawn. And on Rowan's skin, the silver patterns deepened into a lovely, accepting blue. The small victories stacked, one upon the other, like stones building a path. The day Rowan mustered the courage to tell their mother about the shifting patterns on their skin, not as a confession of something strange, but as a sharing of something beautiful, was the day the first flower bloomed. It was a glorious, open-faced blossom of deep amethyst, and its scent was that of rain and understanding. In response, a shower of tiny, star-like flowers erupted across the previously stubborn lawn, each one a testament to a fear overcome. The garden was no longer just a garden, it was a mirror of Rowan's soul. When Rowan felt strong, sunflowers would turn their faces to follow them. When they felt peaceful, the pond would lie so still it looked like a plate of polished glass. The magical elements of the world were not performing for them, but responding to them, a silent, beautiful conversation between their inner growth and the outer world. One evening, as autumn began to paint the edges of the leaves with fire, Rowan found the gardener sitting by the pond, weaving a basket from willow reeds. "It is nearly time," the gardener said, without looking up. "The cocoon you have been building around your heart is complete. It has served its purpose. It kept you safe while you were changing, but now you must decide if you will stay within its comforting walls or if you will break them open." Rowan looked at their reflection in the water. Their skin was now a living tapestry of silver, green, and gold, swirling in patterns of incredible complexity and beauty. They were no longer the person who had been frightened by a few silver lines. They felt solid, real. "I'm ready," they said, and the words felt like a key turning in a lock. The gardener nodded, her work finished. She placed the completed willow basket, a beautiful, sturdy thing, in Rowan's hands. "This is for gathering the seeds," she said. And then, as quietly as she had first appeared, she was gone, leaving only the scent of rich soil and ripening apples behind. Rowan did not feel abandoned. They felt prepared. That night they went to the center of the garden, now a thriving, magical place humming with color and life. They stood before the amethyst flower, which glowed with a soft, internal light in the twilight. They closed their eyes and took a deep, slow breath in and out, matching the rhythm of the sleeping world around them. They thought of the seed, that small, hard promise they had pressed into the earth. They thought of the patient green shoot, the strengthening stalk, the shy bud, and the glorious, open bloom. They thought of the cocoon not as a prison, but as a sacred space where their old self had dissolved to nourish their new one. With another breath, Rowan let go. It was not a dramatic rupture, but a gentle unfurling, like a flower opening to the sun. A warmth spread from their heart to the very tips of their fingers and toes. The shimmering patterns on their skin softened, the lines dissolving until their skin itself seemed to be made of gentle, luminous light, the color of moonlight on new snow. They felt not different, but more truly themselves than they had ever been. When they opened their eyes, the amethyst flower had gone to seed. Its head was a constellation of tiny, glowing pearls, each one holding a spark of potential. Carefully, Rowan used the willow basket to gather them. They were not an ending, but a beginning. For Rowan had become the gardener now, the keeper of their own transformation, and a guide for others who might feel the first, quiet signs of change upon their own skin. They knew that somewhere another young soul was looking at their reflection with a mixture of worry and wonder, and that soon they would find their way to this garden, or one very much like it. And so, as the moon rose high over the whispering river and the murmuring woods, Rowan walked through their beautiful, responsive garden, basket in hand, ready to welcome the next soul who was ready to plant a seed, whisper a truth, and begin the gentle, patient, glorious work of becoming. Story 7. The village of Stillwater Bend was a place where time seemed to move just a little slower than anywhere else. Nestled in a gentle valley where 7 streams converged, its cobblestone streets were always slightly damp with mist, its thatched roofs perpetually wore crowns of dew, and the air carried the constant, gentle music of water, the soft gurgle of streams, the rhythmic dripping from mossy eaves after a light rain, and the cheerful splash of the water wheel turning at the old mill. But the most distinctive sound, the one that marked the hours like a gentle heartbeat, was the chime of the moonful clock tower. Every hour it would release a cascade of 7 silver notes that drifted through the valley, softer than dandelion fluff, telling the villagers it was time for tea or supper or bed. It was in this peaceful place that the first peculiar happening occurred. A young woman named Anya, who kept the village bakery and had a knack for noticing the small, important things others missed, was the first to see it. She was sliding a tray of moon-shaped shortbread biscuits into the oven just as the clock tower chimed 7 in the evening. Through her flower-dusted window, she watched as the first stars began to prick the velvet sky. But where the constellation of the silver heron usually spread its graceful wings, there was only a dark, empty patch. At first, Anya thought it was a passing cloud, but as the night deepened, the emptiness remained. The silver heron was gone. The next morning, the village was abuzz with the news. Old Hemlock, the clockmaker, confirmed it, peering through his brass telescope with a worried frown. "The heron's flown," he murmured, "and taken its 7 guiding stars with it." This was strange enough, but the peculiarities did not stop there. The following day, young Liam, who helped in the gardens, came running to the village square with wide eyes. "The time flowers," he gasped, pointing towards the beds that circled the clock tower. "They're blooming backwards." And so they were. The time flowers, which usually opened their pearlescent petals at dawn and closed them at dusk, were now tightly shut in the morning light and wide open under the moonlight. It was as if day and night had been gently confused. A soft, curious unease settled over Stillwater Bend. The missing constellation and the backwards flowers were not frightening, but they were deeply puzzling. The gentle rain that began to fall that afternoon seemed to whisper the question on everyone's mind: what is happening to our home? Anya, with her kind heart and observant nature, felt a pull to understand. That evening, as the clock chimed 8 and the time flowers began to unfurl, she wrapped a shawl around her shoulders and went to visit old Hemlock in his workshop. The shop was a symphony of gentle sounds, the soft tick-tock-tick of 100 clocks, the whisper of turning gears, and the occasional melodic chime from a newly repaired timepiece. "Anya," Hemlock said, not looking up from the intricate guts of a cuckoo clock. "You've come about the stars." "I have," she said, her voice soft. "And the flowers, it feels like the world has gotten a little untethered." Hemlock nodded, his fingers never pausing their work. "My great-grandfather built the Moonfall Clock Tower. He always said its chimes didn't just tell the time, they held the time for our valley. He left a journal." The old man gestured to a dusty, leather-bound book on a high shelf. "Full of odd rhymes and maps. I always thought they were just an old man's fancies." Anya carefully took down the journal. The pages were filled with beautiful, spidery drawings of constellations and intricate maps of the valley's streams. In the margin of a map she found a short verse, written in faded ink. "When the heron hides its light, and day is swapped for night, seek the heart where waters 7 weave a tapestry of heaven. Follow the path the moon has drawn, to find what was lost before the dawn." "A nursery rhyme," Hemlock said with a shrug. "It doesn't tell us much." But Anya thought it told them a great deal. "It says to seek the heart where the 7 waters meet," she murmured. "That's the center of our village, the stone circle in the square where all the streams converge." The next day, under a soft, gray sky that promised more rain, the villagers gathered at the stone circle. The gentle plink-plink of water dripping from the clock tower's eaves provided a soft rhythm to their search. They looked for clues, a hidden lever, a secret inscription, but found nothing. This was their first red herring, but it led not to frustration, but to a delightful discovery. While searching, Liam noticed that one of the smaller streams, the one that trickled behind the library, was choked with fallen leaves. The villagers worked together to clear it, and as the water ran free again, they were rewarded with the cheerful sound of its song returning to the valley's chorus. The mystery had already begun to bring them closer. That night, unable to sleep, Anya sat by her window with Hemlock's journal. The gentle wind chimes hanging from her porch played a random, peaceful melody. She turned to the page with a map of the streams and noticed something she hadn't before. The way the 7 streams curved and intertwined through the valley didn't just look like a random pattern. It looked like something familiar. She took the journal outside, holding it up to the sky. And there it was. The map of the streams was a perfect mirror of the constellation of the Silver Heron, with the stone circle at its heart representing the heron's brightest star, its guiding light. Her heart beat a little faster. The rhyme said to follow the path the moon has drawn. She looked at the sky, at the empty patch where the heron should be, and then back at the map. If the streams were the heron, then the path the moon has drawn must be the path of moonlight on the water. She woke Liam and old Hemlock, and the 3 of them, carrying a single lantern, followed the main stream east out of the village, tracing the neck of the stream heron. The path led them to a part of the woods they rarely visited, a quiet glen where the trees formed a natural archway. And there they found the second red herring, a small, forgotten shrine to an old woodland spirit, overgrown with ivy and glowing moss. It was beautiful and magical, but it was not their answer. Disappointed, Liam sighed. We're no closer. But Anya was looking at the stream. Here in this glen, the water pooled before continuing on. The moon, high overhead, cast a brilliant silver path across the still water, pointing directly to the base of a massive, ancient willow tree. Its branches trailed in the water, and nestled within its gnarled roots was a small, dark opening. Follow the path the moon has drawn, Anya whispered. They crept inside the hollow of the great tree. It was not dark, as they had expected. The entire interior was illuminated by a soft, silvery glow. And there, hovering in the center of the hollow, were the 7 missing stars of the Silver Heron. They were not in the sky because they were here, pulsing gently, their light reflecting off the smooth, dark walls of the tree. And curled around them, fast asleep, was a small, furry creature with a long, bushy tail and a nose that twitched in its dreams. It was a star nibbler, a creature of legend that was said to be so gentle it fed only on starlight and dreams. The creature had not stolen the stars with malice. It was simply a young one, lost and scared, and it had gathered the stars around itself for warmth and comfort, like a child gathering blankets. Its presence, so close to the heart of the valley's magical geography, had been what confused the time flowers and untethered the constellation. Anya knelt down, her movements slow and full of empathy. She didn't reach for the stars. Instead, she spoke in a soft, soothing voice, the same tone she used when calming a nervous customer in her bakery. "Hello, little one," she murmured. "You must have been so lonely." The star nibbler opened large, luminous eyes. It didn't look afraid, only sad. It chittered softly, a sound like wind through pine needles. "We can help you find your way home," Anya said. "But the stars need to go back into the sky. They guide everyone you see. They're not just for one." The creature looked at the stars, then back at Anya's kind face. Slowly, hesitantly, it uncurled its tail. The 7 stars, freed, bobbed happily in the air. Old Hemlock, understanding, brought out his pocket watch. He adjusted its tiny gears, and as the clock tower in the village began to chime midnight, he hummed the 7-note tune. The stars, hearing the familiar music of their home, drifted out of the hollow and shot up into the sky, one by one, each taking its place until the Silver Heron was once again whole and brilliant. The star nibbler chittered gratefully. Anya offered it one of her moon-shaped shortbread biscuits. The creature nibbled it delicately, then, with a final, friendly nuzzle against her hand, it scampered out of the hollow and disappeared into the woods, presumably to find its own family. The walk back to Stillwater Bend was filled with a deep, contented silence. As they reached the village square, they saw that the time flowers were already beginning to close their petals, right on schedule for the approaching dawn. The next evening, the entire village gathered in the square for a celebration. Lanterns were lit, music was played, and Anya passed out her star-shaped and moon-shaped biscuits. The sound of laughter and conversation mixed with the gentle rush of the seven streams and the comforting chime of the clock tower. Old Hemlock stood on the steps of his workshop, a smile on his face. "The mystery is solved," he announced. "And we've learned that our home is more magical than we knew. Its heart is not just in its stones and streams, but in our care for it and for each other." The resolution had not vanquished a monster or uncovered a treasure of gold. It had restored the gentle order of their world, and in doing so, had woven the community into a tighter, warmer tapestry. They had worked together, trusted one another, and solved the puzzle not with force, but with observation and kindness. That night, as the villagers drifted off to sleep in their cozy cottages, lulled by the sound of gentle rain on the roofs and the distant chime of the clock tower, they looked out their windows at the fully formed silver heron, shining brightly in the clear night sky. And they knew that all was well in Stillwater Bend. The world was back in its rightful rhythm, and the peace that settled over the valley was deeper and more profound for the gentle mystery they had shared and solved together, a perfect lullaby for peaceful dreams. Story 8. Deep in the heart of an ancient forest, where moonlight filtered through the canopy like liquid silver, there existed a world that only revealed its true magic when the sun disappeared beyond the horizon. Here the trees stood as silent sentinels, their bark etched with the wisdom of centuries, their leaves whispering secrets in a language only the nocturnal creatures could understand. On this particular autumn evening, as a crisp breeze carried the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a young hedgehog named Thistle found himself unable to sleep. Thistle's burrow, nestled between the gnarled roots of a grandfather oak, usually provided perfect comfort. But tonight, a restlessness had settled in his bones. The approaching winter whispered of long hibernation, and something within him resisted the coming stillness. With a soft sigh, he emerged into the night, his tiny paws making barely a sound on the carpet of moss and fallen leaves. The forest welcomed him with its nocturnal symphony. Somewhere in the distance, a gentle rainfall pattered against the broad leaves of ferns, each drop creating a soft percussion that echoed through the stillness. The wind whispered through the pine needles, a constant shushing sound that seemed to soothe the very air. And if Thistle listened very carefully, he could hear the babbling of Crystal Brook, its water speaking in liquid syllables as it tumbled over smooth, moon-washed stones. Where does the brook go when it disappears beneath the earth? Thistle wondered aloud, his voice barely disturbing the quiet. "The water never truly disappears," came a soft, resonant voice from above. "It merely learns to sing a different song." Thistle looked up to see an immense owl perched on a low-hanging branch of the grandfather oak. His feathers were the color of weathered bark, and his eyes held the gentle wisdom of countless seasons. This was Unwritten, who had watched over the forest for longer than any creature could remember. "Master Unwritten," Thistle said with a respectful nod, "I cannot find rest tonight. The thought of sleeping through the long cold months makes my heart feel heavy." Unwritten blinked slowly, his eyes catching the moonlight. "Come, little friend, let us walk together. Perhaps the forest itself can teach you what I cannot put into words." Thus began their moonlit journey through the sleeping woods. As they moved along the winding paths, Unwritten showed Thistle wonders he had never noticed before. Beneath the shelter of a fallen log, clusters of foxfire mushrooms glowed with an ethereal blue-green light, their bioluminescence painting the darkness with living constellations. When Thistle gently touched one, the light pulsed softly beneath his paw, as if greeting him. "Everything in the forest has its season of activity and its season of rest," Unwritten explained as they walked. "Even these mushrooms will fade when the deep frost comes, but their essence remains in the earth, waiting to bloom again." They came to a clearing where the moonlight fell unimpeded, creating a pool of silver upon the forest floor. Here the trees formed a perfect circle, their branches interlaced overhead like protective arms. In the center stood the most magnificent tree Thistle had ever seen, an ancient willow whose leaves shimmered with captured starlight even when no stars were visible through the canopy. "This is the heartwood willow," Alurin said softly. "She remembers when the forest was young." As they approached, Thistle noticed that the willow's bark seemed to pulse with a gentle, golden light, matching the rhythm of his own heartbeat. He reached out a tentative paw and placed it against the trunk. Immediately images flooded his mind, not in words but in feelings and sensations. He felt the joy of spring saplings pushing through thawing earth, the contentment of summer sunlight filtering through dense leaves, the bittersweet beauty of autumn's brilliant colors, and the profound peace of winter's silent blanket of snow. "The trees speak without words," Alurin murmured. "They teach through memory and feeling." Thistle understood then that the forest never truly slept. It merely changed its rhythm, its way of being. The winter was not an ending, but a different kind of living. Their journey continued to the banks of Crystal Brook, where the water chuckled over stones worn smooth by centuries of flow. Alurin taught Thistle how to listen to the stream's story, how the gurgle near the reeds spoke of minnows dancing in moonbeams, how the splash against the larger rocks told of journeys from mountain peaks, and how the gentle lapping at the bank whispered of connection to all things. "Place your ear against this stone," Alurin instructed, indicating a large, moss-covered rock near the water's edge. Thistle did as he was told, and to his astonishment, he heard a deep, resonant hum, the stone's memory of the earth's first songs, the vibration of ages, steady and unchanging beneath the forest's constant transformations. "Even the stones have wisdom to share," Alurin said. "They remind us that some things endure through all seasons, all changes." As they followed the brook further, they came upon a family of badgers preparing their set for winter. The badgers worked quietly, their movements economical and purposeful. They paused to nod at Alurin and Thistle, their eyes gleaming with quiet understanding before returning to their task. "Watch how they prepare," Alurin whispered. "They do not fight the coming winter. They work with it, creating a space of warmth and safety where their family can weather the cold together." Thistle observed how the badgers lined their chambers with dried ferns and soft moss, creating nests that would hold their body heat through the coldest nights. There was no fear in their movements, only purposeful preparation. Further along, they encountered a field mouse gathering the last of the season's seeds. Her cheeks were stuffed full, and she moved with brisk efficiency, but when she saw Thistle watching her, she paused and offered him a single sunflower seed from her cache. "For your journey," she squeaked softly before scurrying away. Thistle clutched the seed in his paw, touched by this small generosity during her busy preparations. The most wondrous sight came when they reached the Glimmer Pond. Here the water was still as glass, reflecting the full moon and star-strewn sky with perfect clarity. But beneath the surface, thousands of tiny aquatic creatures glowed with bioluminescent light, creating shifting patterns of blue and green that danced like living constellations. "These creatures only reveal their light during the autumn nights," Alurin explained. "Their brilliance is their farewell gift before the pond freezes over." As Thistle watched the underwater light show, he felt his restlessness beginning to ease. The forest was teaching him what Alurin could not convey with words alone, that every season had its purpose, its unique magic, and its necessary rhythm. When the first hint of dawn began to lighten the eastern sky, Alurin led Thistle back toward his burrow. The nocturnal creatures were returning to their homes, the bats finding their roosts in hollow trees, the night-blooming flowers closing their petals until evening returned. "Before you return to your burrow," Alurin said as they reached the grandfather oak, "there is one more thing you must see." The owl led Thistle to a particularly thick patch of moss near the base of the tree. With careful claws, Alurin parted the moss to reveal a small, unassuming plant with closed buds. "This is the moondrop flower," Alurin explained. "It blooms only on the last night of autumn, and its scent ensures peaceful dreams through the long sleep of winter. As they watched, the first bud began to unfurl. The petals were the color of moonlight, and as they opened, they released a fragrance that seemed to contain the essence of everything comforting: warm milk, soft blankets, crackling fires, and loving whispers. One by one, the other buds opened until the small patch glowed with ethereal light and filled the air with the promise of sweet dreams. "Take this knowledge with you into your hibernation," Lumin said softly. "The forest does not die in winter, it dreams, and in those dreams it gathers strength for renewal. Your rest is not an absence of life, but a different way of participating in the great cycle." Thistle finally understood. His burrow was not a prison, but a sanctuary. His hibernation was not missing out on life, but allowing himself to be part of a deeper magic, the magic of restoration and inner growth. With a heart full of peace, Thistle bid Lumin good night and returned to his burrow. As he settled into his nest of dried grass and soft moss, he placed the sunflower seed from the field mouse beside him, a promise of spring planting. The sounds of the forest drifted down to him, the gentle patter of rain beginning to fall, the wind humming through the pine needles, the distant chuckle of Crystal Brook, all weaving together into a lullaby of the woods. Through the entrance of his burrow, he could see the moondrop flowers glowing softly in the fading darkness, their scent wrapping around him like a warm blanket. And as he drifted into the deep, restorative sleep of winter, Thistle knew he was not alone. The forest slept with him, dreamed with him, and would awaken with him when the time of renewal came. Outside, the first snowflakes began to fall, each one a silent promise that rest, too, could be beautiful. Story 9. The fire crackled softly in the great stone hearth, its light dancing across the walls of the small cottage like a troop of golden sprites. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, but inside, all was warm and still. In this quiet space, let me tell you a story about a boy who learned to listen to the light, and in doing so, found a friend to last a lifetime. Our story begins with a boy named Kaelen, who lived with his grandfather in a cottage much like the one we imagine now, nestled at the edge of a vast and ancient wood. Kaelen was a quiet child, with a thoughtful heart and eyes the color of the forest moss after a rain. He was a boy who noticed things others overlooked, the way a dewdrop clung to a spider's web, the particular scent of the air just before snow, the secret language of the birds at dusk. But for all his noticing, Kaelen often felt a deep and quiet loneliness. His grandfather was a kind man, a woodcarver whose hands could shape blocks of cedar and oak into wondrous creatures, but he was a man of few words, and the cottage was often filled with a silence that, to Kaelen, felt heavy as a winter blanket. It was on an evening much like this, with the fire painting shadows on the walls, that Kaelen's grandfather handed him a small, cloth-wrapped bundle. "This was your grandmother's," the old man said, his voice a soft rumble. "She always said it had a way of showing you what you needed to see." Kaelen carefully unfolded the cloth. Inside lay a smooth, palm-sized river stone. It was a deep slate gray, unremarkable at first glance. But as Kaelen held it in his cupped hands, something shifted. A soft, warm light began to pulse from its very heart, a gentle, rhythmic glow like the embers of a banked fire. It wasn't a light you saw with your eyes alone, you felt it, a warmth that seeped into your palms and traveled up your arms, settling comfortably in your chest. "What does it do?" Kaelen whispered, mesmerized. His grandfather smiled, the lines around his eyes deepening. "That, my boy, is for you to discover. Your grandmother called it her emberstone." That night, Kaelen fell asleep with the stone held tight in his hand. He dreamed not in images but in feelings, a profound sense of searching and a faint, answering call from deep within the woods. The next day, a restlessness filled him. The emberstone, which now rested in his pocket, pulsed with a soft, persistent warmth. It seemed to pull him, gently but insistently, toward the forest door. After helping his grandfather stack firewood, Kaelen pulled on his warmest cloak. "I'm going for a walk," he said. His grandfather merely nodded, his carving knife moving steadily over a piece of pine. "Listen to the woods, Kaelen. They have more voices than you know." Stepping from the cottage was like entering another world. The air was crisp and carried the rich, earthy scent of decaying leaves and cold, clean water. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy in shifting shafts of gold, but here, beneath the trees, the light was soft and muted. Kaelen walked without a clear path, letting the gentle tug of the emberstone guide him. Its glow brightened as he ventured deeper, its warmth a comforting companion in the vast, quiet cathedral of the trees. He walked for what felt like hours, the silence broken only by the crunch of his boots on the frost-kissed ground and the distant call of a jay. The loneliness he often felt in the cottage began to melt away, replaced by a sense of quiet wonder. He was not alone here. The forest was alive. He could feel it. It was when he paused by a small, half-frozen stream to drink that he saw it. A flash of color, vivid as a fallen autumn leaf, darting between the gnarled roots of a great, ancient oak. He froze, hardly daring to breathe. The emberstone in his pocket flared, suddenly hot against his leg. Crouching low, Kaelen peered into the tangled darkness beneath the roots. And there he saw them. It was a creature no taller than his forearm, with skin the color of polished birch bark and hair like a cascade of fine, silver moss. Its eyes were large and luminous, the deep green of a forest pool. But what held Kaelen's gaze was the creature's wing. One was spread, shimmering and perfect, like a leaf of stained glass crafted from amber and gold. The other was crumpled, torn near the base, and hung at a painful, useless angle. The creature looked at Kaelen, its large eyes wide with a mixture of fear and defiance. It tried to flutter the good wing, a gesture of warning, but winced and stilled, a soft, pained sound escaping its lips. Kaelen's heart ached. He didn't move. He simply sat back on his heels, making himself as small and non-threatening as possible. He remembered his grandfather's words, "Listen to the woods." Slowly, carefully, he reached into his pocket and drew out the emberstone. It was glowing brightly now, casting a circle of warm, buttery light on the dark earth between them. The creature flinched at first, then its eyes fixed on the stone, its fear seeming to soften into curiosity. "I won't hurt you," Kaelen said, his voice barely a whisper, as if speaking to a shy bird. He placed the stone on the ground and gently pushed it toward the roots. The creature watched him, unmoving. Then, with a hesitant, delicate movement, it reached out a slender hand and touched the stone. A visible shiver ran through its small frame, and its eyes closed for a moment. When they opened, the fear was gone, replaced by a look of profound relief. The warmth of the stone, it seemed, was a language it understood. This was how their friendship began. Not with grand speeches or heroic deeds, but with a shared silence and the gentle glow of a magical stone. Kaelen visited every day. He brought scraps of soft cloth from his grandfather's workshop to make a proper nest, and little offerings of honeyed water in an acorn cap and the sweetest wild berries he could find. He learned the creature's name was Kaelen, a name that sounded like the wind sighing through pine needles. Kaelen was a wood sprite, a guardian of the deep, quiet places, who had been caught in a terrible storm while trying to guide a family of lost badgers to shelter. As the days turned into weeks, Kaelen's loneliness vanished completely. His world, once so quiet, was now filled with Kaelen's soft, chiming voice and the stories he told, tales of the hidden world that existed just beside our own, of mushroom rings that were doorways to sun-dappled glades, of rivers that sang old songs, and of the ancient, slumbering spirits of the trees. Kaelen, in turn, told Kaelen about his life in the cottage, about his quiet grandfather, and about the hollow feeling that had lived inside him for so long. They shared their stories sitting by the stream or nestled in the roots of the great oak, the emberstone always glowing between them, a silent, warm-hearted witness to their growing bond. But Kaelan's wing was not healing. The tear was deep, and despite the clean bandages Kaelen fashioned from spider silk and lily petals, and the soothing poultices of crushed yarrow Kaelen taught him to make, the wing remained limp and painful. A deep sadness settled in Kaelan's luminous eyes. A wood sprite without flight was like a river without water. It was a fundamental part of their being, severed. "The first hearth," Kaelen said one afternoon, his voice thin with despair. They were watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of violet and rose. "The stories say its embers hold the first warmth, the first light. That warmth can mend what is truly broken, but its location was lost long ago." Kaelen felt the emberstone grow warm in his hand. It was more than its usual pulse. It was a sudden, urgent heat. He looked at the stone, then at his friend's drooping shoulders, and a resolve, steady and true, kindled within him. "We will find it," Kaelen said, his voice firm with a certainty he hadn't known he possessed. Kaelen looked at him, hope warring with fear in his green eyes. "The journey is perilous. It lies in the heart of the whispering woods, where the paths shift and the light plays tricks on the mind." "You are my friend," Kaelen said simply, "and I will help you." And so their true journey began. The next morning, with his grandfather's blessing and a pack filled with provisions, Kaelen set out with Kaelen perched carefully on his shoulder, his good wing occasionally brushing against Kaelen's cheek for balance. The emberstone was tied securely around Kaelen's neck with a leather cord, its glow their constant guide. The forest changed as they traveled deeper. The familiar oaks and pines gave way to trees Kaelen had never seen, silver-barked sentinels with leaves that chimed softly in the breeze, and willows whose trailing branches seemed to write secrets in the air. This was the Whispering Woods. The air itself hummed with a low, melodic energy, and the light was strange and dappled, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to have lives of their own. The path was not a path at all, but a series of intuitive choices guided by the emberstone. It would glow brighter when they chose the correct direction, its warmth flaring like a silent cheer. When they were led astray by a tempting, sunlit clearing or a seemingly easy route downhill, the stone's light would dim and its warmth would fade to a cool warning. They faced challenges that tested their courage and their friendship. They crossed a river of liquid moonlight on a bridge woven from spider silk and starlight, a crossing that required absolute trust. Kaelen, who had never been brave in a loud, boastful way, found a deep, quiet courage within himself, placing one foot carefully in front of the other while Kaelen whispered encouragement in his ear. They encountered a thicket of thistle sighs, plants that exhaled a sweet, sleepy perfume meant to lull travelers into an endless slumber. As Kaelen's eyelids grew heavy and his steps began to falter, it was Kaelen who saved them. Weak as he was, he hummed a sharp, clear note, a wood sprite's melody of awakening, that cut through the enchanted fog and cleared Kaelen's mind. They helped each other. Kaelen's strength and steady presence protected Kaelen from the physical dangers of the forest, while Kaelen's ancient wisdom and subtle magic guided them through the realm's more mystical perils. Kaelen was no longer just a quiet, lonely boy. He was a protector, a guide, a friend. The journey was transforming him, burning away his insecurities and fears, leaving behind a core of strength and compassion as steady as the emberstone's glow. After 3 days of travel, they arrived at a place where the very air seemed to shimmer with heat. Before them was a small, perfectly circular clearing. In its center, nestled within a ring of ancient, smooth-worn stones, was not a roaring fire, but a bed of deep, crimson embers. This was the first hearth. It gave off no smoke, only a profound, gentle warmth that seemed to seep into the soul, and a soft, pulsating light that mirrored the rhythm of the emberstone around Kaelen's neck. The stone itself was now blazing, not with a harsh glare, but with a joyful, brilliant light, as if it had finally come home. They approached the ring of stones with reverence. The warmth was immense, but it was not a heat that burned. It was a warmth that soothed, that mended, that made whole. "What do we do?" Kaelen whispered, the sacred silence of the place demanding quiet. Kaelen, his eyes reflecting the deep red glow of the embers, slid from Kaelen's shoulder. "The stories say the warmth must be invited. It cannot be taken." Kaelen understood. He untied the ember stone from his neck. He held it in his palm, feeling its joyful, vibrant pulse sync with the rhythm of the hearth. Then he didn't throw it. He simply knelt and with the utmost care placed the glowing stone into the bed of embers. For a moment nothing happened. Then a single thread of light, brilliant and gold, unspooled from the ember stone and rose into the air. It danced for a moment before flowing, like liquid sunlight, toward Kaelen's injured wing. It wrapped around the tear, a gentle, luminous bandage. Kaelen gasped, not in pain, but in awe. A look of pure, radiant warmth spread across his face as the light sank into the torn membrane. Kaelen watched, his heart pounding, as the crumpled wing began to straighten. The tear knitted itself back together, the delicate, stained glass patterns reforming whole and perfect. The wing shimmered, now even more beautiful than before, pulsing with the same gentle, ember-like light as the stone and the hearth. Kaelen stretched his wings, both of them, and beat them tentatively. A shower of golden motes filled the air. Then with a cry of pure joy, he lifted into the air, hovering before Kaelen, his face alight with a gratitude so profound it needed no words. He flew a slow, graceful circle around the clearing, his flight as natural and effortless as breathing. He landed softly back on Kaelen's outstretched arm, his small hand resting on Kaelen's. "Thank you, my friend," Kaelen said, his voice thick with emotion. Kaelen simply smiled, the warmth in his chest rivaling that of the first hearth. He reached into the embers and retrieved the ember stone. It was cool to the touch now, its deep gray surface once again unremarkable. The great pulsing light was gone, but Kaelen knew the magic wasn't. It had done its work. It had shown him what he needed to see, his own courage, the value of friendship, and the hidden wonders of the world. The journey back was swift and filled with a quiet joy. The whispering woods seemed to recognize the change in them, and the paths unfolded easily before them. When they finally reached the great oak by the stream, the place where their friendship had begun, they did not say a sad goodbye. "This is not an ending," Kaelen said, his repaired wing glinting in the afternoon light. "The forest is my home and your cottage is yours, but the space between them is now a bridge. I will always be here." Kaelen nodded, his throat tight. He knew it was true. The loneliness was gone forever, replaced by the warm, certain knowledge of this bond. He walked back to the cottage as the stars began to pepper the twilight sky. His grandfather was waiting by the fire, a pot of stew simmering over the hearth. "You found what you were looking for," the old man said, not as a question, but as a statement. His eyes, wise and kind, took in Kaelen's peaceful expression and the quiet, unglowing stone in his hand. "I did," Kaelen said, sitting on the rug before the fire. He told his grandfather the whole story, of Kaelen, the journey, the first hearth, the mended wing. He spoke of the shifting paths and the river of moonlight, of the thistle sighs and the profound warmth that mends what is broken. His grandfather listened, his carving lying forgotten in his lap, a smile playing on his lips. When Kaelen finished, the old man simply reached out and placed a hand on his grandson's shoulder. "Your grandmother would be very pleased," he said softly. That night, Kaelen fell asleep with the unassuming gray stone on his bedside table. The cottage was just as quiet as it had always been, but the silence was different now. It was no longer heavy or empty. It was a peaceful, comfortable silence, filled with the memory of a chiming voice and the promise of tomorrow's visit to the great oak. He knew that out there under the canopy of stars, his friend was safe and whole, watching over the sleeping forest. And he knew that the magic of the Emberstone had not faded. It had simply settled deep inside him, a steady, warm glow of friendship, courage, and the quiet, enduring wonder of the world. It was a glow that would keep him company always, a small, personal hearth to warm his heart on even the coldest of nights. And as the fire in our own story's hearth burns down to a soft, crimson bed of embers, casting its final, flickering shadows, let that same feeling of warmth and peace settle over you. The journey is done, the mystery is solved, and all is well. Let your breathing grow slow and deep, matching the gentle rhythm of the sleeping world. Close your eyes and carry this warmth with you into your dreams, where friendships are forged in starlight and every ending is a gentle, peaceful beginning. Sleep well. Story 10. Deep within the heart of the world, there lay a forest so ancient that its roots remembered when the mountains were young. This was the verdant vale, a place where moonlight wove itself into the very fabric of existence and magic hummed just beneath the surface of things. On this particular evening, the moon was a perfect, luminous pearl in a velvet sky, and its light filtered down through the canopy in silver threads, illuminating a world that only truly awakened when the sun had gone to bed. A young hedgehog named Thistle was just beginning his nightly wanderings. He was a creature of routine, his small, padded feet tracing familiar paths between fern and foxglove. But tonight a strange restlessness prickled along his spine, sharper than his own quills. He paused by a particularly large oak, its bark gnarled and wise, and placed a gentle paw upon it. "Something feels different," he whispered, more to himself than to the tree. To his surprise, a soft, rustling sensation traveled up his leg, a feeling like the turning of a great, slow page. It was not words, not as he knew them, but a profound sense of melancholy that seeped from the oak's roots into his own being. The tree was sighing. All through the forest, Thistle now realized, the trees were humming a low, sorrowful song, a vibration that thrummed through the soil and into the souls of all who could listen. Determined to understand, Thistle followed the pull of the sadness, his path leading him away from his usual routes and deeper into the parts of the vale where the moss grew thick as carpets and the stones glowed with a faint, internal light. He came upon a clearing he had never seen before, a perfect circle where the moon poured its liquid silver unimpeded. At its center stood the grand sentinel, an owl whose feathers were the color of weathered bark and whose eyes held the calm of countless turning seasons. Little Snuffler the owl hooted, his voice the sound of wind moving through a hollow log. "You have heard the trees lament." "I have felt it, Sentinel," Thistle replied, bowing his head respectfully. "What grieves them so?" "The heartwood spring," the owl said, gesturing with a great wing towards the eastern edge of the clearing. "The source that feeds the forest's deepest magic, it has grown quiet. Its song, which usually chimes with the music of the stars, has faded to a whisper." Thistle peered where the owl indicated and saw a small, rocky basin where water should have been bubbling forth. Now it was merely damp, and the luminous fungi that usually clustered around it, painting the rocks in hues of ethereal green and blue, had dimmed. The very air around it felt still and waiting. "The spring's magic is tied to the great cycle," the sentinel explained, not lecturing, but simply sharing knowledge as old as the hills. "It must be reminded to flow. It needs a willing heart to listen, to learn its secret language and to sing it back to itself. But the way is not without its trials. The spring slumbers, and in its dreams it has forgotten its own purpose." Thistle's own small heart thumped bravely against his ribs. "I will go. I will try to help it remember." The Grand Sentinel blinked slowly, a gesture of profound approval. "Then listen not just with your ears, little one, Listen with your paws, with your whiskers, with the very beat of your blood. The forest will speak to you if you are quiet enough to hear. And so Thistle's quest began. His first guide was the stream that flowed from the spring, though now it was little more than a tired trickle. He knelt beside it, placing his ear close to the water. At first he heard only the faint gurgle. But as he stilled his breathing and let the night sounds wash over him, he began to hear more. It was a language of movement, of smooth stones caressed by the current, of tiny particles of silt dancing in an ancient, flowing rhythm. The stream wasn't just water, it was a story of where it had been and where it longed to go. Its sadness was the sadness of stagnation, of being unable to continue its journey to the sea, to fall as rain, to begin the cycle anew. Keep me moving, the water seemed to sigh with every reluctant drop. A river that does not flow becomes a swamp. A story that is not told is forgotten. Further on, the path was blocked by a tumble of mossy stones. They were not mere rocks, they were the memory keepers of the forest, their surfaces etched with the history of rains and winds. Thistle approached them not with frustration, but with curiosity. He laid his warm paw upon the largest stone. It was cool and surprisingly vibrant. A deep, resonant hum traveled up his leg, a vibration so low it was felt more than heard. It spoke of patience, of epochs spent watching seasons turn. It spoke of the deep, restorative magic of rest. The stone's wisdom was in its stillness, a counterpoint to the stream's desire for motion. Everything has its season, the stone murmured into his bones. Even rest is part of the song. Do not rush the silence, for it is in the quiet that new roots grow. As he navigated the labyrinth of stones, a gentle rain began to fall. It was not a storm, but a soft, whispering shower. Each drop was a tiny drumbeat on the broad leaves of the guardian ferns, a pit-a-pat that was the very sound of peace. The rain collected on the petals of moonflowers, which held the water like offerings of liquid diamond before tipping them gently to the earth. The sound was a natural lullaby, and Thistle felt his restless urgency begin to soften, replaced by a focused calm. He finally reached the basin of the Heartwood Spring. It was a sorrowful sight. The pool was shallow, the mud at its bottom cracked like a parched tongue. The glowing mushrooms around its rim were pale and listless. In the center of the pool, a single crystalline geode lay exposed, its interior dark. This was the heart of the spring. Thistle remembered the sentinel's words. He did not try to shout or demand. He sat at the water's edge, closed his eyes, and began to listen with his whole being. He listened to the soft shush-shush of the wind combing through the pine needles high above. He listened to the gentle drip-drop of the rain from leaf to leaf. He felt the patient, grounding hum of the stones beneath him, and he remembered the flowing, yearning song of the stream. He wove these sounds and feelings together in his heart, not as separate things, but as different verses of the same eternal ballad, the ballad of the forest. He began to hum, a low, soft sound that mimicked the stone's vibration. Then he let his hum rise and fall, capturing the rhythm of the dripping rain. Finally, he let it flow, smooth and continuous, echoing the stream's desire for journey. He was singing back to the spring the song of its own home, reminding it of the world it was meant to nourish. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then a single, brilliant point of light kindled within the dark geode. It was the color of a newborn star. Another appeared, and then another, until the geode's interior was a miniature galaxy of bioluminescent wonder. The light pulsed in time with Thistle's humming. A deep, resonant chime echoed through the clearing, a sound of pure, crystalline magic. From the geode, a single, perfect drop of water welled up and fell into the pool. Plink. Then another. Plink. And another. The drops came faster, no longer a sad trickle, but a joyful, bubbling resurgence. Clear, cold water began to pour from the heart, filling the basin, washing over the cracked mud, and flowing joyously down the stream bed. As the water returned, so did the light. The fungi around the spring flared to life, their green and blue glows reflecting in the newborn pool, turning the entire clearing into a cathedral of living light. The trees surrounding the clearing rustled their leaves in a wave of grateful applause, their sorrowful song replaced by one of vibrant, thrumming life. The grand sentinel alighted silently on a branch above. "You see, little Snuffler," he said, his voice warm with pride. "You did not command the spring, you listened, and in listening you understood that renewal is not a force we wield, but a cycle we join. The forest needed to rest, to be quiet, so that its return to life could be all the sweeter. You were the gentle reminder it needed." Thistle looked at the revitalized spring, its waters now catching the moonlight and the bioluminescent glow, creating a dance of silver and sapphire on the stone. The tension was gone, replaced by a profound and peaceful resolution. The secret language of the forest was not one of words, but of connection, the connection between movement and stillness, sound and silence, giving and receiving. He made his way back through the forest, his heart full. The stream now babbled cheerfully beside him, its story one of joyful journeying once more. The stones hummed their deep, contented hymn of patience. The rain had ceased, leaving the air clean and fresh, and the wind in the leaves was a soft, whispering benediction. When Thistle finally reached his own cozy burrow under the roots of the great, sighing oak, he found the tree was no longer melancholy. A sense of deep, peaceful contentment radiated from its trunk. He curled up on his bed of dried leaves, the sounds of the reawakened forest a gentle lullaby, the chuckle of the stream, the rustle of the happy trees, the distant, wise hoot of the sentinel. He had gone out into the night feeling a restless difference, and he returned understanding that this difference was simply another turn in the great cycle. And as he drifted into a deep and dreamless sleep, the verdant veil hummed around him, a vast, living, breathing entity, forever woven from moonlight and magic, forever singing its ancient, comforting song of rest and renewal. Story 11. In a quiet valley nestled between two sleeping mountains, there lived a young person named Rowan, whose heart beat in time with the turning of the seasons. Rowan was gentle and kind, with eyes the color of twilight and hands that could soothe any trembling creature. Yet within their own chest a quiet unrest stirred, a feeling of being unfinished, like a song missing its final verse. Their cottage stood at the edge of a wild, whispering wood, and behind it lay a garden. But this was no ordinary garden. It was a place where feelings took root and grew into visible things. When Rowan felt joy, small white blossoms would unfurl along the stone path. When doubt crept in, the leaves of the silverbell trees would shiver, though no wind blew. One evening, as the last light bled from the sky, Rowan sat on the mossy steps and sighed. "I feel like a seed that has forgotten what it's meant to become," they whispered to the gathering dark. No sooner had the words left their lips than a soft rustling came from the edge of the wood. An old woman emerged, her hair the color of milkweed floss and her eyes holding the deep, knowing light of ancient stars. In her hands she carried a basket woven from willow switches, filled with packets of seeds that shimmered with a light of their own. "Every seed remembers," the woman said, her voice like the sound of leaves turning in autumn. "It simply needs the right conditions to remind itself." She introduced herself as Hazel, a keeper of growing things, and explained that the garden responded not to the weather of the sky, but to the weather of the heart. She asked if she might visit from time to tend not to the plants, but to the gardener. And so began a quiet companionship that unfolded with the slow, sure pace of a river carving stone. The first small victory came on a morning when Rowan woke feeling particularly small and uncertain. The garden had responded overnight, The petals of the moonflowers had curled tightly inward, and the path was edged with creeping gray moss. Hazel arrived as the dew was still clinging to the spider webs. She didn't mention the garden state, but instead asked Rowan to help her plant a new variety of seed, ones that looked like tiny, iridescent pearls. "These are courage seeds," Hazel explained, pressing one into Rowan's palm. "They don't need much water, but they require steady hands and a belief that small beginnings matter." As they planted, Hazel spoke of how caterpillars, when the time is right, build a quiet chamber around themselves. "They don't know what they're becoming," she said softly. "They only know they must be still and trust the change." Rowan listened, their breathing slowing to match the rhythm of Hazel's words. When they finished planting, they noticed something remarkable. Where their fingers had touched the soil, tiny green shoots had already emerged, each tipped with a light the color of dawn. Over the following weeks, small transformations began to occur, both in the garden and in Rowan. When Rowan managed to speak their mind to a traveling merchant who tried to undervalue their honey, vibrant orange marigolds bloomed along the fence, their petals like tiny suns. When they comforted a lost child and helped them find their way home, a patch of blue forget-me-nots appeared near the gate, their centers holding what looked like captured starlight. And when Rowan spent an entire afternoon listening to an elderly neighbor's stories without once glancing at the setting sun, night-blooming jasmine unfurled its perfume, each flower a white trumpet celebrating presence. Hazel would appear at these moments of growth, never too early, never too late, always with a gentle observation or a story that seemed to perfectly mirror what Rowan was experiencing. "Change is like the moon," she said one evening as they sat watching fireflies dance above the lavender. "It has its phases. Sometimes you feel full and radiant, other times dark and hidden. But you're always complete, even when you can't see your own light." One morning, Rowan woke to find a delicate structure had formed overnight in the heart of the garden, a cocoon woven from silver threads and morning dew, hanging from the branch of the ancient oak tree. It pulsed with a soft, golden light. Hazel arrived as Rowan was staring in wonder. "Ah," she said, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "The transformation is nearing its completion. But what is it becoming?" Rowan asked, their voice barely a whisper. "The garden knows what you're ready to see," Hazel replied mysteriously. That night Rowan dreamed of wings, not of flying, but of unfurling. They dreamed of colors that hadn't been invented yet, of patterns that told stories older than the mountains. When they woke, the first thing they noticed was the silence. The garden was holding its breath. They went outside to find the cocoon glowing brighter than ever, its light casting rainbow patterns on the surrounding leaves. Hazel was already there, sitting on a stone bench, her hands folded in her lap. "It's time," she said simply. As the sun crested the mountains, spilling liquid gold across the valley, the cocoon began to tremble. A crack appeared in its surface, fine as a spider's thread. Then another and another, until the entire structure was veined with light. Rowan watched, their heart beating in their throat as something emerged, not a butterfly or moth, but a creature they had never seen before. Its wings were the color of understanding, a shifting, iridescent blue-green that seemed to hold both the sea and the sky. Its body was covered in soft fur that shimmered like moonlight on water, and its eyes held the same ancient starlight as Hazel's. The creature stretched its wings, which were marked with patterns that told the story of Rowan's journey, the small white blossoms of joy, the orange marigolds of speaking truth, the blue forget-me-nots of compassion, the night-blooming jasmine of presence. It didn't fly away immediately. Instead, it fluttered to Rowan's shoulder, its weight no more than a sigh. In that moment, Rowan felt a profound shift within themselves, a settling, like puzzle pieces finally clicking into place. They looked down at their hands and noticed they were glowing with the same soft light as the garden. When they moved, they left trails of color in the air, not solid but shimmering like heat haze over summer fields. Hazel approached, her smile containing all the warmth of 1,000 sunrises. "The garden has been reflecting you all along," she said. "But now you've learned to reflect it back." Rowan understood then that the beautiful creature wasn't separate from them. It was a manifestation of their own becoming. The cocoon hadn't been in the garden had been their cocoon all along. As the day warmed, the creature, their transformation given form, lifted from their shoulder and began to fly in slow, graceful circles over the garden. Where its wings brushed the air, flowers bloomed in its wake, new varieties that had never been seen before, each one representing a quality Rowan had discovered within themselves. Resilience like flexible willow, wisdom like deep-rooted oak, joy like dancing dandelion fluff. Hazel placed a hand on Rowan's shoulder. "My work here is done," she said softly. "But yours is just beginning." Rowan turned to ask what she meant, but Hazel was already walking toward the wood, her form becoming less distinct with each step, until she seemed to dissolve into the dappled light beneath the trees. Alone in the garden, Rowan felt not loneliness, but a profound connection to everything around them. They walked the stone path, now bordered with flowers of every color, and noticed that with each step, their feet left faint imprints of light that slowly faded, like memories of starlight. That evening, as the embers of sunset glowed on the horizon, Rowan sat on their mossy steps once more. But this time there was no sigh of discontent. Instead, they watched as their transformation creature settled on a branch of the oak tree, its wings slowly folding and unfolding in a rhythm that matched Rowan's breathing. They realized that this wasn't an ending at all, but a new beginning, the start of understanding that change wasn't something to be endured, but something to be embraced, like the turning of pages in a beloved story. The garden had been their teacher, Hazel their guide, but the truest wisdom had been waiting within them all along, like a seed holding the memory of the forest. As the first stars pricked through the velvet sky, Rowan felt a quiet certainty settle in their bones. They were exactly where they were meant to be, not finished, but beautifully, wonderfully unfolding, like a flower that has learned there are infinite ways to bloom. And in the gentle darkness, surrounded by a garden that pulsed with the rhythm of their own heart, Rowan understood the most comforting truth of all, that we are all in constant, gentle metamorphosis, and that the most beautiful transformations happen not in a single dramatic moment, but in the quiet accumulation of small brave choices, like seeds taking root in welcoming soil. Story 12. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its light dancing across the room in patterns of gold and shadow. It was on a night just like this, when the wind whispered secrets through the pines and the moon was but a sliver of silver in the sky, that a young boy named Kaelen found something that would change his world. Kaelen was a quiet child, with thoughtful eyes the color of the forest floor after a rain, and a heart that listened more than it spoke. He lived with his grandmother in a cottage at the edge of a vast, ancient wood, a place where the trees stood so tall and close that their canopy turned day into a gentle, green-tinted twilight. His grandmother often told him stories of the woods, of spirits that danced in the dappled light and creatures that spoke in the rustle of leaves. But Kaelen, though he loved the stories, felt a quiet loneliness in his chest, a hollow space that the everyday joys of village life could not quite fill. One evening, as the first chill of autumn began to nip at the air, Kaelen was gathering kindling near the stone wall that separated their garden from the wildwood. His grandmother had asked for dry twigs and a particular fragrant bark to add to the evening fire. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and deep rose. It was then, as he reached for a piece of birch bark, that he noticed a faint, pulsing glow from a crevice between two mossy stones. Curious, he knelt down. The glow was a soft, warm orange, like the heart of a banked fire. He carefully brushed away the damp leaves and spider silk, and his fingers closed around a smooth, cool object. He drew it out. It was a stone no larger than a robin's egg, perfectly oval and impossibly smooth. But it was not the shape that held him spellbound, it was the light. Deep within the stone's crystalline heart, a gentle fire seemed to burn. It pulsed slowly, rhythmically, like a sleeping breath. When he cupped it in his hands, a profound warmth spread through his palms, seeping into his bones, chasing away the evening's chill. It felt alive. He showed it to his grandmother that night as they sat by the fire. She took the stone in her wrinkled hands, her eyes reflecting its soft glow. "Ah," she said, her voice a soft rustle like falling leaves. "An emberstone. I have not seen one since I was a girl. They are rare things. They are said to be pieces of the first starlight, cooled and kindled with the earth's own warmth. They do not choose just any hand to hold them, Kaelen." "What does it do?" he whispered, his eyes wide. "It guides," she said simply, handing it back to him. "It lights the way for those who are lost, not in the woods, but in themselves. It is a companion for a journey. I think this one has been waiting for you." That night, Kaelen slept with the emberstone tucked under his pillow. He dreamed not in images, but in feelings, a sense of deep, resonant calling, a pull from the heart of the forest. When he awoke, the feeling was still there, a quiet insistence in his soul. The stone, resting on his bedside table, glowed a little brighter as he looked at it. And so, with his grandmother's blessing and a satchel of bread and cheese, Kaelen set out the next morning. The emberstone he carried in a small leather pouch tied around his neck, its warmth a constant, comforting presence against his chest. He passed the familiar landmarks, the old oak with the crooked branch, the stream where he skipped stones, the patch of wild blueberries his grandmother loved. But soon he was in a part of the woods he had never dared to explore, where the path faded into a carpet of moss, and the air grew thick with the scent of damp earth and blooming nightshade. The forest was alive with sound. The crunch of his own footsteps on the leafy floor was a soft percussion beneath the melody of chirping crickets and the distant call of a wood thrush. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy in shifting columns of gold, illuminating motes of dust that danced like tiny fairies. He walked for what felt like hours, the emberstone's gentle pulse a steady guide. It seemed to grow warmer when he chose the right direction, cooler when he hesitated or strayed. As the day wore on, a gentle mystery began to unfold. He started to notice subtle signs, a pattern of mushrooms arranged in a perfect circle, a series of knots in the exposed roots of a great willow that looked curiously like a map, a faint, melodic humming that seemed to come from the trees themselves. It was as if the forest was breathing a secret, and he was only just learning to hear its language. It was during a moment of rest, as he sat on a fallen log sipping water from his flask, that he encountered the first true marvel. A flicker of russet and white moved in the periphery of his vision. He stayed perfectly still. A moment later, a fox stepped delicately into the clearing. It was a beautiful creature, with a coat the color of autumn and intelligent amber eyes that held no fear. It did not run. Instead, it tilted its head, watching him. "Hello," Kaelen said softly, his voice barely a whisper. The fox took a step closer, then another. Its nose twitched, sniffing the air near the pouch around Kaelen's neck. The emberstone pulsed warmly in response. "You can feel it, can't you?" Kaelen murmured. He carefully loosened the drawstring and let the stone's glow spill out. The fox made a soft, chuffing sound, almost like a quiet laugh, and lay down a few feet away, curling its brush around its paws. This was the beginning of an unexpected friendship. Kaelen named the fox Ember for its coloring and for the stone that had drawn them together. Ember became his guide and companion. The fox would trot ahead, pausing to look back and ensure Kaelen was following, leading him away from treacherous marshy ground and under low-hanging branches. They communicated not with words, but with glances and shared silence. Kaelen shared his bread. Ember, in turn, led him to a hidden spring with water so sweet and clear it tasted of moonlight. Their journey led them deeper, into a part of the forest where the trees were so ancient their bark was like wrinkled silver, and their leaves whispered stories of centuries past. The air grew even more still, charged with a soft, magical energy. And then, as the afternoon light began to slant into long, golden beams, Ember stopped before a wall of intertwined ivy and weeping willow branches. It looked impenetrable. But the emberstone at Kaelin's chest was now so warm it was almost hot, pulsing with a rapid, eager light. Ember looked at him, then nudged her nose towards the green wall. Trusting her, Kaelin stepped forward and pushed the vines aside. He gasped. He was standing at the entrance to a hidden world. It was a valley nestled in a natural bowl within the hills, completely concealed from the outside. The light here was different, softer, gentler, as if filtered through a pearl. Giant luminescent moths, their wings like stained glass, floated lazily in the air, casting shifting patterns of soft blue and green light. Flowers that looked like closed bells of crystal chimed softly when a breeze stirred them. In the center of the valley stood a tree, unlike any Kaelin had ever seen. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark looking like molten silver, and its leaves were not green, but a shifting tapestry of gold, copper, and deep ruby. It was the source tree, the heart of this secret sanctuary. But something was wrong. As Kaelin walked closer, his heart sank. The great tree, while still magnificent, seemed tired. Many of its glorious leaves were dull and brittle, and some had fallen to form a sad, dusty carpet around its roots. The light in the valley was dimmer than it should have been, the chimes of the crystal flowers faint and sorrowful. A profound sense of melancholy hung in the air. A figure emerged from behind the great tree. It was an old woman, though she seemed made of the forest itself. Her hair was like streamers of moss, her dress woven from shifting shadows and dappled sunlight. Her eyes were the deep, knowing brown of the earth. "Welcome, child of the Emberstone," she said, her voice the sound of wind through pine needles. "I am the warden of this grove. You have come at a time of fading." "What's happening to the tree?" Kaelin asked, his voice full of concern. "The heart fire of the source tree is dimming," the warden explained, placing a gnarled hand on the silvery bark. "It is a slow, quiet magic that has burned for 1,000 years, fed by stories, by laughter, by the quiet joys of the world outside. But loneliness is a cold thing, and silence is a blanket that smothers light. The world has grown too busy to remember its stories. The tree forgets how to shine." Kaelin looked at the weary tree, then down at the Emberstone, which glowed in solid, sympathetic pulses. He understood that hollow feeling in his own chest then. It was the same loneliness that was causing the great tree to fade. "Is there anything I can do?" he asked, his voice small but steady. The warden smiled, a slow, gentle cracking of her weathered face. "The tree needs to remember a story. A true story from a true heart. Your Emberstone is a piece of this same magic. It recognizes a kindred spirit. You must share your light with the tree." Hesitantly, Kaelin approached the massive roots of the source tree. He felt small and insignificant. What story could he possibly tell that could help such an ancient, magical being? He sat down, leaning his back against the warm, silvery bark. Ember the fox curled up beside him, a warm, reassuring presence. He closed his eyes, the Emberstone a steady weight against his chest. He didn't tell a story of great heroes or epic battles. He didn't have one. Instead, he thought of the small, authentic moments that made his own heart feel warm. He thought of the sound of his grandmother humming as she kneaded dough, the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke that filled their cottage. He remembered the feeling of the sun on his face after a long winter, the taste of the first wild strawberry of summer, the crunch of frost under his boots on a clear morning. He thought of the quiet companionship of Ember the fox, the trust that had grown between them without a single word spoken. He poured all of these feelings out, not in a loud voice, but in a soft, steady stream of thought and memory, channeling them through the warm pulse of the emberstone. He spoke of his own loneliness, the hollow space he had carried for so long, and how this journey, this friendship, had begun to fill it. He shared his wonder at the beauty of the hidden valley, the kindness of the warden, the simple, profound joy of connection. As he shared, something miraculous began to happen. The emberstone at his chest flared, not with a blinding light, but with a deep, radiant warmth that flowed from him into the tree. A soft, golden light began to travel up the source tree's trunk, seeping into its branches like liquid sunshine. The dull, brittle leaves began to shimmer, their colors deepening, glowing from within. One by one, the fallen leaves on the ground dissolved into motes of golden light that rose into the air, joining the dance of the luminescent moths. The crystal flowers rang out with clear, joyful chimes. The entire valley was bathed in a renewed, vibrant light, warmer and more alive than before. The heart fire of the source tree was burning brightly once more. Kaelen opened his eyes, breathless. The tree stood before him, resplendent, its canopy a blazing symphony of autumn hues, each leaf glowing with its own inner fire. The hollow space in his own chest was gone, replaced by a feeling of profound peace and wholeness. The warden placed a hand on his shoulder. "You see," she said, her eyes gleaming. "The greatest magic is not in grand gestures, but in the sharing of a warm and truthful heart. You have not just saved the tree, child, you have found yourself." Kaelen spent the rest of the day in the hidden valley, resting in its renewed peace. He ate with the warden, who shared fruits that tasted of starlight and honey. Ember chased the glowing moths, her russet coat painted in shifting colors. When it was time to leave, Kaelen felt no sadness, only a deep and abiding gratitude. The journey back felt different. The woods seemed friendlier, the path clearer. He carried the warmth of the source tree within him now, a steady, gentle flame alongside the pulse of the emberstone. When he and Ember reached the edge of the familiar woods, the fox stopped. She nudged his hand with her nose, her amber eyes full of a deep understanding. Then, with a final flick of her brush, she turned and melted back into the forest shadows. It was not a goodbye, but a see you again. Kaelen arrived home as the stars were beginning to prick the deep velvet of the night sky. The lights of his grandmother's cottage windows were a welcome sight. She was waiting for him at the door, her face illuminated by the firelight within. He didn't need to say much. She looked at his face, saw the peace in his eyes and the new light that seemed to emanate from him, and she simply smiled, pulling him into a warm, silent hug. That night, as they sat by the crackling fire, Kaelen told her everything. He told her of the emberstone's guidance, of the clever fox, of the hidden valley and the weary source tree, and of the simple story of warmth and connection that had rekindled its light. His grandmother listened, her knitting needles clicking a soft rhythm to his words. When he was finished, she said, "You have brought the forest's warmth home with you, my dear, and you have learned its most important lesson, that our own light grows brightest when we share it with others." Kaelen went to bed that night, the emberstone once again under his pillow. Its glow was softer now, a contented, steady ember in the dark. He was no longer the boy with a hollow in his chest. He was a boy who had journeyed into the unknown and found friendship, purpose, and the warm, glowing truth of his own heart. As he drifted into sleep, the fire in the hearth whispered and sighed, its light dancing on the walls, a reflection of the gentle, steady flame he now carried within. And in his dreams, he walked once more through the sun-dappled woods, with a russet fox at his side and the whole warm world singing a soft, endless lullaby. Story 13. Story 14. Story 15. Story 16. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls that seemed to whisper secrets of their own. Outside, a gentle rain pattered against the window pane, a soothing rhythm perfect for a journey into dreamland. So snuggle down, little one, and let me tell you a tale woven from moonlight, moss, and the quiet courage found in unlikely places. It begins with a child named Finn, whose footsteps were often as soft as falling snow. Finn lived on the very edge of the village of Oakhaven, where the neat cobbled streets and friendly chatter gradually gave way to wild hedgerows and the deep, ancient silence of the whispering woods. Most villagers spoke of the woods with a mixture of awe and caution, telling tales of shifting paths and voices on the wind. Finn, however, felt a strange pull towards its shadowed depths. While other children raced and shouted in the village square, Finn would sit beneath the old hawthorn tree at the forest's edge, listening. Not just to the birdsong or the rustle of leaves, but to something deeper, older, a quiet hum beneath the surface of the world. Finn was known for being quiet, perhaps too quiet for some. Words often tangled on their tongue, fears felt too big to voice, and the bustling energy of the village could feel overwhelming. But in the presence of the ancient trees, Finn felt a different kind of understanding, a calm that settled the restless flutters inside. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden light slanted through the turning leaves, Finn felt the pull stronger than ever. A shimmer like sunlight catching on dew-laden spiderwebs seemed to beckon from just beyond the first line of towering oaks. Taking a deep breath of the damp, earthy air, Finn stepped off the familiar path and into the embrace of the whispering woods. The change was immediate. The village sounds vanished, replaced by the deep hush of the forest floor, muffled by centuries of fallen leaves. Sunlight filtered down in dusty shafts, illuminating motes dancing in the air. The air smelled richly of decaying wood, damp moss, and something sweet and wild, perhaps hidden berries. Finn walked slowly, fingertips brushing rough bark, ears straining. And then they heard it. Not a whisper, but a soft, rhythmic thrumming, like a tiny heartbeat echoing from the roots of a colossal ancient willow tree whose branches wept silvery green tears down to the forest floor. Drawn by the sound, Finn crept closer. Beneath a curtain of trailing willow fronds, nestled amongst velvety mosses green as emeralds, lay a stone. But this was no ordinary river pebble. It was smooth and cool to the touch, about the size of Finn's palm, and seemed to be made of swirling, translucent blues and grays, like captured storm clouds or deep ocean water. And it pulsed with a soft, internal light, synchronized with the gentle thrumming sound. Hesitantly, Finn reached out and picked it up. The stone felt alive in their hand, warm and vibrating faintly. The thrumming intensified slightly, and then, clear as a belt chime in the silence, Finn heard a sound within their own mind. Not words exactly, but a feeling, a sensation, lost, alone, afraid. Finn gasped, nearly dropping the stone. It wasn't speaking, it was feeling, and projecting that feeling directly into Finn's awareness. The stone radiated a profound, aching loneliness mixed with a deep-seated fear. Finn clutched it gently, instinctively wanting to soothe it. "It's all right," Finn murmured aloud, their own voice startlingly loud in the quiet. "You're not alone now." The stone's pulse seemed to steady, the blue light softening from a stormy gray to a calmer, twilight hue. The feeling of fear lessened, replaced by a tentative flicker of hope. "Help," the feeling seemed to ask. Finn knew they couldn't leave the stone. Its sadness was too palpable. But what could they do? Where did it belong? As they pondered, holding the warm, pulsing stone, a gruff voice broke the silence. "HMPH found the murmuring stone, have you?" Finn whirled around. Standing just outside the willow's curtain, silhouetted against the dappled light, was a creature unlike any Finn had seen up close. It was a badger, but enormous, standing nearly as tall as Finn's waist. His fur was thick and grizzled, black and white stripes bowled across his powerful shoulders and face. His eyes, however, were deep brown and surprisingly intelligent, though currently narrowed in a skeptical glare. He held himself with a weary dignity, one paw slightly raised as if ready to retreat. Finn froze, heart pounding. Badgers were known to be reclusive and fiercely territorial. This one looked formidable. The stone in Finn's hand pulsed a brief flare of alarm. The badger sniffed the air. "Put it back," he rumbled, his voice gravelly but not unkind. "Trouble follows that stone, always has." Finn found their voice, small but steady. It feels lost and scared. I couldn't leave it." The badger tilted his head, his dark eyes studying Finn intently. "Lost, scared, probably, been missing near a moon cycle. Caused quite a stir, its absence did, through the deep glade off balance." He took a cautious step closer. "Name's Thorn, keeper of the Tanglewood Warrens, and who might you be, venturing so deep and finding what season trackers couldn't?" "Finn," came the quiet reply. I live near the edge, I just listened." "Listened." Thorn huffed, a sound that might have been a chuckle. Rare skill that these days, especially amongst humans. He eyed the stone again. "Well, Finn who listens, you've found it, but finding is only the start. The murmuring stone belongs in the heart of the deep glade, cradled in the roots of the elder tree. Only there can its song be truly heard, the balance restored, and only there will its fear be soothed." He shifted his weight, looking uncomfortable. "Problem is the way to the deep glade isn't exactly straightforward, especially now. Paths have shifted since the stone went missing. Things are restless." Finn looked from the sad, pulsing stone in their hand to the gruff badger. Thorn seemed weary, burdened. "You know the way?" Finn asked softly. Thorn scratched behind his ear with a powerful hind leg. "Bits of it used to, but the woods are different without the stone's steady hum. The whispering gets confused, misleading." He sighed, a deep rumble from his chest. "Truth be told, young listener, I could use an extra pair of ears. Sharp ones. Mine aren't what they used to be. In the woods, they whisper tricks sometimes." He looked almost embarrassed to admit it. "And that stone, it seems to trust you. Might behave better for you than it would for a grumpy old badger." An unexpected warmth bloomed in Finn's chest. This gruff, intimidating creature was asking for their help, because Finn listened. It was the first time their quiet nature felt like a strength, not a shortcoming. Finn looked down at the murmuring stone. It pulsed a soft, steady blue, the feeling of fear replaced by a quiet thrum of curiosity directed at Thorn. "Friend," it seemed to ask Finn. Finn nodded, meeting Thorn's gaze. "I'll help, we'll take it home." Thorn gave a curt nod, a flicker of relief in his deep eyes. "Right then, stay close, step where I step, and listen, Finn. Listen with more than your ears. The woods will try to guide us, but they speak in riddles and rustles. The stone might help too if it senses the true path." He turned, his powerful body moving with surprising quietness. This way towards the Singing Creek, or where it should be. Their journey began under the shifting canopy. Thorn moved with the sure-footed grace of the forest-born, pausing often to sniff the air, taste the wind, and press a paw to the mossy ground, feeling for vibrations Finn couldn't perceive. Finn followed the murmuring stone held securely but not tightly, a warm, comforting weight. They tried to do as Thorn asked, listening. Not just to the obvious sounds, the chirp of crickets, the distant call of a wood pigeon, the sigh of the wind in the treetops, but to the subtler layers. The way the leaves rustled differently over a hidden burrow. The almost imperceptible hum of insects deep in the bark of an ancient beech. The faint trickle of water that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. At one point, Thorn stopped abruptly at a fork in the barely visible trail. One path sloped gently downwards, dappled with inviting sunlight. The other wound upwards into deeper, shadowed ferns. Thorn sniffed both paths, his brow furrowed. Sunny path smells sweet, too sweet, like honeysuckle out of season. The shadowed path, damp earth, stone, more likely towards the creek bed. He sounded unsure. Finn closed their eyes, focusing. The sunny path did smell sweet, cloyingly so. But beneath it, Finn caught a faint, acrid tang, like something decaying. The shadowed path smelled cool and clean, like wet stone and ferns. And then the murmuring stone pulsed gently. A soft image formed in Finn's mind, not a picture, but a sensation. Cool, clear water running over smooth pebbles, accompanied by a feeling of rightness associated with the shadowed path. "The shadowed path," Finn whispered, opening their eyes. "The stone, it feels the water, the cool, clean water." Thorn looked sharply at Finn, then at the stone, then back at the shadowed path. He took a deep sniff, concentrating. "HMPH, you might be right, listener. My nose is full of that blasted false sweetness. Clever trick." He grunted, a sound that held a hint of newfound respect. "Lead on then, but carefully." The shadowed path was indeed damp and cool, winding between moss-covered boulders and giant ferns that brushed their shoulders. The air grew heavier, filled with the scent of damp earth and rich decay. Soon the sound of water grew clearer, not the gentle singing Thorn expected, but a frantic, gurgling rush. They emerged onto the bank of the Singing Creek, but it was a creek transformed. Instead of its usual clear, chuckling flow, the water was choked with fallen branches, leaves, and thick, choking weeds. It surged angrily against the blockage, its song distorted into a frustrated roar. On the opposite bank, watching the chaos with large, mournful eyes, stood a young roe deer, her flanks heaving as if she'd been trying to cross. "Great roots and burrows," Thorn muttered. "No wonder the woods are restless, the creek's song is strangled." He surveyed the blockage, a tangle of storm-felled branches and dense water reeds. This wasn't here before, must have happened during the last big wind when the stone was missing. Its balance keeps the flows true, even the water flows. The young deer spotted them and let out a soft, distressed bleat. She needed to cross to reach her family, Finn realized, sensing her anxiety as clearly as they sensed the stone's emotions. "We need to clear it," Finn said, the urgency cutting through their usual hesitation. Thorn assessed the situation. Dangerous, current strong, one slip. But he saw the deer's distress, saw the choked water, and knew it affected the whole wood. Right, you, he pointed a claw at Finn, stay on the bank, find me a strong, long branch, sturdy as you can. I'll work from that flat rock midstream. Badgers are better swimmers than we look. He waded cautiously into the edge of the current, testing his footing. Finn scrambled along the bank, searching. They found a fallen ash branch, long and thick, but not too heavy. They dragged it to the water's edge near Thorn. The badger grabbed it with surprising strength. Now listen carefully. When I shove against the main tangle, you pull on that smaller branch poking out upstream. We need to loosen the whole mess, let the water do the rest. Ready? Finn nodded, gripping the smaller, slippery branch. Thorn braced his powerful body against the rock, took a deep breath, and pushed the thick ash branch with all his might against the central knot of debris. Finn pulled with all their strength on the upstream branch. For a moment, nothing happened. The water roared defiance. Finn's arms burned. Thorn grunted with effort. The murmuring stone pulsed warm against Finn's chest, not with fear now, but with fierce encouragement. Push. Pull. Suddenly, with a groan and a splintering crack, the central mass shifted. The upstream branch Finn was pulling on snapped free, sending them stumbling backwards. But the shift was enough. The pent-up water surged through the new gap with tremendous force, tearing at the rest of the blockage. Branches snapped, weeds ripped free, and the tangled mass began to unravel, carried downstream in a churning rush. The roar of frustration subsided into the creek's familiar, joyous singing as clear water bubbled freely over the stones once more. Thorn hauled himself back onto the bank, dripping and panting, but his eyes gleamed. Well done, Finn, you've got a strong pull in you. He shook himself vigorously, sending droplets flying. The young deer didn't hesitate. With a graceful leap, she bounded across the newly cleared creek, pausing on the far bank to dip her head towards Finn and Thorn in clear thanks before disappearing into the ferns. A sense of profound relief washed over the little clearing. The air felt lighter, cleaner. Even the sunlight seemed brighter. The murmuring stone pulsed a warm, golden light, radiating pure, wordless gratitude. As they continued, the forest seemed to breathe easier around them. The whispering woods felt less confused, more welcoming. Birdsong seemed clearer, the rustling leaves more melodic. Thorn navigated with more confidence, occasionally pointing out landmarks Finn would never have noticed: a lightning-struck oak shaped like a pointing finger, a ring of unusually red toadstools, a mossy boulder carved with faint, ancient spirals only visible at a certain angle. The murmuring stone became their guide in subtle ways. When paths diverged, Finn would close their eyes, feel the stone's gentle pulse, and sense a direction not through sight, but through a feeling of resonance, like a quiet chime growing stronger. This way feels deeper, older, calmer. They learn to interpret its gentle glows, blue for calm, gold for warmth or rightness, a soft green for growing things, and a very faint, quick purple flicker when Thorn was about to stumble over a hidden root, allowing Finn to call out a warning just in time. Thorn, in turn, shared his deep knowledge of the woods, which berries were safe, how to find the sweetest underground springs, the stories whispered by different types of bark. He spoke of the deep glade as a place of ancient peace, where the oldest trees held counsel, and the murmuring stone's song harmonized with the heartbeat of the earth itself. Their friendship grew with each mile, an unspoken bond forged in shared purpose and quiet understanding. Thorn's gruffness softened into a dry wit and a protective presence. Finn found their voice more often, asking questions, sharing observations, their initial timidity replaced by a quiet confidence born of being truly heard and trusted. As twilight began to paint the sky in hues of lavender and apricot, the woods changed again. The trees grew even taller, their trunks wider than cottages, draped in curtains of silvery gray lichen that glowed faintly in the dimming light. The air hummed with a deeper, more resonant energy. Fireflies, larger and brighter than any Finn had seen, blinked like tiny, wandering stars amongst the ferns. The ground felt springy and alive beneath their feet. "We're close," Thorn murmured, his voice filled with awe. "The whispering is clearer here. It welcomes the stone back." He paused before a wall of dense, intertwined holly bushes, their dark green leaves glossy and sharp. "The entrance is here, but it only opens for those who belong, or those bearing what belongs." Finn stepped forward, the murmuring stone held out before them. It pulsed with a strong, steady light, no longer blue or gold, but a pure, brilliant white. As the light touched the holly wall, the branches seemed to shimmer. They didn't move aside, but became less solid. Finn could see through them into a space beyond that glowed with its own soft, ethereal light. Taking a deep breath, Finn walked forward. The holly branches offered no resistance, passing through Finn and Thorn like insubstantial mist. They stepped into the deep glade. It took Finn's breath away. They stood in a vast, circular clearing carpeted with moss so thick and soft it looked like green velvet. Towering trees formed a living wall around the glade, ancient oaks with bark like dragon scales, silver beeches that seemed to hold moonlight within their pale trunks, and massive yews radiating profound stillness. Their canopy was open to the darkening sky, where the first stars were beginning to prick through the deep blue. In the very center of the glade stood the elder tree. It wasn't the tallest, but it was by far the oldest, its trunk vast and gnarled, roots spreading out like the limbs of a slumbering giant, cradling a hollow at its base that glowed with a soft, inviting light. The air vibrated with a deep, harmonious hum, the combined song of ancient trees. But beneath it, Finn could feel a discordant note, a thread of sadness and incompleteness. It was the missing song of the stone. All around the edges of the clearing, watching them with quiet, luminous eyes, were the creatures of the deep glade. Finn saw foxes with coats like spun moonlight, owls with eyes like liquid amber, stoats as white as snow, and rabbits whose fur shimmered with a faint iridescence. There were others too, shapes glimpsed in the dappled shadows, near the giant roots perhaps the shy tree spirits Thorn had mentioned in passing. They watched, silent and expectant. Thorn dipped his head in a deep, respectful bow. Finn felt suddenly small, but the warm pulse of the stone in their hand gave them courage. They walked slowly, reverently, across the mossy floor towards the elder tree. The discordant note in the glade's song grew stronger, a palpable yearning. As Finn approached the root hollow, the murmuring stone began to vibrate, its white light flaring brilliantly. It wasn't afraid, it was yearning. Finn knelt before the hollow. The space within the roots was lined with luminous moss and smooth, water-worn stones. It felt like a cradle waiting. Gently, Finn placed the murmuring stone into the heart of the hollow. The moment the stone touched the luminous moss, a profound change swept through the deep glade. The stone's pure white light flared, then softened, merging seamlessly with the glow of the elder tree's roots. The discordant note vanished, replaced by a deep, resonant chord that vibrated up through the soles of Finn's feet and into their very bones. The harmonious hum of the glade swelled, richer, fuller, more profoundly peaceful than before. It was like the forest itself was sighing in deep relief. The trees seemed to stand taller, their leaves rustling a joyful chorus. The fireflies danced in intricate, celebratory patterns. The watching creatures bowed their heads, a soft murmur of welcome rippling through them. The murmuring stone pulsed once, a wave of pure, radiant contentment washing over Finn. Home. Safe. Thank you. The feeling was overwhelming, a wave of pure, unadulterated peace and belonging. Its loneliness and fear were gone, replaced by the deep, abiding connection to the ancient heart of the woods. Finn sat back on their heels, tears pricking their eyes, not of sadness, but of awe and shared joy. Thorn padded up beside them, placing a heavy, comforting paw on Finn's shoulder. "You did it, young listener," he rumbled, his voice thick with emotion. "You brought the heart song home." They sat in silence for a long while, bathed in the combined glow of the elder tree and the stone, listening to the restored harmony of the deep glade. Finn felt a profound sense of peace settle over them, deeper than any they had ever known. The fluttering fears that often plagued them felt quiet, soothed by the ancient song. Eventually, Thorn nudged Finn gently. "The woods know the way back now. The paths will be clear. But you'll always be welcome here, Finn. The deep glade remembers kindness." He looked at Finn, his dark eyes warm. And remember, listening, truly listening, is a magic all its own. Stronger than noise, deeper than fear. The journey back through the whispering woods felt like moving through a familiar dream. The paths were clear and wide, bathed in bright moonlight that filtered through the leaves. The forest felt benevolent, protective. The rustling leaves seemed to murmur words of thanks and safe passage. Thorn walked beside Finn, his presence a solid comfort. The murmuring stone's song, now part of the forest's own heartbeat, seemed to follow them, a gentle hum beneath their feet. As they reached the edge of the woods, near Finn's hawthorn tree, dawn was just beginning to blush the eastern sky. Thorn stopped. "This is your path now, young listener. Mine lies deeper." He nudged Finn's hand with his nose. "Don't be a stranger to the wood's edge, and don't forget to listen. The world speaks in many ways." Finn knelt and, on an impulse born of deep gratitude, wrapped their arms gently around Thorn's thick neck. The badger stiffened for a second, then relaxed, giving a soft, rumbling purr deep in his chest. "Take care, Thorn, thank you." "Thank you, Finn," Thorn replied gruffly, but his eyes shone. "For listening, for helping an old badger remember the way." With a final nod, he turned and melted back into the shadows of the whispering woods, leaving Finn standing alone at the forest's edge. The village of Oakhaven was just beginning to stir. Smoke curled from chimneys, and the distant sound of a rooster crowed. Finn took a deep breath. The world looked the same, yet utterly different. The fluttering fears hadn't vanished entirely, but they felt smaller, manageable. Finn carried within them the deep peace of the deep glade, the echo of the murmuring stone's song, and the warm memory of Thorn's gruff friendship. They still preferred quiet, but now they understood its power. It wasn't about being small, it was about being open, receptive. It was a way of hearing the world's heart song, of finding hidden paths and forging bonds that defied expectation. Finn walked back towards the village, not with hurried steps, but with a quiet confidence. They paused beneath their hawthorn tree, listening. The wind rustled the leaves, carrying the distant song of the now clear creek, the chirp of waking birds, and beneath it all, faint but unmistakable, the deep, harmonious hum of the forest, whole once more. Finn smiled, a quiet, contented smile. They had ventured into the whispering unknown, helped heal a hidden heart, and found their own quiet strength reflected in the eyes of a gruff badger and the glow of a magical stone. The world was full of wonders, waiting for those willing to truly listen. And as the first rays of the sun warmed their face, Finn knew that bedtime stories weren't just tales. They were echoes of the magic that hummed just beneath the surface of the quiet world, waiting for a listening heart. The fire crackled softly, its warmth a gentle echo of the elder tree's glow, and the last embers pulsed like a contented heart, lulling you towards peaceful dreams filled with mossy glades, steadfast friends, and the comforting hum of a world restored. Sleep well, little listener. Sleep well. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers toward a sky veined with starlight, lived a world unseen by human eyes. Here the mossy earth breathed secrets, and the boundary between earth and enchantment shimmered like heat haze. Young Pip, a hedgehog whose quills still held the softness of youth, burrowed beneath the frost-kissed roots of Grandmother Willow. Her trunk, wide as a cottage, pulsed with the slow heartbeat of the forest. "Listen, little thorn," murmured Fern, an elderly badger whose silver-streaked fur mirrored moonlit snow. Her claws traced patterns in the loam, a map of seasons. When winter overstays its welcome, the heartstone slumbers too deeply. She pointed toward the glimmering glade, where the first crocuses should have pierced the snow weeks ago. Instead, an unnatural chill clung, silencing brooks and frosting spiderwebs into crystal lace. The seasonal dance was faltering. Pip shivered not from cold, but from the forest's unease. He felt it in his paws, the stifled hum of roots craving thaw, the drowsy frustration of squirrels whose nut caches dwindled. But why, Fern? The frostfire moths always wake the heartstone. Each winter's end, these iridescent insects emerged, their wings shedding ember-bright dust to melt the glacial seal guarding the forest's magical core. This year their cocoons remained frozen in ice-locked birches. Fern's nose twitched, catching the metallic tang of lingering frost. The balance is askew, old tales whisper of this. When snow drowns spring's song, courage must thaw what magic cannot. She nudged a withered acorn toward Pip. Seek Thistle the hare, her ears hear the wind's oldest stories. Thus began Pip's pilgrimage beneath a sky bruised purple with unseasonable cold. Crunching through snow like shattered quartz, he passed ice-encased ferns that tinkled like wind chimes. He inhaled the crisp scent of pine sap bleeding from frozen bark and touched hoarfrost that melted into dew on his paw pads. Near Mistfall Creek, now a ribbon of black ice, he found Thistle, her fur puffed against the chill. "The north wind gossips," she whispered, ears pivoting toward distant mountains. A rock slide buried the sunstone caves. No dawn warmth reaches the frostfire cocoons. Her eyes, liquid amber in the gloom, held generations of weather wisdom. Only warmth born within the woods can rouse them now. Pip's heart sank. How could tiny creatures stir such cold? Yet Thistle nudged him onward. Find Bramble the bear, his den holds the emberblooms. In a honeycomb cave veiled by icicles, Bramble snored amidst dried herbs. Pip hesitated before the mountain of fur, then sneezed from the dust of crushed petals, imbursant smelling of cinnamon and sunlight. Bramble's rumble shook the earth. Emberblooms. He yawned, revealing teeth like ancient standing stones. Aye, they store summer's fire, but their glow fades without. He lumbered to a clay pot brimming with luminous orange petals. Song the frostfires hatch to cricket choruses, silence starves them. Threefold wisdom now braided in Pip's mind, thaw the cocoons with inner warmth, revive them with song, guide them with emberbloom light. But who could sing in this frozen hush? Pip remembered the fireflies, minstrels of the midsummer nights, dormant in their root-cellar haven. Digging through snowdrifts with Bramble's help, Pip reached the firefly grotto. Inside, 1,000 tiny bodies glittered like captive stars. "Wake," Pip pleaded, placing emberblooms among them. The petals pulsed, casting coppery light on translucent wings. One firefly, Zelda, flickered awake. The long dark, she buzzed weakly. Pip explained, his breath fogging the air. Sing spring back, for the crickets sleep too deeply. Zelda rallied her kin. Soon the cavern shimmered with bioluminescent music, a chorus of clicks and hums that vibrated through stone, up roots into the frozen birches. Pip led them out, carrying emberbloom bouquets in Bramble's woven grass satchel. Their combined light painted the snow in molten gold. At the cocoon grove, Pip pressed his small body against the ice-clad trunks. He thought of fern stories, sun-dappled ferns, the kiss of rain on petals. Warmth bloomed in his chest, radiating through his quills. Ice wept. Cocoons split like ripe fruit. Frostfire moths struggled free, wings crumpled and damp. Zelda's choir swelled. The moths trembled, antennae lifting to the sound. Pip scattered emberbloom dust over them. It fused with their wings, igniting veins of liquid topaz. With a collective sigh, they took flight, a constellation ascending toward the Heartstone glade. Pip followed their comet trails. In the glade, the Heartstone, a monolith of mossy quartz, lay entombed in glacial blue ice. The moths circled it, shedding glowing dust that hissed where it touched frost. Pip joined them, pressing his paws to the ice, pouring every memory of warm earth and wildflower perfume into the stone. Cracks spiderwebbed. Light erupted, not blinding, but a gentle effulgence like dawn breaking underwater. Ice melted into rivulets that sang as they flowed. Snowdrifts sighed into moss. Crocuses erupted like violet applause. Fern arrived with thistle and bramble, their eyes reflecting the rekindled Heartstone. "Well done, little thorn," Fern rumbled, nuzzling Pip's head. "You wove many threads into one tapestry." As spring unfurled, crickets chirping, brooks babbling, leaves unfurling like shy green hands, the creatures gathered beneath Grandmother Willow. Pip nestled against Fern's flank, watching fireflies paint the dusk. "Balance isn't stillness," Fern murmured to all, "but the courage to mend what's broken. Remember, the forest's song needs every voice, the moth's glow, the firefly's tune, the hedgehog's warmth, even an old badger's tales." Stars blossomed overhead, their light filtered through newborn leaves. Pip closed his eyes, lulled by the symphony of peepers and rustling ferns. The Heartstone pulsed softly, its rhythm syncing with his breaths, a promise that in the whispering woods, harmony would always find its way home, season after season, as long as kindness kept watch beneath the ancient trees. And in that certainty, deeper than roots, sweeter than wild honey, every creature drifted into dreams woven with the quiet magic of renewal. In the quiet expanse of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds on velvet, there drifted a small, forgotten space station known as the Starlight Haven. It was a place of gentle hums and soft glows, where the walls seemed to breathe with a life of their own, pulsing in rhythm with the distant heartbeats of nebulae. Here, two souls from worlds apart found themselves drawn together by the silent call of loneliness and the universal yearning for connection. The first was a being from the planet Chroma, a world where the very air danced with light. His name was Kaelen, and his skin was a canvas of ever-shifting hues, reflecting his innermost feelings in a silent symphony of color. When he was calm, his form glowed with soft azure and lavender. When curious, it sparked with flecks of gold. He communicated not with words, but with these radiant displays, each shade telling a story deeper than any language could convey. Kaelen had journeyed to the Starlight Haven after his ship, a vessel woven from crystalline fibers that sang as they moved, had malfunctioned, leaving him stranded in this remote corner of the galaxy. The second was a creature from the harmonic world of Melodia, where life resonated with music. Her name was Lyra, and her body was slender and graceful, with skin that shimmered like mother of pearl. From her flowed a constant, gentle hum, a bass-line melody that shifted in pitch and tone to express her thoughts. When she was happy, it rose into a cheerful trill. When thoughtful, it deepened into a soothing drone. Lyra had been exploring the outer reaches when her own craft, a bubble-like pod that floated on sonic waves, had lost its way, bringing her to the same derelict station. Their meeting was hesitant, filled with the uncertainty of first contact. Kaelen, upon seeing Lyra, flushed a nervous orange red, his colors swirling in confusion. Lyra, in response, emitted a series of sharp, questioning notes that echoed through the corridor. For days, they circled each other in the station's hollow halls, their attempts at communication leading only to bafflement. Kaelen would glow a friendly yellow, only for Lyra to misinterpret it as a warning and hum a defensive low tone. They retreated to separate corners, the silence between them growing heavier than the void outside. But the starlight haven itself seemed to wish for their friendship. In its core was a neglected garden chamber, once a place of solace for travelers. The walls were transparent, offering a panoramic view of the swirling nebulas outside, and the floor was soft with moss that glowed with a gentle bioluminescence. It was here that Kaelen and Lyra both sought refuge one evening, drawn by the comforting sight of distant stars. They found themselves standing at opposite ends of the room, each watching the cosmic ballet in silence. Kaelen, feeling the peace of the moment, let his skin shift to a calm, steady blue, like the deep ocean of his homeworld. Lyra, sensing the change, allowed her hum to soften into a melodic whisper, reminiscent of the winds that swept across Melodia's singing plains. Slowly, cautiously, they moved closer. Kaelen pointed a shimmering hand toward a particularly bright star, and his colors bloomed into a pattern of wonder, silver streaks against a backdrop of violet. Lyra, understanding the gesture, responded with a rising scale of notes that mirrored the star's brilliance. It was not yet conversation, but it was a start, a shared moment of awe. In the days that followed, they began to explore the garden together. The chamber was overgrown with alien flora, vines that curled like ribbons of light, flowers that opened and closed in time with the station's gentle breaths, and trees whose leaves chimed softly when touched. They decided to make this place their sanctuary, a project to bridge the gap between them. Kaelen, with his innate connection to light, nurtured the bioluminescent plants, his touch causing them to brighten in joyful response. Lyra, using her harmonic abilities, encouraged the musical plants to harmonize, creating a backdrop of ethereal melodies that filled the space. Their collaboration was not without its humorous stumbles. Once Kaelen arranged a cluster of glowberries in a pattern he intended as a gift, a spiral of warm pink and green, which on chroma symbolized friendship. But Lyra, seeing the colors, interpreted it as a sign of distress, for on Melodia such hues were associated with alarm. She burst into a frantic, high-pitched melody that sent the garden's creatures skittering. Kaelen, startled, flushed a bewildered gray. It took a long, patient evening of trial and error for them to realize the misunderstanding. They sat among the chiming trees, and Lyra hummed a slow, explanatory tune, while Kaelen slowly shifted his colors to demonstrate their meanings. When they finally grasped the cultural differences, Lyra let out a light, laughing trill, and Kaelen glowed with amused gold spots. The incident became a fond memory, a lesson in patience that only deepened their bond. As they worked, they developed a unique way of communicating, a blend of color, sound, and empathetic feeling. Kaelen learned to read the subtleties in Lyra's harmonics, recognizing the difference between a curious inquiry and a joyful exclamation. Lyra, in turn, began to understand the vocabulary of Kaelen's hues, seeing how a slow pulse of indigo could mean contentment, or a quick flash of cerulean might indicate excitement. They often spent hours in quiet companionship, tending to their garden while watching stars drift past the viewport. In those moments, words were unnecessary. The soft glow of the plants and the gentle hum of the station wrapped around them like a warm blanket. One evening, a challenge arose that tested their newfound understanding. A solar flare from a nearby star caused the station's systems to flicker, casting the garden into momentary darkness. The plants dimmed and the harmonious sounds faded into silence. Lyra, whose world was always filled with music, felt a surge of panic, her hum turning into a distressed waver. Kaelen, remembering how darkness on Chroma was a time for reflection, glowed a steady, reassuring amber. He moved close to Lyra, his light providing a soft beacon in the gloom. Together they realized that the garden's central crystal, which powered the bioluminescence, had been disrupted. Drawing on their strengths, Kaelen focused his inner light to recharge the crystal, while Lyra sang a stabilizing melody that calmed the erratic energies. As the garden slowly brightened, their efforts merged into a beautiful display, light and sound weaving together until the chamber was once again aglow with peace. This shared triumph solidified their friendship. They had created not just a shelter, but a home, a place where their differences were celebrated. The garden thrived under their care, becoming a tapestry of intergalactic life. Chroma's light-playing fungi grew alongside Melodia's resonant blossoms, each enhancing the other. They often invited passing cosmic creatures, floating spore fairies or gentle rock beasts, to visit, sharing stories through their unique languages. The station became a legend among wanderers, a beacon of harmony in the vastness of space. As time passed, Kaelen and Lyra found themselves spending countless evenings in their sanctuary, side by side. They would watch the nebulas paint the sky in hues of rose and sapphire, or count the shooting stars that streaked like tears of light. In these quiet moments, they felt the universe's gentle embrace, a reminder that kindness needed no translation. Lyra would hum a lullaby from her childhood, and Kaelen would glow in time, his colors flowing like a slow river. They learned that friendship was not about perfection, but about the willingness to listen, whether with eyes, ears, or heart. Eventually, the day came when both their ships were repaired, thanks to the help of other travelers they had aided. They knew they would have to return to their own worlds, but the thought brought no sadness, only gratitude. On their last night together, they sat in the garden, surrounded by the soft light and music they had nurtured. Kaelen's skin shone with a brilliant, heartfelt spectrum, a farewell that spoke of everlasting bond. Lyra responded with a melody that wove through the air, a song of promise and memory. They understood that distance meant nothing, for they had built a bridge between their souls that would span any galaxy. And so, as the stars twinkled like distant campfires, Kaelen and Lyra parted ways, each carrying a piece of the other in their heart. The starlight haven remained, a silent testament to their friendship, its garden forever blooming with the light of understanding and the sound of kindness. For in the endless cosmos, where worlds may be strange and languages unfamiliar, it is the simple acts of compassion that truly connect us all, weaving a tapestry of peace that glows brighter than any star. In a little cottage nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, there lived a quiet soul named Leo. His home was a place of comfortable clutter and well-loved things, where the floorboards sighed contentedly underfoot, and the windows framed a world that seemed to hold its breath in reverence each evening. On one such evening, as the sky blushed with the soft hues of twilight, Leo found himself drawn to the attic, a place he usually visited only when necessity called. The attic was a kingdom of memories, filled with trunks smelling of cedar and camphor, stacks of yellowed books, and forgotten treasures draped in dust-laden sheets. Leo had come searching for extra blankets, for the autumn chill had begun to creep through the cottage's old bones. As he rummaged near the far wall, his fingers brushed against something unexpected, a small, ornately carved wooden box tucked behind a stack of his grandmother's quilts. Creak went the lid as he lifted it, the sound echoing softly in the quiet space. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, lay a compass. But it was unlike any compass Leo had ever seen. Its face was mother of pearl, shimmering with a soft inner light, and its needle did not point north. Instead, it quivered and spun slowly, as if searching for something just beyond reach. Curiosity humming in his veins, Leo carried the compass downstairs. He placed it on the hearthrug before the crackling fire, its warm glow painting dancing shadows across the room. As he sat cross-legged before the flames, the compass needle suddenly stilled, pointing directly at him. Then, to his astonishment, a voice, soft and melodic like wind chimes on a gentle breeze, spoke from nowhere and everywhere at once. "It does not point to places," the voice said. "It points to possibilities." Leo blinked. Who said that? A moment later, a plump tabby cat, one he'd often seen napping in the sunniest spot of the garden, padded into the room. Her name was Juniper, and her purr was a contented rumble, like a tiny, well-tuned engine. She settled beside him, green eyes fixed on the compass. "I did," she said, though her mouth did not move. Her voice was in his mind, warm and slightly smug. "That compass has been waiting for you. It doesn't guide you over land or sea. It guides you through yourself." Leo stared, too surprised to be frightened. "You can talk." "I always could," Juniper replied, licking a paw with delicate precision. "You simply weren't listening properly before. Most people don't. They're too busy hearing only what they expect to hear." Just then there was a soft thump from the bookshelf. A small, leather-bound volume with gilded edges wobbled and then floated gently down to join them. It opened of its own accord, and the pages rustled like autumn leaves. A new voice emerged, this one dry, papery, and wise. "The compass of courage," the book said, its words appearing on the page as it spoke. "Forged for those who seek not distance, but depth. Its needle points toward the thing you fear most, and thus, the thing you must face to find what you truly need." Leo's heart beat a little faster. What must I do? The compass needle began to spin again, then settled, pointing toward the darkest corner of the room, a place where an old wardrobe stood, its doors slightly ajar. From within came a soft, sighing sound, like fabric shifting in a faint draft. "You must follow where it leads," said Juniper, nudging his hand with her head. "But you won't be going alone." The book fluttered its pages encouragingly. "I shall provide guidance, and Juniper shall provide company, but the journey, dear Leo, is yours to make." Taking a deep breath, Leo picked up the compass. Its weight was comforting in his palm. He walked slowly toward the wardrobe, Juniper trotting at his heels, and the book floating serenely beside him. As he drew closer, the darkness within the wardrobe seemed to deepen, becoming a velvety blackness that felt less like absence and more like presence. Swish, the wardrobe doors opened fully on their own. Instead of coats and scarves, Leo saw a pathway lined with silver birch trees, their leaves whispering secrets in a language almost familiar. The air smelled of damp earth and distant rain. "Step through," urged the book. "The compass will not steer you wrong." And so Leo stepped from his cozy cottage into a forest that existed somewhere between dream and memory. The ground was soft with moss, and the light was that of perpetual twilight, soft, forgiving, and tinged with magic. The compass needle now pointed steadily ahead, down a path that wound between ancient trees. They walked for what felt like both moments and lifetimes. Juniper occasionally paused to watch a glowing moth, or listen to the drip-drip-drip of dew from leaf to fern. The book, which had introduced itself as Folio, recited poems and bits of wisdom to keep their spirits lifted. "Courage, dear Leo," Folio said, "is not the absence of fear, but the recognition that something else is more important." Eventually, the path led them to a wide, misty river. There was no bridge in sight, and the water flowed silently, its surface like smoked glass. The compass needle pointed straight across. On the far bank, Leo could just make out a soft golden light, warm and inviting, like a lantern in a window. How do we cross? Leo wondered aloud. A figure emerged from the mist, an old badger leaning on a knotted staff. His fur was silvered with age, and his eyes held the patience of countless seasons. "The river cannot be crossed by swimming or by boat," the badger said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. It is made of forgotten regrets and unmade choices. It only parts for those who can name their fear aloud and release it into the water. Leo's throat felt tight. He looked at the compass, then at the badger, then at the silent, gleaming river. "I'm afraid," he began, his voice barely a whisper, "that I'm not enough, that I'll always be too quiet, too ordinary, too easily overlooked." As he spoke, the words seemed to take shape in the air, shimmering, translucent forms that drifted down to touch the river's surface. Where they landed, the water began to stir. Slowly, gently, the river parted, creating a pathway of stepping stones that glowed with a soft, internal light. "Well done," rumbled the badger, a smile in his eyes. "Now cross quickly, but mind your step. The stones remember everything they touch." One by one they crossed, Leo first, then Juniper, with Folio floating above like a careful guardian. Each stone felt solid and reassuring beneath Leo's feet, though the air around them hummed with the echoes of long-let-go sorrows. On the other side, the golden light resolved into a small, circular door set into the base of an enormous oak tree. The compass needle pointed directly at it. "This is it," Folio murmured, its pages fluttering with excitement. "What you seek is within." Leo reached out and turned the brass knob. The door opened without a sound, revealing a staircase that spiraled downward. The air that wafted up was warm and smelled of cinnamon and old paper, comforting and familiar. They descended into a circular room lined with bookshelves. In the center stood a pedestal, and on it rested a single, glowing key. But between them and the key stood a figure, a tall, slender being made of shifting shadows and faint, silvery light. It had no face, but Leo felt its gaze nonetheless. "I am the keeper of doubts," it said, its voice like the rustle of dead leaves. "To pass, you must answer a riddle. Answer wrongly, and the path behind you will disappear. Answer rightly, and the key is yours." Leo's heart sank. Riddles had never been his strength. But Juniper sat down, wrapped her tail around her paws, and began to purr, a sound so steady and calm that it seemed to push back the shadows. Folio hovered near his shoulder, its pages open to a blank sheet. "Ask your riddle," Leo said, his voice stronger than he felt. The shadowy figure spoke. "I am always hungry, I must always be fed. The finger I touch will soon turn red. What am I?" Leo frowned. He thought of fire, but fire didn't touch just one finger. He thought of time, but time wasn't hungry in that way. He glanced at Folio, but the book's pages remained blank. Juniper, however, had stopped purring. She was staring at the shadow being, her head tilted. Then very softly she began to purr again, but this time it was a question, a rising and falling melody that sounded like curiosity itself. And in that moment, Leo understood. It wasn't about being the smartest or the quickest. It was about listening to the purr of a friend, to the silence between heartbeats, to the wisdom that didn't always shout, but sometimes whispered. "You are a flame," Leo said softly. "A candle flame, to be precise. It must always be fed with wax, and if you touch it, your finger turns red." The shadowy figure seemed to ripple, then bowed deeply. "You have answered rightly. The key is yours." As the figure dissolved into motes of light, Leo stepped forward and took the key. It was warm to the touch, and as he held it, he felt a sense of peace settle over him, a certainty that he had always been enough, just as he was. The compass, which had been quietly humming in his hand, suddenly glowed brightly. The world around them shimmered, and in the blink of an eye they were back in the cottage, seated before the fire. The compass now lay still, its needle pointing firmly north. Juniper curled up in his lap, her purr a vibration of pure contentment. Folio settled on the mantelpiece, its pages closing with a soft thump. Leo looked at the key in his hand. It wasn't for any lock he could see, but he understood now that it unlocked something inside him, a door to courage he hadn't known was there. Outside, the wind whispered through the pines, and the brook murmured its endless, soothing song. Somewhere in the distance, a bell tolled softly, perhaps from the village church, or perhaps from somewhere even farther away and closer all at once. Leo smiled, stroking Juniper's fur. He had traveled far without ever leaving home, and he had learned that the greatest adventures are not measured in miles, but in moments of kindness, patience, and listening, truly listening to the world around us. And as the fire crackled and the night deepened, Leo knew that whenever he felt doubt creeping in, he need only remember the compass, the cat, the book, and the key, and the journey that had reminded him that he was, and always would be, exactly where he needed to be. Once upon a time, nestled in a grove where the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage with a roof that sloped as if in a perpetual nod of welcome. Inside lived a gentle soul named Clara, known far and wide for her skillful weaving. Her tapestries, vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer like the surface of a river under the moonlight, were admired by all who saw them. Yet Clara herself felt like a loose thread in the fabric of her own life. Clara loved the predictability of her days, the rhythmic clatter of loom and shuttle providing a comforting cadence. But lately she sensed a quiet discontent weaving its way through her heart, like a shadow threading through sunlight. She yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite articulate. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed with gold and russet, Clara stepped outside, her fingers wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The air was crisp and full of the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Just beyond her garden, where the wildflowers nodded in agreement with the breeze, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a welcoming embrace. As she wandered closer, Clara noticed something peculiar. At the base of the oak, where its roots curled like fingers through the earth, lay a small, forgotten door. It was weathered and carved with intricate runes that danced in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity fluttered in her like a new leaf unfurling, and with a gentle push, the door swung open with the softest sigh. Inside, the air shimmered with possibilities, and Clara found herself in a space that was both familiar and wondrously new. This was the realm of the forest folk, beings of gentle magic who nurtured the land and all its creatures. Their haven was alive with colors more vivid than any Clara had ever woven, a tapestry of life itself, unfurling in every direction. The forest folk welcomed Clara with smiles that glowed like the first light of dawn. Leading the way was Alder, a wise elder with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a canopy of leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice a whisper among the leaves. "Indeed," Alder replied, gesturing for her to follow. "It's time for you to discover what's been growing inside you, like a seed waiting for spring." As Clara walked with Alder and the other forest folk, she noticed how the path beneath her feet seemed to transform with each step, a mosaic of stones and moss that mirrored her swirling thoughts. They guided her to a glen where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sky was a quilt of twilight hues. In the center of the glen stood a loom, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from silver birch and moonlight, its threads spun from the dreams of the woodland creatures. "Here," Alder said, "you will weave a tapestry not with your hands, but with your heart." Clara hesitated, her fingers brushing the ethereal threads. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and possibility filling her senses. As she began to weave, the threads responded to her emotions, each strand a reflection of her inner world. At first, the tapestry was a chaotic jumble of colors, a storm of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. But as Clara continued, she felt the presence of the forest folk surrounding her, their warmth and encouragement flowing into her very being. Slowly, she began to see patterns emerge, shapes that spoke of growth and transformation. With each pass of her hands, Clara wove her fears and doubts into something beautiful, a landscape of change filled with small, shimmering stars of hope. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the turning of seasons or the growth of a tree from a tiny acorn. The forest folk watched as Clara's tapestry grew, their gentle smiles reflecting her blossoming confidence. "You're doing wonderfully," Alder murmured, his voice carrying the same warmth as the sunlit glen. As the final thread slipped into place, Clara opened her eyes to behold her creation, a tapestry of her journey, vibrant and alive. It was a piece of art that mirrored her own transformation, capturing the beauty of embracing change and the strength found in vulnerability. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the forest folk for their guidance. "You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, Clara felt the autumn breeze brush her skin, carrying with it a whisper of the magic she had discovered within herself. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, now seemed a living tapestry of its own, vibrant and welcoming. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara returned to her loom with a heart full of inspiration. Her tapestries now carried the essence of her journey, each piece a reminder of the beauty that could be found in embracing the unknown. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the forest donned its winter cloak, Clara's heart remained open, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the world around her. She had found her place within the tapestry of life, where change was not an ending, but a beginning, a magical transformation that would continue to unfold with each new day. And so under the gentle watch of the stars and the whispering leaves, Clara's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a testament to the power of embracing one's true self. The old oak trunk in the attic had always been there, tucked beneath the sloping eaves where dust motes danced in the slanted afternoon light. For years it had served as little more than a table for spiderwebs and forgotten things, its brass fittings tarnished to a soft, greenish hue, its wood smelling of cedar and thyme. One rainy afternoon, when the world outside the window was a watercolor blur of grays and greens, a young girl named Cora found herself with nothing to do. The steady pit-pat of raindrops on the roof seemed to whisper of secrets waiting to be uncovered. With a quiet sigh, she climbed the creaking stairs to the attic, drawn by the gentle hush of the space. Her fingers traced the carved flowers on the trunk's lid, roses and ivy worn smooth by years. With a soft click, the latch gave way, and the lid rose with a sighing groan. Inside, nestled in yellowed tissue paper, lay a music box. It was made of dark, polished wood, inlaid with mother-of-pearl that shimmered like moonlight on water. On its lid was a delicate painting of a starry night sky over a sleeping village. Cora lifted it carefully, feeling the satisfying weight of it in her hands. She turned the small, cool brass key protruding from its side. It resisted at first, then gave way with a gentle crick-crick-crick. The lid slowly opened and a melody began to play, a soft, tinkling tune that reminded her of distant bells and falling snow. But as the music played, something magical happened. The painted stars on the lid began to glow, and the tiny village below them seemed to shimmer, as if the lights in the cottage windows were being lit one by one. Cora caught her breath. This was no ordinary music box. That evening, as the fire crackled in the hearth downstairs, she examined her discovery. The music played on, but there was a sadness to it, a lonely, unfinished phrase that repeated, as if the song were missing its final notes. She noticed something else, too. One of the painted cottages, the one at the edge of the village, had no light in its window. It stood dark and silent amidst its cheerful neighbors. The next morning she took the music box to the sunlit kitchen, where Mrs. Higgins, their neighbor, was rolling out dough for cinnamon buns. The air was warm and sweet with the smell of yeast and sugar. "Well now, what have you found?" Mrs. Higgins asked, her voice as warm as the oven she was tending. She wiped her flour-dusted hands on her apron and peered at the music box. "Oh my, the Starlight Sonata box. I haven't seen one of these in an age." "The Starlight Sonata?" Cora asked. "Aye," Mrs. Higgins said, her eyes twinkling. "It plays the music of the constellations, or it's meant to. This one seems to have lost its way." She pointed a flowery finger at the dark cottage. "See that? The lullaby light is out. Until it's lit again, the song can't find its ending. It'll just keep looping, forever sad. How do I light it? Cora asked, her heart sinking. It seemed an impossible task. That, my dear Mrs., Higgins said, tapping the side of her nose, is a journey, but not one you take with your feet. It's a journey you take with your heart. You'll need to be brave, and you'll need to listen. And, she added, leaning closer conspiratorially, you might need a guide or two. Cora's first guide appeared that very afternoon, in the form of a large, ginger cat named Barnaby, who spent most of his days sleeping in a pool of sunlight on the porch. As Cora sat on the steps, the music box on her lap, Barnaby stretched, yawned, and padded over to her. He didn't meow, but instead made a soft, rumbling PRRT of inquiry, nudging the box with his head. It's broken, Barnaby, Cora explained softly. Barnaby blinked his golden eyes slowly, then began to purr, a deep, resonant sound that vibrated through the wood of the porch and into Cora's bones. It was a sound that spoke of absolute contentment and peace. As he purred, the melody from the box seemed to soften, the sad notes becoming less sharp. Encouraged, Cora spent the next few days simply sitting with the box, listening. She listened to it in the garden, where the bees buzzed a drowsy harmony. She listened to it in her room at night, with the whoosh-whoosh of the wind in the trees providing a gentle backbeat. She was practicing patience, though she didn't know it. She was learning the language of the box. Her second guide was an old, retired clockmaker named Mr. Abernathy, who lived in a cottage so crammed with clocks that it ticked and talked like a heartbeat. She found him in his workshop, a pair of magnifying glasses strapped to his head, repairing a tiny, silver cuckoo clock. "Ah, the Starlight Sonata," he murmured when she showed him the box. His voice was as thin and precise as a watch spring. "A delicate mechanism, not gears and cogs, you understand. It runs on starlight and sentiment." He peered at the dark cottage. "The light has gone out because the memory that fuels it has faded. To rekindle it, you must find a new memory, a moment of pure, quiet courage, and offer it to the box." "But how?" Cora asked, feeling overwhelmed. "By living it, child," he said gently. "Courage isn't a roar. Often it's the small, brave choice to be kind when it's easier not to be, or the patience to see something through. Listen to the world around you. The answer is already whispering." Cora returned home, the music box cradled in her arms. The challenge felt immense. She wasn't a knight who could slay a dragon. Her courage felt small and quiet. Days turned into a week. She helped Mrs. Higgins carry her groceries without being asked, even though it made her late to watch the swans on the pond. She spent a whole afternoon reading a story to the little boy next door who was home with a cold, doing all the different voices until he fell asleep with a smile. She even managed to sit perfectly still while a ladybug crawled across her hand, its tiny feet tickling her palm, feeling a strange and wonderful connection to the small, brave creature. These were small things, hardly worthy of being called a journey. But with each act she felt a little less shy, a little more connected to the world. She was learning that courage was a thread woven from many small, kind moments. One evening, a fierce storm blew in. The wind howled around the house, and rain lashed against the windows. The power flickered and went out, plunging the house into darkness. Cora, sitting by the fireplace with her family, felt a familiar flutter of fear. She didn't like the dark. But then she thought of the music box, sitting upstairs in the dark attic, its one dark cottage a mirror of her own fear. She remembered Mr. Abernathy's words about quiet courage. "I'll be right back," she said, her voice barely a whisper. Taking a small, flickering candle, she made her way up to the attic. The stairs groaned and shadows leaped across the walls. The wind shrieked and moaned outside. Her heart hammered in her chest. This was her journey measured not in miles, but in footsteps taken despite the fear. She reached the trunk, her hands trembling. She lifted the music box and carried it back downstairs, setting it on the hearthrug. The firelight danced over its mother-of-pearl inlay, making the stars gleam. She wound the key. Crick, crick, crick. The melody began, the same lonely, unfinished tune. But Cora was different now. She wasn't just listening, she was understanding. She thought of all the small braveries of the past week. She thought of the purring cat, the kind words of her guides, the feeling of the ladybug on her hand. She poured all of those quiet, courageous feelings into the music box, not with a shout, but with a soft, steady intention. As she did, the purring of Barnaby, who had followed her and now lay curled by the fire, seemed to grow louder, weaving into the melody. The crackle-snap of the fire became a percussion. The howl of the wind outside softened into a mournful harmony. And then it happened. A single new note chimed, clear and bright as a winter star. It was a note of resolution, of peace. On the lid of the music box, a tiny, golden light flickered within the window of the dark cottage. It grew steady and warm until it shone as brightly as all the others. The melody swelled, finding the notes it had been searching for. It completed itself in a cascade of gentle chimes that sounded like laughter and starlight and coming home. The song was whole. The Starlight Sonata was complete. Cora sat back, a deep sense of peace washing over her. The storm outside seemed to quiet, becoming a soft, rhythmic patter on the roof. The fear was gone. In its place was a warm, glowing courage she now knew had been inside her all along. She had not traveled far, but she had journeyed deep. She had discovered that magic wasn't about casting spells, but about listening to the world, about the courage in kindness and the power of a patient heart. The ordinary trunk had held an extraordinary secret, and in lighting the lullaby light, she had lit a small, brave light within herself, one that would never again be extinguished by the dark. And as the fire crackled and Barnaby purred and the repaired music box played its gentle, perfect lullaby, Cora knew that some of the greatest adventures are the ones that happen right where you are, if only you have the heart to listen. In a quiet corner of a valley where the mist lingered like a soft gray blanket each morning, there lived a young person named Kaelen. Their cottage stood at the edge of a whispering wood, and though the world around them was full of ordinary wonders, Kaelen often felt as though they were wrapped in a cloak of stillness that muted the colors of life. Each day they moved through their routines with a quiet heart, tending to their small garden, mending nets by the creek, and watching the world from their window seat as the seasons turned. Yet deep within, Kaelen sensed a longing, a soft, persistent whisper that spoke of something more, something waiting to unfold. One evening, as the last light of day faded into violet twilight, Kaelen noticed a subtle change. A single strand of their hair, which had always been the color of dark earth, now shimmered with a faint, silvery sheen when touched by candlelight. At first they thought it a trick of the fading day, but the next morning another strand gleamed with the pale gold of dawn. Though puzzled, Kaelen felt no fear, only a quiet curiosity, like the first stirring of a seed deep in the soil. It was on such an evening, as Kaelen sat by the hearth tracing the new silver threads in their hair, that a soft knock came at the door. Outside stood an elderly woman with eyes the color of moss after rain, and a smile that held the warmth of countless summers. She introduced herself as Alara, a traveler in need of shelter for the night. Without hesitation, Kaelen welcomed her in, offering a seat by the fire and a bowl of steaming broth. As they sat together in the fire's gentle glow, Alara's gaze fell upon Kaelen's hair. "Ah," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves in a soft breeze. "The change has begun." Kaelen looked at her, bewildered. "What change?" Alara's eyes twinkled. "The change that comes when the heart is ready to bloom. Tell me, child, have you felt lately as though you are standing at the edge of something vast and beautiful, yet unknown?" Kaelen nodded slowly, their fingers tracing the rim of their bowl. I have felt like a caterpillar wrapped in its cocoon, waiting for a season that never comes. Alara smiled. Then it is time you visited my garden. The next morning, Alara led Kaelen through the woods along a path they had never noticed before, lined with ferns that shimmered with dew. At the end of the path stood a gate woven from living willow branches, and beyond it lay a garden unlike any Kaelen had ever seen. Flowers bloomed in hues that shifted with the light, petals that glowed softly in shades of understanding, leaves that rustled with whispers of courage, and vines that curled like gentle questions waiting to be answered. This, said Alara, is a garden that grows with the heart. It responds to the quiet transformations within us. In the center of the garden stood a tree with bark like polished amber, its branches heavy with seed pods that pulsed with a soft, golden light. Alara plucked one and placed it in Kaelen's palm. Plant this where you feel most still, she said, and tend to it with kindness. Kaelen returned home that evening, the seed cradled carefully in their hand. They chose a spot near the creek where the soil was rich and dark, and there they buried the seed, whispering a wish into the earth. Days turned into weeks, and though nothing seemed to happen above the soil, Kaelen continued to visit the spot each morning, offering a few words of encouragement or simply sitting in quiet companionship. Meanwhile, the changes within Kaelen continued to unfold. One morning they awoke to find that their fingertips left faint trails of light when they moved them through the air, soft, shimmering patterns that faded like breath on glass. Another day they noticed that when they hummed a tune their grandmother had taught them, the flowers in their own modest garden seemed to lean closer, their colors deepening with warmth. Each small shift felt like a victory, a step toward understanding the quiet language of their own heart. Kaelen began to spend more time in the garden with Alara, learning to listen to the whispers of the plants and to recognize the subtle ways emotions could shape the world around them. They discovered that when they felt courage, the roses bloomed a fiercer red. When peace settled over them, the lavender released its scent more freely. One afternoon, as a soft rain pattered against the leaves, Kaelen confessed to Alara a fear they had carried for years, a fear of being too quiet, too still, too unlike the vibrant, rushing world beyond the valley. Alara took their hand, her touch as light as a butterfly's wing. "You are like the seed beneath the soil," she said. "Change does not always announce itself with thunder. Sometimes it is the patient unfurling of a root, the slow turning of a leaf toward the sun. Your stillness is not emptiness, it is fertile ground." That night Kaelen dreamed of a cocoon woven from strands of moonlight, and in the dream they could feel the gentle stirring of wings within. When they awoke, the first thing they saw was a tender green shoot rising from the place where they had planted the seed. It grew quickly, as if nourished by the hope taking root in Kaelen's own heart. Each day the plant stretched taller, its stem sturdy and its leaves broad and velvety. Buds formed, tightly closed fists of potential that seemed to hold their breath. Then came the morning when Kaelen stepped into the garden and found the plant covered in blossoms that had opened overnight. Each flower was a work of living art, petals the color of dawn-streaked clouds, centers that shimmered with captured starlight, and a fragrance that carried the essence of belonging. As Kaelen reached out to touch one, a soft gasp escaped their lips. Their hands, which had once traced faint trails of light, now left behind delicate swirls of color that lingered in the air like watercolor brushstrokes. They ran to find Alara, who was waiting by the willow gate, her expression one of deep contentment. "You see," she said, "the garden always knows." But the greatest change was yet to come. That evening, as Kaelen sat beneath the emerging stars, they felt a strange warmth spreading through their chest, not uncomfortable, but like the sun warming a stone after a long winter. They looked down and saw that their skin had begun to glow with a soft, golden light, as though they had swallowed a piece of the moon. And when they glanced into the still waters of the creek, they saw that their hair had transformed completely. No longer dark earth, but a cascade of silver and gold that shimmered like a river under starlight. For a moment, fear flickered in their heart. But then they remembered Alara's words: change is not something to be feared, but something to be welcomed like an old friend. They closed their eyes and breathed deeply, and as they did, the light within them steadied, becoming a gentle, constant radiance. When they opened their eyes again, they saw that the entire garden had responded, flowers glowing in harmony, leaves trembling with soft music, and the very air seeming to dance with invisible joy. Alara approached, her own form now shimmering faintly at the edges, as though she were made of light and memory. "It is time for me to continue my journey," she said. "But remember, Kaelen, this is not an ending. It is a beginning. You have learned to tend the garden within, and now you must help others find their own light." She placed a hand on Kaelen's shoulder, and for a moment their lights merged, gold and silver weaving together like threads in a tapestry. Then, with a smile that held all the warmth of the world, Alara turned and walked toward the woods, her form dissolving into the mist like a dream upon waking. Kaelen stood alone in the garden, but they did not feel alone. The light within them felt like a companion, a quiet certainty that had always been waiting to emerge. They knew that there would be more challenges, more seasons of doubt and growth, but now they also knew that change was not a storm to be weathered, but a dance to be joined. In the days that followed, Kaelen began to notice others in the valley who carried their own quiet longings. A young child who spoke to animals but feared being misunderstood, an elderly man who painted visions only he could see, a woman who heard music in the wind but had no one to share it with. One by one, Kaelen welcomed them into the garden, showing them how to plant their own seeds of potential, how to listen to the whispers of their hearts. And as they did, the garden grew, spreading its magic beyond the willow gate, weaving through the valley like a promise. New flowers bloomed, each one unique, each one telling a story of patience and courage. Kaelen's own light never faded. Instead, it learned to dance with the lights of others, creating patterns of connection and understanding that stretched toward the horizon. On quiet evenings, when the world settled into stillness, Kaelen would often sit by the creek, watching their reflection in the water, a being of gentle radiance, surrounded by a world waking to its own beautiful possibilities. And in those moments they would feel the truth settle deep within their soul, that every ending is but a new beginning in disguise, and that the most profound transformations often begin with a single, whispered wish, planted in the dark, fertile soil of a waiting heart. In a land where the sky was not a ceiling but a tapestry of endless possibilities, there lived a young girl named Lyra. Her home was a village nestled in the rolling hills, where the air always carried the scent of blooming night bells and the soft murmur of streams. Lyra carried with her a small, smooth stone from the riverbank near her cottage. It was no ordinary stone. When she held it, it warmed gently against her palm, a constant reminder of home, and it seemed to hum with a quiet melody only she could feel. This stone was her anchor, a piece of her world that traveled with her wherever she went. Lately, a strange stillness had settled over Lyra's village. The night bells were losing their fragrance, and the streams whispered less joyfully. The elders spoke of a fading wonder, a magic that had always woven through their lives like thread through cloth, now unraveling. Lyra, with a heart full of curiosity and a soul that yearned to understand, decided she must seek the source of this enchantment. Her journey was not for glory, but to help her people and to uncover a truth about herself, that even the smallest heart can hold great courage. Her path led her to the stairway of clouds, a gentle ascent that appeared only at dawn, when the first light kissed the mist. The stairs were not of stone or wood, but of condensed vapor, soft and yielding underfoot, like walking on a warm, fluffy quilt. With each step, Lyra felt a slight bounce, and the air grew cooler, carrying the clean scent of rain-washed sky. She climbed higher until the ground below became a patchwork of greens and browns, and she entered the realm of the cloud cities. The first city was Etheria, a place woven from light and mist. Buildings floated like delicate bubbles, connected by bridges of shimmering gossamer. The inhabitants were the luminals, creatures of pure light who communicated through gentle pulses and glows. They had no voices, but their movements created a symphony of colors that danced in the air. Lyra watched as a luminal approached her, its form shifting from gold to silver. It extended a tendril of light that brushed her hand, and in that touch she felt a question: "Why have you come?" Lyra held up her warm stone, and the luminal glowed brighter, understanding her purpose. It led her to the heart of Etheria, a great, swirling vortex of clouds that hummed with energy. Here the luminals gathered to share stories through light, and Lyra learned that their city was a waypoint for lost wonders, a place where memories of joy were stored. But lately the light had dimmed, and the stories were fading. The luminals showed her that the magic was connected to a deeper realm, one where the roots of wonder grew. Guided by the luminals, Lyra descended through a soft tunnel of clouds that felt like sliding down a blanket of velvet. It led her to the underground Aurora Caverns, a world beneath the earth where the walls were not dark, but alive with swirling colors. The air here was thick with the scent of ancient minerals and cool, damp earth, and the ground was smooth, polished by time, like walking on glass. Strange, glowing plants grew in clusters, their leaves emitting a soft, melodic chime when touched. The creatures of this realm were the sonorous, beings made of sound and vibration. They communicated through music, each movement creating notes that wove into harmonies. Lyra met a sonorous named Melody, who had a form like a swirling ribbon of air. Melody played a tune on the crystalline flowers, and the music told Lyra of a great library where all knowledge was kept, but its doors were sealed because the key, a song of unity, had been forgotten. Lyra's stone warmed in her hand, and she hummed the little melody it seemed to hold. To her surprise, the sonorous gathered around, their music blending with hers. Together they created a bridge of sound that arched over a glowing river, leading to the next landmark, the library between dimensions. This library was not a building of wood and paper, but a living entity where books floated like leaves on a breeze, and the shelves were made of intertwined light and shadow. The scent here was of old parchment and fresh ink, mixed with a hint of starlight. The librarian was a gentle giant called the Keeper, a being who communicated through touch, its hands like soft moss that could impart wisdom with a caress. The Keeper explained that the magic of the world was fed by stories of kindness, and that a shadow of forgetfulness had crept in, causing the wonder to fade. To restore it, Lyra needed to find the echoing heart, a place where all good deeds resonated. With the Keeper's guidance, Lyra traveled through the library's corridors, which shifted and changed like dreams. She passed the Hall of Whispers, where voices of the past murmured secrets, and the Garden of Scents, where each flower held the fragrance of a different emotion. Her stone glowed brighter now, and she realized it was not just a reminder of home, but a key to understanding. It held the essence of her own kindness. Finally, she reached the echoing heart, a cavern where the walls were made of crystal that reflected every act of friendship. Here she saw that her journey itself had already begun to reweave the magic, as each creature she helped had added a thread of light. Lyra stood before the heart and shared her story, not with words but with the warmth of her stone and the memory of her village. The crystals shimmered, and a wave of renewal spread through the realms. The luminals glowed brighter, the sonorous music grew richer, and the library's books fluttered with new tales. Lyra understood then that the magic was not something to be found, but something to be nurtured through connection and care. She returned home, her stone now humming with a joyful tune, and found her village revived, the night bells fragrant once more. As she lay in her bed, the stars outside seemed to wink in gratitude, and she drifted to sleep, knowing that wonder was always within reach, carried in the heart like a warm, smooth stone. In a lush, whispering forest where sunbeams threaded through the canopy like golden threads, the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of damp moss. Here, amid the rustling leaves and gentle babbling of a brook, lay a world both ancient and alive, where every creature understood its role in the grand tapestry of nature. In a cozy nook beneath the roots of a towering oak tree lived a wise old tortoise named Tullius. His shell was a mosaic of green and brown, polished smooth by the passage of time. Tullius was known far and wide for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, and many sought his counsel when the balance of nature seemed to waver. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was adorned in a brilliant cloak of amber and crimson, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered up to Tullius's doorstep. Pippin's eyes were wide with worry, reflecting the dappled sunlight like polished hazelnuts. "Tullius," he chattered, his voice a blend of youthful eagerness and concern, "the acorns are not falling as they should. The trees are whispering of a change, and the wind carries a chill that speaks of something amiss." Tullius nodded, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Ah, young Pippin," he said, his voice as warm as a sunlit glade, "the forest speaks to those who listen. Let us venture to the heart of the woods, where the oldest tree, the grandfather oak, may offer guidance." Together they embarked on their journey, their path cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. The air was alive with the chatter of birds and the distant call of a doe, creating a symphony that sang of the forest's rich life. As they traveled, the gentle rustle of the wind seemed to echo the harmony of nature, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained the forest. Tullius and Pippin soon reached the grandfather oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. The tree's bark was etched with the stories of countless seasons, and its leaves whispered secrets only the wise could hear. With a deep, resonant voice that seemed to rise from the very earth, the grandfather oak spoke. "Tullius, keeper of wisdom, and Pippin, seeker of truth, the forest is indeed in need of balance. The seasons have shifted, and the rhythm of nature's dance has faltered." Tullius listened intently, his heart attuned to the subtle language of the forest. "What must we do to restore harmony, Grandfather Oak?" he inquired, his voice carrying the weight of generations. The Grandfather Oak sighed, a sound like the softest breeze through a meadow. "Seek the guardian of the seasons, the elusive spirit of the zephyr. Only through her guidance can the balance be restored, and the acorns fall once more." With this knowledge, Tullius and Pippin set off once again, their journey bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the air became cooler, carrying the crisp scent of pine and the faintest hint of snow. They soon arrived at a hidden glade, where the spirit of the zephyr danced among the swirling leaves. She was a vision of grace, her form ever-changing like the seasons themselves, with eyes that mirrored the sky. "Welcome, travelers," she greeted them, her voice as soft as a breeze through willow branches. "I sense the forest's plea for balance. To restore it, we must rekindle the harmony between all creatures and the land." Tullius bowed his head in respect. "We seek your wisdom, spirit of the zephyr. How can we aid in this renewal?" The spirit smiled, her presence calming as a lullaby. "Gather the creatures of the forest and remind them of their place in this wondrous world. Each must remember their role, and together they shall sing the song of harmony." With purpose renewed, Tullius and Pippin returned to the forest, their hearts filled with hope. They called upon the animals, each bird, each fox, each tiny beetle, sharing the spirit of the zephyr's message. Under the soft glow of the moon, they all gathered in a circle, united in their shared purpose. As the creatures of the forest joined paws, wings, and fins, a gentle melody rose among them. It was a song of connection, of life and love, of the intricate dance they all performed as part of nature's grand design. The air shimmered with magic as the harmony wove itself into the fabric of the world, restoring balance to the land. Slowly, like a gentle rain after a long drought, the acorns began to fall, dotting the forest floor with the promise of new life. The trees sighed in relief, their branches swaying in gratitude as the forest breathed as one. As dawn painted the sky in hues of soft lavender and gold, Tullius and Pippin stood together, watching the first light of a new day. The forest was alive with the sound of renewal, and a sense of peace settled over the land. "Thank you, Tullius," Pippin chirped, his eyes bright with newfound understanding. The forest is truly a wondrous place when we listen and work together. Tullius nodded, his heart full. Indeed, young Pippin, wisdom and friendship are the keys to overcoming any challenge, and together we have ensured the forest's harmony for generations to come. And with that, the forest awoke to the gentle embrace of a new season, where every creature, great and small, played their part in the timeless symphony of nature, a song that would linger in their hearts forever. In a quiet corner of the spinning galaxy, where stardust gathered in soft, shimmering clouds and nebulas bloomed like watercolor flowers across the velvet darkness, there lived two beings from worlds so different they might have never known one another existed. On the crystalline planet of Luminara, where the very ground sparkled with gentle light and the rivers flowed with liquid silver, there lived a being named Kaelen. Kaelen was a luminarian, a creature of soft, shifting colors and gentle light. When Kaelen felt curious, their skin would ripple with shades of sky blue and lavender. When they felt joyful, they would glow with warm gold. Their language was one of color and light, a silent symphony of hues that conveyed meaning more deeply than words ever could. Not far across the starry sea, on the planet Verdant, where forests of singing trees grew and the air hummed with gentle harmonies, there lived a being named Rin. Rin was a Verdanthian, covered in soft moss-like fur that changed texture with their emotions. When Rin was thoughtful, their fur would become as smooth as still water. When excited, it would ripple like grass in the wind. Verdanthians communicated through musical hums and harmonic vibrations that traveled through the air and ground, creating melodies that conveyed their heart's feelings. Their meeting happened quite by accident when both their exploration vessels, gentle, organic-looking ships that moved more like swimming creatures than machines, drifted into the same quiet nebula. Kaelen's ship, shaped like a translucent seed pod, had been drawn to the nebula's soft light. Rin's vessel, resembling a wooden seed with gently beating wings, had been following a particularly beautiful harmonic frequency emanating from the gas clouds. When their ships gently bumped together in the pastel-colored clouds, there was first a moment of alarm. Kaelen flashed bright orange with surprise, while Rin's fur stood up in sharp points. But as they looked at each other through their respective viewports, Kaelen seeing a creature of gentle greens and browns, Rin seeing a being of shimmering light, their fear softened into curiosity. Kaelen extended a tendril of light from their ship, a gesture of greeting that pulsed with soft lavender, the color of curiosity and peace on Luminara. Rin responded by humming a gentle ascending scale through their ship's exterior, the Verdanthian equivalent of "hello, friend." Thus began their cosmic friendship, one that would require patience, creativity, and the universal language of kindness to flourish. They found a small, abandoned space station floating at the edge of the nebula, a forgotten observatory that had once been used to study the birth of stars. The station was shaped like a delicate glass flower, with petals that opened to the cosmos. Inside, the main chamber was circular, with a domed ceiling that showed the starry expanse above. The floor was made of some smooth, warm material that seemed to glow with stored starlight. Together, they decided to make this their shared shelter, their meeting place between worlds. Kaelen used their light-generating abilities to make the station's interior glow with soft, comforting illumination. Rin used their harmonic talents to activate the station's long-dormant sound systems, filling the space with gentle, resonant tones that made the very walls vibrate with warmth. Their first challenge came when they tried to create a garden in one of the station's side chambers. Kaelen brought glowing moss from Luminara that pulsed with soft blue light, while Rin brought spore seeds from Verdant that grew into plants that hummed when touched. Kaelen arranged the moss in careful geometric patterns, believing beauty came from order and symmetry. Rin planted the spore seeds in what looked like random clusters, believing true beauty came from natural chaos. When Kaelen saw Rin's planting, they flashed a confused gray color. When Rin saw Kaelen's precise patterns, their fur ruffled in disapproval. For a day, they moved around the garden chamber without interacting, each convinced the other had ruined their beautiful project. The chamber was silent except for the faint hum of the plants and the soft glow of the moss. Then Kaelen noticed something wonderful happening. The humming plants had begun to grow toward the glowing moss, as if drawn to its light. And the moss, in turn, had started pulsing in rhythm with the plants' gentle songs. The ordered patterns and the chaotic clusters were creating something more beautiful together than either could have made alone. Kaelen glowed a soft pink, the color of apology and understanding on Luminara, and gently rearranged some of the moss to flow around Rin's plants. Rin, understanding the gesture, hummed a descending melody of acknowledgement and moved a few plants to complement Kaelen's patterns. Their garden became a masterpiece of collaboration, where light and sound danced together in perfect harmony. Another misunderstanding occurred when they tried to share a meal. Kaelen offered Rin a nutrient crystal that shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow. On Luminara, offering the most colorful crystal was the highest form of respect. But when Rin took the crystal and hummed their thanks, they immediately began to vibrate uncomfortably. The crystal's intense light frequencies were overwhelming to Verdanthian senses. Similarly, when Rin offered Kaelen a harmonically charged fruit that produced the most beautiful multitoned hum when eaten, Kaelen found the vibrations unsettling. The fruit made their light flicker uncontrollably, which on Luminara was a sign of distress. They both retreated to opposite sides of the observatory, feeling they had offended their friend. But as they sat in silence, watching the stars drift past the dome above, they realized that their differences weren't failures of friendship, but rather opportunities to learn. Kaelen began experimenting with softer, monochromatic crystals that still held nutritional value, but wouldn't overwhelm Rin's senses. Rin found fruits with simpler, gentler harmonics that Kaelen could enjoy without discomfort. When they tried again, sharing their modified offerings, both found the experience delightful. Kaelen glowed with warm yellow appreciation, while Rin hummed a contented drone. Their greatest collaboration came when they discovered the observatory's main function, a telescope that could view distant galaxies in stunning detail. The mechanism was powered by both light and sound, requiring both their abilities to operate fully. Kaelen would stand at one console, their hands generating precise patterns of light that activated the viewing mechanisms. Rin would stand at another, humming specific frequencies that focused and clarified the images. Together, they could see further into the cosmos than either could alone. Some of their most precious moments were spent this way, Kaelen glowing with soft, contented colors, Rin humming gentle background harmonies as they took turns choosing which star systems to observe. They watched newborn stars igniting in clouds of gas, planets with rings of glittering ice, and distant galaxies spinning like slow, celestial dances. During one particularly peaceful evening, as they watched a binary star system where two suns orbited each other in an eternal waltz, Rin noticed Kaelen's light had dimmed to a soft, sad blue. Rin's own fur smoothed in concern, and they hummed a questioning tone. Kaelen responded by creating a complex pattern of indigo and silver light that told a story of loneliness, of being the only one of their kind who longed to explore beyond Luminara, of feeling different even among their own people. Rin listened, their fur rippling in understanding. Then they began to hum a story of their own, a melody that started with lonely, wandering notes but gradually found harmony as it went. The music told of how Rin too had always felt different, how the standard harmonies of Verdant had never quite resonated with them, how they had sought other frequencies in the universe. In that moment they realized their friendship had healed a loneliness neither had known how to express. Kaelen's light brightened to a warm, grateful gold, while Rin's hum settled into a contented, resonant drone. As seasons passed, marked not by weather but by the shifting patterns of stars outside their observatory, their communication evolved into something entirely new. Kaelen began to incorporate subtle harmonics into their light language, while Rin's music started to take on visual qualities. They had created a bridge language of light and sound that was uniquely theirs. One day a distress signal reached their observatory. A small scout ship from a third species had been damaged in a meteor shower and was drifting without power. The being inside was frightened and alone. Kaelen and Rin worked together seamlessly to rescue the stranded traveler. Kaelen used light patterns to guide their own ship to gently capture the damaged vessel, while Rin used calming frequencies to soothe the frightened being. When they brought the traveler to their observatory, they used their combined light and sound language to communicate comfort and safety. The being, a creature from a water world who communicated through delicate bubble formations, stayed with them until repairs were complete. During that time, the three of them developed a three-way communication system, adding bubble patterns to the light and sound. Their shared shelter had become a sanctuary for cosmic connection. When the time came for the water being to return home, they formed a complex bubble that conveyed profound gratitude, not just for the rescue, but for the friendship and understanding they had found. After their guest departed, Kaelen and Rin returned to their favorite spot beneath the observatory dome. The nebula outside had shifted, creating new patterns of color among the stars. Kaelen glowed with a contented peach color, while Rin hummed a melody of deep peace. They had proven that friendship could transcend not just worlds, but species, communication methods, and even understanding itself. Their bond wasn't built on shared language or similar backgrounds, but on patience, kindness, and the willingness to find beauty in their differences. As they watched a particularly bright star pulse in the distance, Kaelen's light softened to the color of twilight, and Rin's hum lowered to almost inaudible frequencies. There were no more misunderstandings to solve, no more cultural barriers to bridge, just the quiet comfort of friendship, the shared wonder of the cosmos, and the knowledge that in all the vast, star-dusted universe they had found a home in each other. The observatory around them glowed with the gentle light of luminary moss and hummed with the peaceful frequencies of verdanthian plants, a perfect reflection of their friendship. A sanctuary where light and sound, order and chaos, different worlds and different beings, could create something more beautiful together than they ever could apart. And in that moment, as distant stars wheeled silently past their dome, they understood that kindness was indeed the only universal language, one that needed no translation across all the wonders of the cosmos. The distant star system of Lyra 7 held worlds as different as snowflakes in a nebulous storm. On the frozen, crystalline plains of Xylos, where auroras sang in silent ribbons of blue and silver, lived Vel. Vel was a Xylosian, tall and slender, their bodies seemingly carved from living ice that shimmered with internal light. Their thoughts were precise, logical, and flowed like glacial rivers, slow, deep, and immensely powerful. Communication for Vel was a series of intricate light patterns emitted from their core, a language of pure information. On the opposite side of the system, bathed in the perpetual golden hour glow of twin suns, orbited Florin. It was a world of immense, whispering forests, bioluminescent flowers, and warm, humid air thick with the scent of alien pollen. Here lived Kip, a Florinite no taller than Vel's knee, covered in soft, moss-green fur with large, luminous eyes the color of amethysts. Kip communicated in chirps, whistles, and expressive vibrations that resonated through their fur, conveying a kaleidoscope of feelings instantly. Fate, or perhaps a bureaucratic error in the Interstellar Exploration Guild, threw them together. Both were junior researchers assigned to survey the uncharted moon, Elysium Drift, a place of serene meadows, floating islands, and ancient, silent ruins. Their transport pod malfunctioned upon entry, crash-landing them gently but decisively in a field of giant, soft-glowing mushrooms that pulsed with a gentle lavender light. Vel emerged first, their crystalline form clicking softly as they scanned the unfamiliar, warm environment. The air felt thick and damp, uncomfortable against their normally frigid skin. Kip tumbled out next, chirping excitedly, immediately captivated by the glowing fungi and the sweet, honey-like scent on the breeze. Kip vibrated with pure delight, a low hum filling the air. Vel emitted a sharp, staccato burst of light, equals query, status. Damage assessment protocol initiated. Kip, mistaking the bright flashes for a friendly greeting, bounced closer, emitting a cheerful series of high-pitched whistles, equals friend. New place. Beautiful. Safe. Vel took a step back, their internal light flickering with confusion. The Florinite's proximity radiated uncomfortable warmth, and their chaotic sounds lacked any discernible data structure. Equals alert, unidentified organism, exhibiting erratic behavior. Maintain distance. Kip, sensing the retreat, tilted their head, their large eyes dimming slightly. Their vibrations shifted to a questioning, hesitant thrum. Equals cold one, scared. Sad. They cautiously held out a tiny, three-fingered hand, offering a piece of glowing blue lichen they'd scooped from a mushroom stalk. Vel analyzed the offering. Organic matter. Non-toxic. Illogical gesture. Equals negative, offering unnecessary. Priority, repair communication array. They turned their back, focusing on the damaged pod, emitting frustrated pulses of orange light as their delicate tools sparked against unfamiliar components. The silence felt heavy, punctuated only by the soft hum of the mushrooms and Kip's quiet, confused chirps. The misunderstanding deepened as they tried to work. Kip, eager to help, tried to hand Vel tools based on what felt right: a smooth, warm stone when Vel needed a cold conductor, a fragrant flower when they needed insulation. Vel's light patterns grew sharper, colder. Equals inefficiency. Disruption. Cease interference. Kip retreated to a large mushroom cap, their fur drooping, emitting soft, mournful vibrations like the sigh of a distant wind. They didn't understand the cold one's anger. They only wanted to be friends in this strange, beautiful place. Night fell on Elysium Drift, bringing not darkness, but a breathtaking transformation. The floating islands above began to glow with soft internal light, casting shifting patterns on the meadow below. The air cooled slightly, carrying the scent of night-blooming crystal vines. Then, a low rumble echoed through the valley. Not thunder, but something deeper, more resonant. The ground vibrated. Vel's sensors spiked. Equals warning, seismic activity detected. Origin, subterranean geothermal vent instability. Probability of surface rupture, 87.4%. As if on cue, the ground nearby cracked open with a sound like shattering glass. Steam hissed out, superheated and dangerous. Glowing orange fissures snaked across the meadow towards their pod. Panic, a cold, sharp sensation Vel rarely experienced, flared within them. Their logical mind calculated escape routes, all too slow. A frantic chirping erupted. Kip. The small Florinite was dashing towards the largest cluster of glowing mushrooms near the encroaching fissure. Equals foolishness. Vel pulsed, believing Kip was panicking blindly. Equals evade. Evade. But Kip wasn't fleeing. They skidded to a halt beside a particularly large, pulsing mushroom with thick, fibrous roots sunk deep into the soil. With surprising strength, Kip began to push against the massive stalk, vibrating intensely. Equals help. Push. Strong roots hold. Safe ground. Understanding dawned on Vel, cutting through the panic like a laser. Kip wasn't acting erratically. They were sensing the stability of the ground through the interconnected root systems of the giant fungi, something Vel's sensors couldn't perceive. The Florinite wasn't offering random gifts. They were trying to communicate comfort and help in their own way. The lichen, it had been a peace offering. Shame, warm and unfamiliar, washed over Vel. They abandoned the pod and surged forward, their crystalline body surprisingly strong. Together, Vel pushing with glacial strength and Kip vibrating with focused energy, they shifted the massive mushroom just enough to reveal a solid shelf of bedrock beneath its roots, untouched by the fissures snaking around it. They scrambled onto the safe ground just as the area where the pod sat cracked open, swallowing it with a hiss of steam. Safe but stranded, they huddled on the small rocky island, surrounded by glowing steam vents and pulsing lavender light. Their initial silence was heavy. Vel's internal light flickered erratically, processing the near disaster and their own misjudgment. Kip shivered slightly, the adrenaline fading, leaving exhaustion and residual fear vibrating through their small frame. Slowly, hesitantly, Vel extended one crystalline hand. Not a tool, not a demand. Just an open gesture. They emitted a soft, steady pulse of pale blue light. Equals gratitude. Assistance acknowledged. Error, misinterpretation. Kip looked up, their large amethyst eyes wide. They cautiously reached out a small, furry hand and placed it gently on Vel's cool, smooth surface. A wave of warmth, not physical, but emotional relief, forgiveness, and tentative understanding flowed through Kip's vibrations into Vel's perception. Equals friend. Kip chirped softly. Equals affirmative, equals Vel pulsed, the light warming to a gentle gold. Equals friend. The shared challenge had shattered the walls of misunderstanding. In the days that followed, working to salvage what they could and signal for rescue, their communication transformed. Vel learned to interpret the subtle shifts in Kip's vibrations, the quick trill of discovery, the low hum of concentration, the soft purr of contentment. Kip learned to recognize the meaning in Vel's light patterns, the steady blue of focus, the soft green of approval, the warm gold of reassurance. Vel used their logical mind to devise solutions. Kip used their innate connection to the moon's vibrant life to find edible glowing berries that replenished energy and soothing sap from the crystal vines that healed minor scrapes from salvaging. One chilly evening, as they huddled under a makeshift shelter woven from giant, flexible fern fronds, Kip's design, Vel's structural reinforcement, Kip shivered violently. The Florinite body, built for Florin's warmth, struggled with Elysium Drift's cooler nights. Vel observed, their core light dimming with concern. Logic dictated preserving their own energy. But something else, a new, warm current flowing beside the glacial rivers of thought, prompted action. Vel carefully positioned themselves beside Kip. Then, with a deep, resonant hum, they focused their internal energy. Slowly, the air immediately around Vel warmed, radiating gentle, dry heat like sun-warmed stone. Kip's shivering subsided. They looked up, their eyes glowing softly, and emitted a deep, resonant vibration of pure, profound gratitude and comfort. Equals warm, safe, a thank you, friend. They leaned gently against Vel's side. Vel pulsed a soft, steady gold. Equals preservation of vital unit, friend. Priority. When the rescue ship finally descended, drawn by the homing beacon they'd painstakingly repaired together, the guild officers found them sitting side by side on a sun-warmed rock. Vel was patiently holding components steady while Kip, vibrating with focused intensity, used their natural resonance to fuse microscopic fractures in a salvaged communicator circuit, a technique Vel had calculated and Kip instinctively executed. Back on the guild station, they became something of a legend, the ice and the moss. Where Vel went, Kip was often perched on their shoulder or tucked into a specially woven pouch, radiating warmth. Where Kip explored vibrant hydroponics gardens, Vel was a steady, watchful presence nearby, their cool light a comfort in the artificial heat. They had discovered the true meaning of friendship not in their similarities, but in the beautiful, challenging space between their differences. It was the warmth offered in the face of cold logic, the steady light provided in moments of chaotic fear, the patience to learn a new language of the heart, and the profound understanding that sometimes the strongest bonds are forged not in ease, but in the shared warmth of a campfire on a strange, glowing moon, where an open hand and a soft pulse of light said more than any shared language ever could. Their friendship, like the singing auroras of Xylos and the honey light of Florin, became a beacon, a quiet testament to the universe that understanding, kindness, and warmth could bridge any distance, melt any ice, and make even the vast, starry unknown feel like a place called home. And as they sat together in the station's observation deck, watching the swirling colors of the Lyra Nebula, Vel's core pulsed a serene gold, and Kip snuggled closer, purring a soft, contented vibration that echoed the peaceful hum of the stars themselves. In the heart of an ancient forest, a place where the sky was a canopy of green, and the earth was a carpet of soft moss and fallen leaves, there dwelt creatures in harmony and simplicity. The forest, known as Elderwood, was a realm where each rustle of the leaf and each ripple of the stream spoke of stories untold, whispering secrets of old to those who listened with open hearts. As dawn's gentle light filtered through the interlacing branches, casting a kaleidoscope of gold and green, the forest came alive with a soft symphony of bird song. This was the time when the creatures of Elderwood awoke, stretching their limbs and wings, preparing for the day's gentle adventures. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers bore the hues of autumn leaves, and whose eyes were deep wells of ancient wisdom. Orin had lived in Elderwood longer than most, his perch high in the gnarled branches of an ancient oak. One day, as the sun began its slow ascent, Orin noticed a change in the forest's song. The usual harmony seemed somewhat disjointed, as if a single string in a beautifully tuned harp had loosened. Concerned, Orin spread his wings and flew down to the forest floor, where the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and budding flowers. He met with Fern, a gentle deer whose coat was the color of morning mist, and who was known for her keen understanding of the forest's moods. "Fern," Orin began, his voice as soothing as a breeze through the leaves, "have you noticed the forest's song today? It feels different." Fern nodded, her large, gentle eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. "I have, Orin. There seems to be a disquiet, as if something is out of balance." Together they wandered deeper into the forest, their paths lined with wildflowers that nodded their heads as if in greeting. It was not long before they came upon a small, babbling brook. Normally its waters were clear and sparkling, a mirror for the azure sky, but today they were muddied and sluggish. "The brook," Fern whispered softly, "it carries a sadness." Orin peered closely, his wise eyes noticing a pile of fallen branches and leaves that had created a dam, blocking the natural flow of the water. "Ah, here is the source of the discord," he said gently. "When the brook cannot sing its song, the forest feels its loss." With great care, they began to clear away the debris. Orin used his sharp beak to lift the twigs, while Fern nudged the larger branches aside with her strong yet gentle hooves. As they worked, the sun rose higher, warming the air with its gentle touch, and a light breeze began to dance through the trees, bringing with it the scent of pine and fresh rain. Finally, the brook flowed freely once more, its song a joyful melody that rippled through the forest. Orin and Fern watched as the water sparkled under the sun, its clarity returning, carrying with it the reflection of a sky that seemed to smile down upon them. As they rested by the rejuvenated brook, a soft rustling announced the arrival of another forest friend. It was Bramble, a cheerful squirrel with fur as bright as the maple leaves in autumn. Bramble had been watching from the branches above and now scampered down to join them. "Thank you, Orin and Fern," Bramble chittered, his eyes alight with gratitude. "The brook's song is what wakes me each morning, and I missed it dearly." Orin nodded, a warm glow in his eyes. "The forest is a web of connections, Bramble. Each part, no matter how small, is important to the whole. When one part is troubled, it affects all of us." Fern lowered her head to nuzzle Bramble affectionately. "And when we work together, we can restore balance and harmony. It is the way of Elderwood." As the sun dipped towards the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, the three friends lingered by the brook, savoring the peace they had helped restore. The forest began its evening song, a gentle lullaby that spoke of calm winds and restful nights. In the days that followed, the creatures of Elderwood continued their lives with renewed joy, their bonds of friendship strengthened by the shared experience. Orin, with his wisdom, reminded them of the importance of listening to the subtle changes in their world, while Fern and Bramble spread the message of unity and care throughout the forest. And so, Elderwood thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the gentle strength of friendship. The seasons turned, bringing with them new challenges and changes, but the creatures faced them with wisdom and togetherness, their hearts as open and enduring as the ancient forest itself. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, casting a gentle glow over the sleeping forest, Orin settled back into his perch high in the oak tree. With a heart full of contentment, he closed his eyes, letting the whispering winds carry him into dreams of peace and unity. And so, Elderwood slept too, cradled in the embrace of nature's enduring balance. The first frost of the season had just begun painting silver lace across the window pane when young Cora discovered the acorn. Not an ordinary acorn, mind you, but one that glowed with a soft, buttery light from within its polished shell, nestled among fallen leaves in the crook of Grandmother Rowan's garden wall. When Cora cupped it in her mittened hands, warmth spread through her fingers like sipping hot cider, and a faint melody hummed against her palms, a song of rustling ferns and distant waterfalls. Forest's heartbeat, Grandmother had murmured that evening, stirring honey into chamomile tea while firelight danced in her wise, crinkled eyes. Lost long ago when shadows grew jealous, the woods grow thin without it. Cora knew the stories, how the whispering woods bordering their village once shimmered with shared dreams between trees and townsfolk, how children used to follow foxfire lanterns to dance with mushroom-ring sprites. Now the forest stood silent and watchful, paths twisting into gloom. That night, as wind sighed through eaves like a lonely breath, the acorn pulsed against Cora's pillow. Not a demand, but an invitation. By dawn, with the acorn secured in a velvet drawstring pouch round her neck and Grandmother's knitted scarf smelling of rosemary and courage, Cora slipped through the garden gate. Winter's breath hung crisp in the air, turning each footstep on frosted grass into a tiny crunching symphony. The deeper she wandered, the stranger the woods became, not menacing, but deeply alive. Birch trunks gleamed like polished bone in slanting sunlight, while ice-encased spiderwebs glittered like chandeliers. Yet an ache lingered beneath the beauty, brittle branches, two silent clearings where no birds sang, and a scent like forgotten rain. After hours of following the acorn's gentle tug, a compass in her chest, Cora stumbled into a clearing veiled by weeping willow tendrils. There, grumbling fiercely as he wrestled a thorny vine ensnaring his burrow entrance, was a badger. Blasted brambles, he huffed, his charcoal-striped fur fluffed in indignation. Grew overnight, thick as thief's lies. His name, he grumpily admitted when Cora offered help with her little pruning shears, was Thorn. And no, I don't need a human clattering about, especially one wearing a... He froze, black nose twitching toward her glowing pouch. Is that? It can't be. Wonder smoothed his gruffness like a stone worn by a river. The heartseed, they said it was gone forever. Thorn became her unlikely guide. His knowledge of route paths and squirrel highways was unmatched, but more precious was his dry humor that turned fearful shadows into mere tricks of the light. That creaking, he'd sniff as ancient oaks groaned overhead. Just old Oakheart complaining about his rheumatism. Tell him he's looking splendid, and he'll quiet right down. When a sudden snow flurry blinded them near a ravine, Thorn unearthed a hidden badger tunnel smelling of damp earth and safety. Inside, bioluminescent moss coated the walls like emerald stardust, guiding their way. Forest remembers its own, Thorn murmured, his gruff voice softened. The acorn's light intensified as they journeyed, its song swelling into harmonies that made frozen streams sigh and icicles chime. It led them to a colossal hawthorn tree, its gnarled trunk split by a fissure veiled in cascading ivy. Impossible, breathed Thorn. The elders spoke of the veiled grove, but no one's found it in generations. As Cora pushed aside the ivy, warmth and the scent of sun-warmed apricots enveloped them. They stepped not into a hollow, but into a sunlit glade suspended in perpetual golden hour. Butterflies with stained glass wings drifted above flowers that chimed when touched. At the glade's heart stood a tree unlike any other, its bark shimmering like molten amber, roots cradling a hollow where a nest of woven moonlight pulsed with absence. Tiny figures emerged from blossoms and fern shadows, the verdant folk no taller than Cora's hand, with skin like dappled sunlight and hair of spun moss. Their leader, Elder Mosshelm, stepped forward, his acorn cap hat trembling. The heartseed's return. Joy lit his leafy face, then dimmed. But see, it is wounded. He pointed a twiggy finger. A jagged piece was missing from the acorn's base, its light flickering unevenly. Stolen long ago by a creature of the deep shade, Mosshelm explained sadly. Envy turned its heart cold. It craved the seed's warmth, but only knew how to break. Without that missing shard, the seed cannot heal the whispering woods. Thorn's ears flattened. The deep shade, that's no place for sensible creatures. It was a realm of tangled, lightless roots where the forest's oldest sorrows festered. Yet Cora felt the acorn's plea resonate within her, not for itself, but for the lonely thief. Everyone deserves a chance to return what they took, she said softly, meeting Thorn's worried eyes. Even shadows. Their descent into the deep shade felt like sinking into cold ink. Bioluminescent fungi provided ghostly blue guideposts, but oppressive silence pressed down, thick as wool. Strange, mournful echoes skittered just beyond sight, whispers of lost things. Thorn pressed close, his warmth a steady anchor. "Remember Oakheart's rheumatism," he muttered, attempting levity though his fur bristled. "This place just needs better decorating." Deep within a cavern woven from thorny roots, they found it, a creature of shifting obsidian smoke, curled around a shard of light that burned its ephemeral hands. It hissed, coiling tighter, eyes like dying embers flaring defensively. Cora knelt slowly, ignoring Thorn's warning rumble. She didn't reach for the shard. Instead, she opened her pouch, letting the heartseed's gentle radiance spill out. "It misses its piece," she said, her voice steady despite her trembling hands. "And I think you miss not being alone in the dark." The creature recoiled, smoke swirling in agitation. Cora hummed the seed's melody, the song of rustling ferns and waterfalls. The creature stilled. Tentatively, Cora placed the glowing acorn on the cold earth between them. Its warmth isn't meant to be hoarded, it's meant to be shared, like friendship. A long, silent moment stretched. Then a thin, smoky tendril extended, not toward the seed, but toward Cora's outstretched hand. It didn't touch, but hovered, trembling with a profound, aching loneliness that mirrored the brittle woods above. Slowly, achingly, the creature uncurled. It nudged the stolen shard of light toward the heartseed with its shadowy muzzle. As the shard clicked into place with a sound like a sigh of relief, the acorn blazed with pure, golden light. The creature flinched, but the light didn't burn. It washed over its smoky form, revealing not a monster, but a slender being with skin like twilight velvet and eyes, now holding the soft gleam of distant stars. Shade, they learned its name was. Not a creature of malice, but of forgotten corners, starved for connection. The return to the veiled grove was a procession of light. Shade walked hesitantly beside Cora, Thorn padding protectively close. As they emerged into the amber glow, the verdant folk gasped, then burst into joyous, tinkling laughter like wind chimes. At the heart tree, Cora placed the whole acorn back into its cradle of moonlight. Their effect was instantaneous. Light pulsed outward in a wave, up the amber trunk, through the branches, and out into the whispering woods beyond the veil. Snow melted from pine needles, revealing vibrant green. Frozen streams gurgled back to life. Birdsong, tentative at first, then triumphant, erupted from every tree. The forest breathed deep, shaking off its long slumber. In the days that followed, Cora walked familiar paths transformed. Sunlight dappled through a vibrant canopy, alive with chattering squirrels and flitting sprites. Foxfire lanterns winked invitations from mossy hollows. Thorn, now a frequent visitor to grandmother's garden, especially when berry tarts were cooling, regaled them with tales of shade, helping the verdant folk tend to the deep shade, coaxing shy glowworms and healing wounded roots. Turns out, Thorn chuckled, crumbs on his whiskers, a bit of kindness makes even the gloomiest places bloom. The night before the first true thaw, Cora stood at her window. The whispering woods shimmered under the moon, no longer a wall of secrets, but a friend breathing softly in the dark. In her hand, warmed by her touch, lay a single leaf gifted by the heart tree, its veins traced with permanent, gentle gold light. She pressed it to her cheek, breathing in the scent of damp earth and possibility. Outside, an owl hooted a lullaby, joined by the distant, contented purr of a badger settling into his burrow, and the soft, chiming laughter of tiny folk dancing in moonlit clearings. The forest's heartbeat, strong and steady, echoed her own. As she climbed into bed, the golden leaf glowing softly on her nightstand, Cora smiled. The greatest magic she knew as sleep gently pulled her under wasn't in glowing seeds or hidden groves. It was in the courage to offer warmth to shadows, the wisdom to listen to forgotten songs, and the boundless, quiet strength found in an unexpected friend's steadfast presence beside you on the path home. The woods whispered their ancient lullaby, a promise carried on the warm spring wind rustling the newly green leaves, a promise of belonging forever renewed. In a cozy woodland clearing, beneath the sheltering boughs of ancient oaks, there lived a community of gentle forest folk. Their cottages were carved into the sturdy trunks, adorned with whimsical mushroom roofs and windows framed by vines that danced in the breeze. At the heart of this enchanting hamlet stood the great hollow tree, its vast interior transformed into a warm, inviting gathering place. Here the forest folk would come together to share stories, music, and the simple joys of friendship. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves swirled in golden eddies, an unusual hush fell over the hollow tree. The forest folk noticed something amiss. The glowing lanterns that typically illuminated the space had dimmed to a faint flicker. Tilly, a young squirrel with an inquisitive nature, was the first to voice her concern. "Friends, have you noticed the strange way the lanterns are behaving? It's as if their magic is waning." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathering, and Willow, the wise old oak spirit, stepped forward. Her bark-etched face creased with concern as she spoke. "You are right to be troubled, little one. The lanterns are indeed behaving strangely, and we must uncover the reason before their light is extinguished completely." With a wave of her gnarled branch, Willow summoned a cluster of glowing sprites, their luminous bodies casting a warm glow around the hollow. "These faithful friends will guide you on your quest to restore the lantern's magic," she said, her voice carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. Tilly's eyes widened with excitement, and she eagerly gathered a small band of companions: Thistle, the hedgehog, Mossy, the toad, and Piper, the songbird. Together they set off into the forest, their path illuminated by the dancing sprites. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the friends noticed peculiar signs: twisted branches that seemed to have minds of their own, mushroom rings that pulsed with an eerie glow, and whispers carried on the wind that spoke of forgotten enchantments. Piper, with her keen eyesight, was the first to spot a clue. Perched atop a fallen log, she noticed a trail of shimmering dust leading into a thicket of brambles. "Look, friends," she trilled. "Could this be the key to unraveling the mystery?" Mossy hopped closer, his bulbous eyes studying the glittering trail. "Why, I believe you're right, Piper. That dust looks awfully familiar. It's the same sparkle that fuels the lantern's magic." With renewed determination, the friends followed the shimmering path, carefully navigating the tangled brambles until they emerged into a secluded glade. There, in the center, stood an ancient stone pedestal, its surface etched with intricate runes. Thistle, ever the observant one, noticed a faint glow emanating from the pedestal's base. "Look there, friends. Could that be the source of the lantern's magic?" As they approached cautiously, the sprites swirled around the pedestal, their ethereal light revealing a hidden chamber beneath. Within the chamber, they found a glimmering crystal, its facets refracting the sprite's glow in a kaleidoscope of colors. Tilly gasped in wonder. This must be the heart of the lantern's magic. But why has it been hidden away? Suddenly, a deep, rumbling voice echoed through the glade. "Well done, little ones, for uncovering the ancient secrets of this sacred place." From the shadows emerged a majestic stag, his antlers adorned with twisting vines and his flanks shimmering with an otherworldly sheen. "I am the guardian of this crystal, charged with protecting its power from those who would misuse it." The friends listened, captivated, as the stag wove a tale of an ancient evil that had once threatened to extinguish the light of the forest. In a desperate bid to safeguard the crystal's magic, it had been hidden away, its power dimmed to prevent its discovery. "But now," the stag continued, "the darkness has passed, and it is time for the light to shine once more. You have proven yourselves worthy guardians of this sacred trust." With a graceful bow of his antlered head, the stag stepped aside, allowing the friends to approach the crystal. Tilly, her heart swelling with courage, reached out and gently touched its glimmering surface. In an instant, a surge of warmth and radiance burst forth, the crystal pulsing with renewed life. The sprites danced in jubilation, their bodies trailing streams of shimmering stardust as they swirled through the air. As the friends emerged from the glade, they gasped in delight. The lanterns in the hollow tree had been restored to their full, brilliant glory, casting a warm, welcoming glow throughout the woodland hamlet. Willow, her face alight with pride, welcomed the heroes back with open branches. "Well done, my brave friends. Thanks to your courage, cleverness, and unwavering friendship, the light of our home has been rekindled." And from that day forward, whenever the forest folk gathered in the hollow tree, they would share the tale of the hidden crystal and the brave companions who restored its magic, ensuring that the warm, comforting glow would never fade. The salt-kissed wind whispered secrets through Finn's unruly brown hair as he shuffled along the damp sand. Dusk painted the sky in bruised purples and fiery oranges, reflecting on the retreating tide that left behind a glistening tapestry of treasures. Finn, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds, preferred the company of the sea's leavings to the boisterous games of the other village children. His pockets were always heavy with smooth stones, fragments of pearlescent shell, and the occasional piece of sea glass worn soft by the ocean's embrace. Today, however, felt different. An unusual stillness hung in the air, thick with the scent of kelp and distant rain. He paused, drawn by a faint, rhythmic humming that seemed to vibrate up through the soles of his worn boots. It wasn't the wind, nor the distant gulls. Kneeling, he brushed aside damp sand near a cluster of barnacle-crusted rocks. There, half-buried, pulsed a shell unlike any he'd ever seen. It was no larger than his palm, a spiral of deepest midnight blue, swirling with veins of shimmering silver that seemed to shift and dance like captured moonlight. As his fingers brushed its cool, impossibly smooth surface, the humming intensified, resonating deep within his chest. It felt warm, alive. He carefully pried it free, cradling it in his hands. The silver veins flared brightly for a moment, then settled into a soft, steady glow. Finn felt a strange pull, a magnetic yearning towards the vast, whispering expanse of the ocean. That night, tucked beneath his patchwork quilt with the shell resting on his bedside table, its soft glow painted shifting constellations on the ceiling. The rhythmic humming filled his small room, a lullaby sung by the sea itself. Sleep claimed him, deep and profound. He dreamed not of flying, but of sinking gently into cool, welcoming water. He could breathe easily, the salt tang fresh and clean. Around him the ocean bloomed with impossible colors, corals like frozen fireworks, fish darting like living jewels, forests of kelp swaying in unseen currents. He felt weightless, peaceful, utterly at home. When he awoke at dawn, the dream clung to him like seawater, vivid and real. The shell lay silent and dark on the table. The pull intensified over the next few days. The shell remained inert during daylight hours, but its presence was a constant, quiet hum in the back of Finn's mind. He found himself drawn back to the shore each twilight, the shell tucked safely in his pocket. One evening, as the last sliver of sun dipped below the horizon, painting the waves in molten gold, Finn stood at the water's edge, the shell held tightly. The humming crescendoed, vibrating through his bones. The silver veins blazed with light. Tentatively, heart pounding like a trapped bird, he waded into the cool surf, holding the shell before him. As the water reached his waist, the light from the shell enveloped him in a shimmering bubble. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and stepped forward into deeper water. Instead of the expected chill and resistance, he felt only a gentle pressure, like stepping through a curtain of cool silk. He opened his eyes. He was suspended in a world of liquid light. Sunbeams, refracted through the surface far above, painted dancing patterns on the sandy floor below. Schools of tiny, iridescent fish parted around him like a living river. Gigantic ancient sea turtles glided past with slow, deliberate grace. The humming wasn't just in the shell now. It was the ocean itself, the sigh of currents, the crackle of distant reefs, the song of whales echoing from the deep. The shell pulsed warmly in his hand, its light a soft beacon. He was in the meridian depths. He drifted, awestruck, until a gentle bump against his shimmering bubble startled him. A large sea turtle, her shell patterned with intricate swirls of mossy green and gold, peered at him with ancient, intelligent eyes. Her gaze held a deep, calm wisdom. She nudged the bubble again, then turned, swimming slowly towards a towering forest of kelp that swayed like emerald giants. The shell hummed encouragingly. Finn understood. He willed himself to follow, finding that within the bubble, he could move with surprising ease, propelled by thought alone. The turtle led him through the kelp forest, where shafts of light pierced the gloom, illuminating fish that looked like shards of stained glass and anemones that pulsed with soft, internal light. They emerged near a cluster of colossal coral structures, forming arches and caverns that pulsed with their own bioluminescent glow. Creatures Finn had only seen in faded book illustrations darted amongst the formations. Seahorses like tiny, armored knights, octopuses changing color like living rainbows, and schools of fish that moved as one glittering entity. The turtle guided him towards a vast, open amphitheater formed by coral, its floor covered in smooth, multicolored pebbles. Here, nestled amongst giant clams that opened to reveal pearls glowing like captured moons, were the merfolk. They weren't the humans with fishtails of legend, but beings sculpted from the sea itself. Their skin shimmered with scales in every conceivable hue, deep abyssal blues, vibrant reef oranges, pearly whites. Their lower bodies flowed into powerful, elegant tails, while their upper bodies were more humanoid, adorned with intricate patterns of living coral and trailing strands of glowing seaweed. Large, luminous eyes, adapted to the dim light, regarded Finn with open curiosity and a hint of wariness. One merfolk larger than the others, with scales the deep indigo of the midnight ocean and a crown woven from phosphorescent kelp, swam forward. Her presence radiated calm authority. She placed a webbed hand against Finn's bubble. A warmth spread from the contact, and Finn felt a strange sense of understanding bloom in his mind, not words, but feelings and images. Welcome, shell-bearer. I am Queen Thalassa. We felt the deep stars awakening. Her thoughts flowed into his mind, clear and resonant like bells heard underwater. She gestured to the shell in his hand, the deep star. Finn, overwhelmed, tried to project his own jumble of thoughts. I found it on the shore. It brought me here. It's beautiful." Thalassa smiled, a gentle ripple of light across her face. The deep star chooses its keeper. It has slept for many tides. Its return signals a need. She projected an image, a section of the vibrant coral reef Finn had seen earlier, but now gray, brittle, lifeless. A creeping shadow seemed to cling to it. The gloom spreads. It silences the songs, dims the lights. We know not its source, only that it weakens the meridian depths. Finn felt a pang of sorrow for the dying coral. Can I help? The question formed instinctively, fueled by the deep star's warm pulse against his palm and the profound peace he felt in this hidden world. The queen's luminous eyes held his. The deep star sensed a kindred spirit, one who listens to the quiet things. Perhaps your eyes, unused to our depths, can see what ours cannot. But the gloom is perilous. You would need a guide. She turned her gaze towards the large sea turtle who had brought Finn. Cora has watched over these reefs longer than memory. She will swim with you. Cora nudged Finn's bubble gently with her beak, her ancient eyes conveying steadfastness. Finn felt a surge of determination mixed with trepidation. He was just a quiet boy who collected shells. How could he help save an entire hidden world? But the image of the dying coral, the fading light, and the deep star's unwavering warmth in his hand steeled his resolve. He nodded. I'll try. Their journey began the next tide cycle. Guided by Cora's steady presence and the deep star's soft light, Finn ventured deeper into the meridian depths towards the afflicted area. The vibrancy gradually faded. The water grew colder, the light dimmer. Fish were scarce, and those they saw moved sluggishly. The coral structures, once bursting with color and life, stood like skeletal ghosts, coated in a slimy, dark gray film that seemed to absorb light the gloom. The constant, soothing hum of the ocean was replaced by an unsettling silence, broken only by the mournful creak of dying coral. Cora swam close, projecting images of the reef as it once was, teeming with life. Finn concentrated, trying to see beyond the decay. He noticed things the merfolk, accustomed to the reef's normal rhythms, might overlook. Strange, faintly glowing tendrils, almost invisible against the gray slime, snaked from the dying coral towards cracks in the seabed below. They pulsed with a sickly, greenish light. He pointed them out to Cora, projecting the image. The turtle's eyes widened slightly. She nudged him towards a particularly large fissure, hidden beneath an overhang of dead coral. The fissure exhaled a plume of unnaturally cold water. The gloom seemed thickest here, clinging like tar. As Finn peered closer, the deep star in his hand flared brighter, its silver veins blazing. The light cut through the murk, revealing the source of the tendrils. Nestled deep within the fissure was a cluster of dark, spiny urchins, unlike any Finn had ever seen. They were the size of his head, their spines oozing the viscous gray slime. The sickly green light pulsed from within their bodies. They weren't feeding on the coral, they were poisoning it, draining its life and light, spreading the gloom. The stone-sick urchins, Cora projected, a deep sorrow in her mental voice. Thought lost to the deep trenches. Their poison brings silence and cold. Finn felt a chill that wasn't from the water. How do we stop them? He remembered something his grandmother, a healer in the village, once said about ailments. Sometimes the strongest poison needs the gentlest cure. Cora projected an image of a specific luminous plant, a kelp with fronds that glowed a soft, healing blue. Moonlace. Its light purifies. But it grows only in the sunken gardens, guarded by the razorback clams. They snap shut at the slightest tremor. The sunken gardens lay on the far side of the gloom-ridden reef. Getting there meant navigating treacherous currents and the suffocating silence. Cora led the way, her powerful flippers moving with silent grace. Finn concentrated, using the deep star's light to illuminate safe paths through fields of sharp, dead coral and around hidden crevices where more stone-sick urchins lurked. The silence pressed in, heavy and unnerving. Once a massive razorback clam, disturbed by their passage, snapped its jagged shell shut with a sound like thunder, mere inches from Finn's bubble. He gasped, heart hammering, but Cora nudged him onwards, her calm presence a steady anchor. Reaching the sunken gardens was like stepping into a forgotten dream. Here, untouched by the gloom, giant anemones bloomed like underwater flowers in neon hues. Fish shimmered like scattered gems, and growing in sheltered grottos were clusters of moonlace. Its long, ribbon-like fronds emitted a soft, ethereal blue light that seemed to hum with gentle energy. But true to Cora's warning, each cluster grew within the reach of enormous razorback clams, their shells partially open like hungry jaws, revealing pearlescent interiors and sensitive, frilled edges. They feel vibrations, Cora cautioned. One wrong move. Finn watched the clams. He noticed tiny, glowing shrimp cleaning their shells, moving with exquisite slowness and care. The clams remained open for them. Gentleness, Finn thought, remembering his grandmother's words. Not force. He projected the image of the cleaning shrimp to Cora, then an idea formed. He needed to move like the shrimp, slowly, deliberately, radiating calm. Holding the deep star close, he focused all his will on projecting a feeling of peace, of harmless intent, just as the shell seemed to radiate warmth and safety. He imagined himself not as an intruder, but as part of the gentle rhythm of the garden. Slowly, inch by painstaking inch, he drifted towards a cluster of moonlace, keeping his movements fluid and minimal. He felt the deep star amplify his intent, its light softening, becoming less a beacon and more like the dappled sunlight filtering through the surface. Cora watched utterly still, her ancient eyes filled with hope. A large razorback clam loomed beside the moonlace. Its frilled mantle rippled, sensing his presence. Finn held his breath, pouring every ounce of calm he possessed through the deep star. The clam's shell tensed slightly, then relaxed. It remained open. Heart pounding with quiet triumph, Finn carefully reached out and gently harvested several fronds of the glowing moonlace. They felt cool and resilient in his hand, pulsing with soft blue light. He retreated as slowly as he had approached. Back at the poisoned fissure, the task was even more delicate. They had to get close enough to the stone-sick urchins without triggering a defensive spray of their toxic slime. Finn again relied on the deep star, projecting feelings of calm and harmlessness, while Cora used her immense patience and knowledge of currents to position them. Finn held a frond of moonlace towards one of the urchins. As the soft blue light touched the oozing gray spines, a remarkable thing happened. The sickly green glow within the urchin flickered. The gray slime seemed to recoil, sizzling faintly as the moonlace's light washed over it. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the darkness receded from the spines, replaced by their natural, dull purple. The urchin stopped pulsing its toxic light and became still and dormant. Working with painstaking care, Finn and Cora treated each stone-sick urchin in the cluster. The deep star warmed in Finn's hand, its light blending with the moonlace's blue glow, amplifying the cleansing effect. They worked until the fissure was clear, the cold plume ceased, and the last traces of the sickly green light vanished. Exhaustion washed over Finn, deep and profound, but it was mixed with a soaring sense of accomplishment. They returned to the coral amphitheater. Queen Thalassa and her people awaited them anxiously. As Finn presented the remaining moonlace and projected images of their mission, the discovery of the urchins, the perilous journey, the gentle application of the cure, a wave of profound gratitude washed over him from the gathered merfolk. Their luminous eyes shone with renewed hope. Work began immediately. Guided by Finn's descriptions and Cora's wisdom, teams of merfolk carefully harvested more moonlace, using Finn's method of stillness and projected calm, and applied its light to the afflicted areas of the reef. Where the gloom had been thickest, the moonlace's gentle blue glow spread, pushing back the gray slime. Color began to seep back into the bleached coral, first faint pastels, then vibrant reds, oranges, and yellows. Tiny polyps tentatively extended their delicate arms. Fish, drawn by the returning life, darted back into the recovering areas. The oppressive silence lifted, replaced by the tentative clicks, pops, and chirps of returning reef life, gradually swelling back into the familiar, comforting hum of the meridian depths. Finn watched, tears mingling with the seawater inside his bubble. He had helped heal this wondrous place. The quiet boy who listened to shells had found his voice in stillness and observation. His bond with Cora, forged in shared purpose and silent understanding, felt deeper than any surface friendship. The Queen approached, placing a webbed hand against his bubble once more. Her gratitude flowed into him, warm and profound. The deep star chose wisely, Finn. You saw with new eyes and acted with a gentle heart. You have reminded us that true strength often lies not in force, but in quiet understanding and the courage to act with kindness. The meridian depths will remember the shell-bearer. The time came for Finn to return. The deep star pulsed softly, its journey complete for now. Queen Thalassa presented him with a small, woven pouch made of iridescent seaweed, containing a single, perfect pearl that glowed with its own soft, inner light, a token of their gratitude and a reminder of the light within the depths. Cora nudged him gently one last time, her ancient eyes conveying a farewell that needed no words. Holding the deep star, Finn swam towards the surface, guided by the fading light above. He breached the waves just as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky. He stood on the familiar shore, dripping, the shell cool in his hand, the glowing pearl pouch tucked safely in his pocket. The world above seemed both the same and utterly changed. The rustle of the wind in the dune grass, the cry of a distant gull, the sigh of the waves, they all held a deeper resonance, a secret melody he now understood. Back in his small room, the deep star sat on his bedside table, dark and silent once more. But Finn knew its secret. He held the glowing pearl, its soft light, a comforting echo of the meridian depths. He was no longer just the quiet boy who collected shells. He was the shell-bearer, the boy who had befriended an ancient turtle, helped heal a hidden world, and learned that the greatest magic often lies in listening, observing, and acting with gentle courage. He knew the deep star would sleep, but its connection, like his bond with Cora and the memory of the shimmering depths, would remain, a warm, secret light within him. As he drifted off to sleep, the rhythmic sigh of the ocean outside his window sounded like a lullaby sung just for him, a promise of hidden wonders and the enduring strength found in quiet friendship and a kind heart. The world was vast, filled with mysteries both above and below, and Finn, holding the glowing pearl, felt a profound sense of peace and belonging, cradled in the gentle embrace of the known and the wonderfully unknown. The attic smelled of dust and forgotten summers, a scent like dried roses and old paper. Moonlight filtered through the small, grimy window, painting silver stripes across stacked trunks and shrouded furniture. Sam, bundled in a thick, cable-knit sweater against the chill, wasn't looking for anything specific. Grandad had mentioned an old box of holiday decorations, and with Christmas approaching, curiosity had drawn Sam upwards into the quiet, shadowed space. Behind a leaning stack of hatboxes, Sam found it. Not a box of baubles, but a single object wrapped in faded blue velvet. Unfolding the soft fabric revealed a snow globe, unlike any other. The base was dark, polished wood, cool to the touch. Inside, resting on a bed of impossibly fine, glittering white sand, stood a miniature forest of frosted silver birch trees. At its center, catching the moonlight in its glass curve, stood a tiny, perfect ice palace, its spires delicate as spun sugar. But the most astonishing thing was the snow itself. It wasn't still. Tiny flakes swirled in a perpetual gentle dance within the glass sphere, catching the light like miniature diamonds. It felt alive. Sam cradled it carefully, the glass cool against their palms. Peering closer, breath fogging the surface, Sam gasped. Deep within the miniature forest, a flicker of movement. A small, impossibly white creature with ears like snowdrifts darted between the trees. A snow hare. But it seemed more. Its eyes, when it paused for a fleeting second, glowed with a soft, intelligent light. As Sam watched, mesmerized, the swirling snow seemed to coalesce, forming a path leading deeper into the tiny woods towards the distant ice palace. A strange sense of invitation, a silent whisper on the edge of hearing, filled the quiet attic. Come see. That night, Sam placed the globe on the bedside table. Sleep was elusive. The swirling snow seemed to beckon, its motion hypnotic. When sleep finally came, it wasn't restful. Sam dreamed of vast, silent forests blanketed in deep snow, of biting cold that somehow didn't feel harsh, and of a feeling of profound loss, like a beautiful song fading away. And always watching from the edges of the dream, the luminous eyes of the snow hare. Morning dawned gray and frosty. Sam couldn't stop thinking about the globe. Throughout breakfast, homework, and helping Granddad in the garden, the image of the tiny, dancing snow and the watchful hare filled Sam's thoughts. That afternoon, back in the quiet sanctuary of their room, Sam picked up the globe again. Holding it close, Sam focused on the swirling snow, on the tiny palace, on the feeling of the dream. The world seemed to narrow, the sounds of the house fading. The glass felt colder, vibrating faintly. The swirling snow intensified, becoming a blizzard within the globe, obscuring the trees, the palace, everything except that feeling of invitation, now urgent, pulsing like a heartbeat against Sam's palms. Then, with a sound like a sigh and a chime of breaking ice, the room dissolved. Sam wasn't in the bedroom anymore. Sam stood knee-deep in snow so pure and white, it seemed to glow from within. Towering silver birch trees, their bark smooth and pale, stretched endlessly in every direction, their bare branches laced with frost that glittered like crushed diamonds under a sky the color of twilight lavender. The air was crisp and sharp, carrying the scent of pine and cold stone. It was breathtakingly beautiful and utterly silent. The snow globe lay nestled in the snow at Sam's feet, inert now, its snow still. Panic fluttered in Sam's chest. Where was this? How to get back? The silence pressed in, heavy and expectant. Then a soft crunch. Sam whirled around. There, perched on a snow-dusted log, was the snow hare. It was larger than any hare Sam had ever seen, almost the size of a small dog. Its fur wasn't just white, it shimmered with a subtle inner light, like moonlight on snow. Its eyes, large and dark-lashed, held that same intelligent glow Sam had glimpsed in the globe. They regarded Sam calmly, without fear. "Hello," Sam whispered, the sound startlingly loud in the stillness. The hare tilted its head. It didn't speak, but Sam felt a wave of understanding. A feeling of curiosity mixed with a deep, underlying sadness washed over Sam. The hare hopped down from the log and nudged something half-buried in the snow near Sam's boot. It was a small, perfectly carved wooden acorn. Sam picked it up. It felt warm and strangely comforting. "Follow," the feeling seemed to whisper, emanating from the hare. It turned and began hopping through the trees, pausing occasionally to look back, its luminous eyes urging Sam on. Trusting the strange intuition and the gentle presence of the hare, Sam tucked the warm acorn into a pocket and followed. They walked for what felt like hours, though the lavender twilight sky never changed. The forest was a wonderland. Frost flowers bloomed on frozen streams, their petals crystalline and intricate. Strange, glowing mosses clung to rocks, casting soft pools of blue and green light. Snowflakes, each one a unique masterpiece, drifted down, landing silently. Yet beneath the beauty, Sam began to sense what the hair carried, a deep melancholy. Patches of the forest looked faded. Trees seemed less substantial, their frost duller. The air felt thinner in places, the silence more profound, less peaceful, more like emptiness. The vibrant glow of the mosses dimmed in certain clearings. Something was wrong. The magic was draining away. The hare led Sam to a clearing dominated by a colossal, ancient oak tree, its trunk gnarled and blackened, stark against the white. Unlike the silver birches, it radiated a sense of immense age and profound sorrow. At its base, partially covered by snow, lay scattered fragments of what looked like carved ice, a broken archway, a shattered column. This, Sam understood with a pang, was once a gateway, a place of power. Now it was ruined. The hare sat beside the fragments, its head bowed, radiating grief. Images flickered in Sam's mind. Vibrant gatherings under the twilight sky, music like wind chimes, laughter like falling snow, creatures of frost and starlight dancing where now only emptiness reigned. This was the heart of the fading. Why? Sam projected the thought, focusing on the hare. The hare lifted its head. An image formed in Sam's mind, a magnificent stag, its antlers like branches of ice, crowned with starlight. The stag of solstice, the guardian spirit whose presence anchored the magic of this hidden world, the winter sanctum. Another image, the stag growing weary, its light dimming, seeking solitude deep within the ice palace, the very heart of the sanctum. And then a final chilling image, a creeping shadow, formless and cold, seeping from the cracks in the ruined gateway, drawn to the stag's fading light, feeding on it, accelerating the decay. The shadow wasn't malicious, the hare conveyed, but a consequence of the broken gateway and the guardian's withdrawal of void-seeking energy. Without the stag's light to sustain the magic and repel their encroaching emptiness, the winter sanctum was dying. The hare nudged the snow globe which Sam still carried. An image of the tiny ice palace within it shimmered. Help. Heart. Light. The plea was clear. The stag needed to be reminded, reconnected to the world it guarded. Its light needed to shine again, to push back the shadow and mend the broken flows of magic. But the path to the ice palace, once open and vibrant, was now treacherous, choked with the draining shadow in places where the very fabric of the sanctum was thinning. Sam looked at the hare, then at the broken gateway, feeling a surge of determination mixed with fear. We have to go to the palace, we have to find the stag. The hare met Sam's gaze, its luminous eyes filled with a fragile hope. It dipped its head in agreement. Their unlikely friendship, forged in silence and shared sorrow, was the key. Their journey towards the distant spires of the ice palace, visible now above the treetops, became a trial. They crossed a frozen lake where the ice groaned ominously, thin cracks spiderwebbing underfoot. The shadow thickened here, a palpable chill that seeped into Sam's bones, whispering doubts. You don't belong. You're too small. You'll fail. Sam clutched the warm wooden acorn in their pocket, focusing on the hare's steady presence ahead, its fur a beacon in the gloom. The hare seemed to know the safest paths, guiding Sam around patches of unnerving translucence, where the snowy ground seemed to fade into starless void. They navigated a ravine filled with singing icicles that chimed a mournful, discordant tune as the shadow passed near. The hare showed Sam how to step softly, how the vibration of heavy footsteps made the icicles shriek and shatter like glass. Sam learned to move with the quiet grace the forest demanded. In return, when they encountered a patch of the glowing blue moss needed to illuminate a particularly dark tunnel, Sam's smaller hands could carefully gather it without crushing its delicate light, something the hare couldn't manage. They worked together, each compensating for the other's limitations, their bond strengthening with each obstacle overcome. One evening, as they sheltered in a hollow beneath giant, snow-laden ferns, the shadow pressed close. It felt like despair made tangible. Sam shivered violently, the cold biting deeper than ever before. The hare pressed close, its warmth surprisingly potent. It nudged the snow globe Sam held. Hesitantly, Sam held it up. The swirling snow within, dormant since their arrival, began to move again, sluggishly at first, then faster. As it swirled, a soft, pure light emanated from the globe, pushing back the immediate darkness, creating a small circle of warmth and clarity. The shadow recoiled, hissing like steam on ice. The globe wasn't just a key, it was a shield, powered by hope. Sam felt the acorn pulse warmly in their pocket, a steady counterpoint to the globe's light. Finally, after what felt like days within the timeless twilight, they stood before the ice palace. It was breathtaking, soaring spires carved from glacial blue ice, intricate bridges spanning crystalline chasms, windows like frozen starlight. But it was also silent and felt empty. A sense of profound isolation radiated from it. The grand entrance gates, made of interlocking ice crystals, stood slightly ajar. The shadow seemed thicker here, clinging to the palace walls like frost, dimming its inherent luminescence. Inside, the palace was a marvel of frozen architecture. Halls glittered with icy chandeliers, frozen waterfalls cascaded down walls, and rooms held sculptures of ice so lifelike they seemed ready to move. Yet an oppressive silence hung heavy. They found the stag in the highest chamber, a vast observatory with a ceiling open to the twilight sky. He stood by a great frozen window, looking out not at the dying forest, but into the infinite, cold stars. His form was magnificent, powerful shoulders, antlers that seemed to hold constellations, but his light was dim, flickering weakly. The magnificent silver-blue fur looked dull, almost gray. A deep weariness, a sadness that had settled into his bones, radiated from him. The draining shadow coiled lazily around the base of his dais, pulsing faintly as it siphoned the remnants of his energy. The stag didn't turn as they entered. A wave of such profound loneliness and resignation washed over Sam that tears stung their eyes. The hare bounded forward, stopping a respectful distance away, radiating urgency and concern. It sent waves of feeling, images of the fading birches, the dimming mosses, the silent clearings where laughter once rang. The stag slowly turned his great head. His eyes, deep pools of ancient sky, held infinite sorrow. Why come? The thought echoed in the chamber, heavy with grief. The gateway is broken. The connection severed. My light fades. The sanctum fades. It is the way of things. He spoke of the ruined gateway, a place of communion not just with other hidden realms, but with the joy of the season it represented. Its destruction had cut him off from the source of renewal, the shared spirit of wonder and warmth that sustained him. He had retreated, believing his purpose lost, his light no longer needed, consumed by grief for what was broken. Sam stepped forward, heart pounding. Holding up the snow globe, Sam focused all their will, all the warmth of the wooden acorn, all the hope kindled by the journey and the hare's friendship. The snow inside swirled violently, blazing with a pure white light that filled the chamber, pushing the shadow back into the corners with a hiss. Sam projected feelings, not words, the crunch of snow underfoot, the scent of pine, the laughter-like chime of falling icicles before they became mournful. Sam showed the stag the hare's luminous eyes filled with hope, the delicate frost flowers, the determined glow of the moss they had gathered. Sam showed him the memory of the vibrant gatherings under the twilight sky, the music, the joy, the life of his world that was still clinging on, fighting to exist, waiting for him. See. Sam thought with all their might, pouring the warmth of the acorn and the light of the globe into the projection. It's still beautiful. It still needs you. It still lives. The broken gateway took the old connection, but you are the heart. Your light is the magic. Don't let the shadow win because of sorrow. We found you. We believe. The stag stared at the glowing globe, then at Sam's earnest face, then at the snow hair, radiating unwavering loyalty. A tremor went through his massive frame. The dim light within him flickered, then steadied. It grew slowly at first, pushing back the gloom in the chamber. The sorrow in his eyes didn't vanish, but it was joined by something else, a dawning recognition, a spark of the old purpose, rekindled. He lowered his great head, his breath a plume of frost that shimmered with tiny rainbows in the light from the globe. You see, the stag's thought resonated, quieter now, filled with wonder. You crossed the thinning veil for us. The snow hare bounded closer, nuzzling the stag's massive foreleg. Hope, it radiated simply. Friendship. The stag closed his eyes. When he opened them, the deep pools of sky blazed with renewed light, a brilliant silver blue that banished the last clinging tendrils of shadow from the chamber. He threw back his magnificent head and let out a sound that was neither a roar nor a bellow, but a deep, resonant chime that echoed through the frozen palace like 100 crystal bells. The sound vibrated through the ice, through the air, through Sam's very bones. Outside the palace, visible through the great window, their effect was immediate. The fading patches of forest seemed to solidify, their colors deepening. The frost on the birches glittered fiercely. The dim mosses flared back into vibrant life. The oppressive silence shattered, replaced by the distant, joyful chime of icicles harmonizing, the whisper of wind through revitalized branches, the soft crunch of snow as unseen creatures began to stir. The winter sanctum breathed a sigh of profound relief, the magic flowing back, strong and vital. The journey back through the forest felt like walking through a dream reborn. The air hummed with renewed energy, vibrant and crisp. Creatures Sam hadn't seen before emerged, tiny ice sprites skating on frozen ponds, owl-like beings with feathers of frost watching curiously from branches, even a lumbering, friendly creature made of packed snow who offered them a ride partway. The hare bounded alongside, its fur shimmering with pure joy, its luminous eyes reflecting the revitalized world. They reached the ruined gateway clearing. The ancient oak still stood, but the air around it crackled with potential. The stag was already there, his presence immense and calming, his light bathing the broken fragments of ice. He lowered his head towards Sam and the hare. The gateway is broken, he thought, but the connection you forged, it is a new kind of bridge. Stronger, perhaps. Built on courage, kindness, and shared hope. The sanctum is healed. The shadow is banished for now. He looked at Sam. You carry a piece of this world within you now, and it carries a piece of you. He touched his great muzzle to the snow globe Sam held. A pulse of pure, silver light flowed from him into the glass sphere. The miniature ice palace within glowed with an inner radiance. The swirling snow sparkled with renewed intensity. This is your key and your reminder. The sanctum sleeps now, healing fully. But it will always be there, just beyond the veil of frost on your window pane, in the heart of a snowflake, in the quiet magic of winter's hush. Guard its memory. The stag turned his gaze to the hare. A deep understanding passed between them, a bond reforged. The hare dipped its head, then looked at Sam. It hopped forward and gently nudged Sam's hand, holding the globe. Time to go home. Sam understood. The adventure was over, but the magic wasn't lost. With a final look at the stag, majestic and radiant beneath the twilight sky, and at the snow hare, a friend found in the heart of winter, Sam tightened their grip on the glowing snow globe. Focusing on the swirling snow, on the warmth of the wooden acorn, on the feeling of their own cozy bed, Sam closed their eyes. There was a sensation of gentle falling, a chime like distant bells, and the crisp scent of pine was replaced by the familiar smell of home-warm bread and wood smoke. Sam opened their eyes. They were back in their own room, moonlight streaming through the window. They sat on their bed, still bundled in the cable-knit sweater. The snow globe rested on the bedside table, its snow swirling peacefully once more. The tiny ice palace glowed faintly from within. In Sam's hand, the wooden acorn was warm. Sam smiled, a deep sense of peace and quiet wonder settling over them like a cozy blanket. The world outside the window was just an ordinary winter night. But Sam knew differently. They had seen the hidden heart of winter, fought shadows with friendship and hope, and helped mend a broken magic. They carefully placed the warm acorn beside the glowing snow globe. As they snuggled down under the thick quilts, the gentle swirl of snow within the glass sphere was the last thing Sam saw before sleep claimed them, a silent promise of hidden wonders, of courage found in unlikely places, and of the enduring magic that exists just beyond the edge of sight, guarded by kindness and remembered in the quiet hush of falling snow. The adventure was over, but the warmth of it, the gentle glow of the ice palace within the glass, and the memory of a luminous friend would forever light the way to peaceful dreams. In the quiet hours of a twilight evening, when the sun had dipped below the horizon and the world was painted in shades of violet and gold, there was a small house nestled at the edge of a sleeping village. Inside, a young boy named Leo was helping his grandmother sort through old belongings in the attic. The air was thick with the scent of cedar and memories, and the only light came from a single lantern casting dancing shadows on the walls. Creak went the floorboards underfoot, a familiar sound that seemed to whisper stories of years gone by. Leo's grandmother had always said the attic was a treasure chest of forgotten tales, and today they were uncovering a particularly dusty corner where an ancient trunk sat draped in a faded quilt. As Leo brushed away the cobwebs, his fingers traced the carved patterns on the trunk's lid, swirls that looked like wind and waves, worn smooth by time. With a gentle push, the lid lifted with a soft thump, releasing a puff of dust that sparkled in the lantern light. Inside, nestled among yellowed letters and moth-eaten blankets, lay a small brass compass. It was no larger than Leo's palm, with a face clouded by age, but as he picked it up, the needle began to quiver. Instead of pointing north, it spun slowly and settled in the direction of the attic's dusty window, glowing with a faint, golden light. Leo's grandmother smiled, her eyes twinkling. "Some treasures," she said, her voice like the rustle of autumn leaves, "are not found in maps, but in the heart. That compass, my dear, is said to guide those who need it most toward the courage they already possess." That night, as Leo lay in bed, the compass rested on his nightstand, its glow pulsing softly like a heartbeat. He had always been a quiet child, hesitant to speak up in class or venture beyond the garden gate, and the compass seemed to hum with understanding. As sleep began to claim him, the needle twitched again, pointing insistently toward the window. A gentle breeze stirred the curtains, carrying the distant sound of bells chiming from the village clock tower, and Leo knew deep down that a journey was beginning, not one of miles, but of the spirit. The next morning, Leo tucked the compass into his pocket, its warmth a comforting weight against his side. He decided to follow where it led, stepping out into the garden where dew-kissed spiderwebs glittered like diamonds. The compass needle now pointed toward the old oak tree at the edge of the property, and as Leo approached, he heard a soft purring from the branches above. A sleek black cat with eyes like emeralds peered down at him. "Lost your way, little one?" the cat asked, her voice a melodic rumble. "Or perhaps you've just found it." This was Seraphina, the garden cat, known for her wisdom and her love of napping in sunbeams. She leaped down gracefully, landing without a sound, and began to weave around Leo's legs. That compass, she said, nodding toward his pocket, guides not to places, but to moments where courage is needed. I've seen it before in my 9 lives. Tell me what fear holds you back. Leo confessed his shyness, how words often stuck in his throat like burrs, and Seraphina listened, her purring a steady, calming rhythm. Courage isn't about being loud, she advised, but about listening first. Follow the compass, I'll join you. And so, with Seraphina padding silently beside him, Leo ventured beyond the garden gate, into the meadow where wildflowers nodded in the breeze. The compass needle shifted, pointing now toward the whispering woods, a forest Leo had always avoided for its shadows and secrets. As they entered the woods, the air grew cool and fragrant with pine and damp earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, and the rustle of leaves underfoot was accompanied by the chirping of hidden crickets. Suddenly the compass needle spun wildly, and from a thicket emerged a small, flustered squirrel with a tail that twitched with nervous energy. Oh dear, he chattered, wringing his paws. I've misplaced my acorns again, the shiny one's eye saved for the winter feast. This was Barnaby, a squirrel whose heart was as big as his forgetfulness. Seraphina introduced him, and Barnaby's eyes widened at the sight of the compass. A guiding light, he exclaimed. I could use one myself, but first can you help me? Kindness shared is courage multiplied, my mother always said. Leo nodded, and together they searched the forest floor, following the trail of scattered acorns Barnaby had dropped. As they worked, Leo found that focusing on helping others eased the tightness in his own chest. With patience, they gathered the acorns, and Barnaby rewarded them with a handful of sweet berries from his stash. The compass glowed brighter, its needle steadying toward a clearing deep in the woods where an ancient stone well stood, covered in moss. But the path was blocked by a thicket of thorny vines that seemed to writhe like sleeping serpents. Leo hesitated, his old fears rising like a tide. I don't think I can get through, he whispered, his voice small. Just then a gentle wind stirred, carrying the faint ding-dong of bells from the village, and the vines parted slightly, revealing a narrow passage. A voice, soft as the wind itself, spoke. Thorns guard only what is feared, not what is real. Step lightly, and they will yield. It was the spirit of the breeze, a helper unseen but deeply felt. Seraphina nudged Leo forward. Patience, she murmured. Watch and listen. Leo took a deep breath, recalling his grandmother's words about kindness. Instead of pushing through, he approached the thorns slowly, speaking to them in a gentle tone. We mean no harm, we only seek to pass. To his amazement, the thorns loosened their grip, curling back like unfurling ferns. It was not force but respect that cleared the way. In the clearing, the well was dry, but at its bottom lay a single, luminous pearl that pulsed with the same golden light as the compass. Barnaby chattered excitedly. The Heartstone, it's said to reflect the courage of those who look into it. Leo leaned over the edge, his reflection shimmering on the pearl's surface. Instead of seeing a shy boy, he saw someone brave and steady, and in that moment he understood that courage had been within him all along, waiting to be acknowledged. As he reached for the pearl, a shadow fell over the clearing, a large, gloomy cloud that muffled the forest sounds. Leo felt a chill, but Seraphina purred louder, a sound like a tiny hearth fire, and Barnaby began to tell a silly joke about a rabbit in a hat, making Leo laugh. The cloud dissipated, and the pearl lifted into Leo's hand, warm and light. The compass needle settled, pointing back the way they came, its work done. Returning through the woods, Leo felt different. The shadows seemed less frightening, and when they reached the meadow, he spotted a younger child crying by a fallen nest of robin's eggs. Without thinking, Leo knelt down, using his gentle words to comfort the child and help rebuild the nest. Seraphina watched, her green eyes soft with pride, and Barnaby cheered, "Bravo, you found your voice." Back at home, as evening fell, Leo placed the compass and the pearl on the attic trunk, their light fading into a soft glow. His grandmother welcomed him with a cup of warm milk and a knowing smile. "You traveled far today," she said, stroking his hair. "But the greatest journeys are the ones we take inside ourselves." That night, as Leo drifted to sleep, the sounds of the house wrapped around him. The crackle of the fireplace downstairs, the distant bells tolling the hour, and Seraphina's purring from the foot of his bed. He knew that courage was not the absence of fear, but the choice to be kind, to listen, and to take one small step at a time. And in the gentle rhythm of his breathing, the story settled like a cozy blanket, reminding all who heard it that the most magical discoveries often lie waiting in the most ordinary of places, ready to light the way home. Deep within the heart of the world lay the elderwood, a forest so ancient that its roots remembered the first rainfall, and its tallest branches had once brushed the edges of the newborn moon. It was a place where moonlight did not merely fall, but pooled in silvery puddles between gnarled roots, and where magic was not a spectacle, but the very breath of the land. The air itself hummed with a soft, forgotten music, the rustle of leaves sharing secrets, the gurgle of streams murmuring tales of distant mountains, and the low, resonant hum of stones dreaming their slow, geologic dreams. On this particular autumn evening, as a crisp wind carried the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a young fox named Rowan sat at the edge of a starlit clearing. His coat was the color of burnt amber, and his eyes, wide with a restless energy, reflected the shimmering constellations above. He was listening, or trying to listen, to the forest. But all he could hear was the frantic thrumming of his own heart. He was filled with a yearning he could not name, a feeling that he was missing something vital, something that hummed just beyond his understanding. A soft rustle came from the canopy above. An immense snow-white owl named Alaric alighted on a low-hanging branch of the grandmother willow, her boughs sweeping the mossy ground like a gentle sigh. His eyes were twin pools of liquid moonlight, deep and knowing. "The wind speaks of unrest, little one." Alaric's voice was not a sound heard with ears alone, but a vibration that settled in the bones, calm and resonant. It carries the flutter of a heart that has forgotten how to be still. Rowan looked up, his ears twitching. "I feel empty, Elder Alaric, as if the forest is singing a song and I have forgotten the words." Alaric blinked slowly. "The words are not forgotten, young fox. They are waiting for you to be quiet enough to hear them. Come, the moon is generous tonight. She will light our path." And so their journey began. They moved away from the clearing and into the deeper, velvet darkness of the elderwood. Here the magic was thicker. Patches of bioluminescent fungi clung to fallen logs, glowing with a soft, blue-green light that pulsed gently, like a sleeping heartbeat. Delicate will-o'-the-wisps, little more than captured starlight, drifted lazily through the air, tracing invisible pathways. "Listen to the stream," Alaric whispered, as they approached a ribbon of water that chuckled over smooth, dark stones. "Do not listen for the sound of water, but for the story it tells." Rowan crouched, dipping a paw into the icy current. At first it was just noise. But as he let his breathing slow, as he let the chill of the water and the soft patter-patter of a light drizzle beginning to fall on the broad leaves above calm his spirit, the noise began to unravel into meaning. It was a story of patience. The water was not fighting the stones, it was singing to them, wearing them smooth over centuries with its gentle, persistent melody. It was a lesson in softness overcoming hardness, in the power of constant, gentle flow. "It speaks of perseverance," Rowan murmured, his voice full of wonder. "It does," Alaric agreed. "And it reminds the stones to dream of the sea." They walked on, the gentle rainfall creating a soothing symphony all around them. A soft pit-pat on the leaves, a steady drip-drop from the canopy, a faint hiss as it met the forest floor. The wind picked up not a gale, but a tender breath that stirred the pine needles into a soft shushing sound, and made the bare branches of the oak trees click together like whispering bones. Soon they came to a circle of ancient standing stones, draped in cloaks of thick emerald moss. In the center stood a monolith of pure obsidian, taller than the rest, known as the Heartstone. "Place your ear against it," Alaric instructed. Rowan pressed his sensitive ear to the cool, smooth surface of the Heartstone. He expected silence, the silence of the deepest earth. But instead he felt a low, deep thrum, a vibration so profound it seemed to resonate with the very core of the world. It was the slow, steady pulse of the forest itself, the rhythm of roots stretching deep, of minerals shifting, of time itself passing with infinite patience. It was the language of stability, of being utterly and completely present. "It feels eternal," Rowan breathed. "It is the memory of the mountain from which it came," Alaric said. "It teaches us that even in stillness there is immense life. Now look up." As if on cue, the clouds parted, and the full moon bathed the stone circle in a radiance so pure it seemed to wash the color from the world, leaving only silver and shadow. And in this magical light, the most breathtaking wonder occurred. All through the surrounding glade, flowers that had been closed for the night began to unfurl. They were moon-petal blossoms, their petals the color of moonlight, and as they opened, they released a soft, internal luminescence that made the entire clearing glow. It was a silent, radiant bloom, a celebration of the night. But why do they only bloom now? Rowan asked, his restlessness completely forgotten, replaced by awe. "The sun is so much brighter." "The sun gives strength for growing, for doing, for becoming," Alaric explained, his form almost glowing in the ethereal light. "But the moon gives light for being, for resting, for listening. These blossoms understand that there is a season for basking in the sun's vigor and a season for absorbing the moon's wisdom. They do not fight the cycle, they embrace each part of it." The words settled deep within Rowan. The babbling brook's lesson of gentle persistence. The Heartstone's lesson of profound stillness. The moon petal's lesson of cyclical renewal. They were all pieces of a single truth. He thought of his own restlessness, his feeling of emptiness. He had been trying to fill the quiet with noise, to outrun the stillness. He had forgotten the part of the cycle that was for listening, for absorbing, for simply being present in the grand, quiet hum of the world. He sat down in the center of the glowing clearing, the cool moss soft beneath him, the gentle rain a tender caress on his fur. He closed his eyes and did not try to listen for anything in particular. He just listened. And in that state of open receptivity, the forest spoke to him not in separate voices, but in a single harmonious symphony. He heard the wind's gentle sigh as it wove through the pines. He heard the patient drip of water from a leaf. He felt the deep, slow pulse of the earth through the soles of his paws. He saw the soft, pulsing glow of the fungi and the blossoms against his closed eyelids. It was no longer a language of words, but a feeling, a vast, comforting presence that held him, a tapestry of sound and light and life woven together with threads of moonbeam and magic. A profound peace, warm and heavy as a quilt of summer wool, settled over him. The emptiness was gone, not because it had been filled with something new, but because he had realized it was not emptiness at all. It was a space, a sacred, quiet space meant for listening, for dreaming, for being part of the forest's endless, gentle song. When he opened his eyes, the first hints of dawn were painting the eastern sky with shades of lavender and rose. The moon petals were slowly closing their luminous faces, storing their light for the next cycle of darkness. The nocturnal creatures were retreating to their hidden dens, their wisdom shared for another night. Alaric was still perched on the Heartstone, a silent, majestic sentinel. He looked at Rowan, and no words were needed. The understanding passed between them as clearly as a moonbeam passes through clear water. Rowan bowed his head in gratitude, then turned and padded softly back toward his den. The forest was different now, or perhaps he was different within it. He no longer felt like a visitor trying to decipher a foreign language. He felt like a single, quiet note in a beautiful, endless melody. He reached his cozy den beneath the roots of a great oak just as the sun's first rays touched the highest branches. The gentle tension of his quest had resolved into the deep comfort of understanding. He curled into his nest of dried ferns, the sounds of the waking day, the chirping of birds, the buzzing of early bees, a pleasant, distant murmur. And as he drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, the last thing he felt was not the restless yearning of the night before, but the gentle, reassuring pulse of the ancient forest, a lullaby of stone and stream and moonlight, humming him into his dreams. In the quiet folds of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies when the wind passed through their leaves, there lay a small village known as Starlight Hollow. It was a place where the ordinary and the magical wove together like threads in a well-loved quilt. The village was famous for its Starfall Festival, an annual celebration when the constellations seemed to dip low enough to brush the rooftops, sprinkling the air with silvery dust. But this year, something peculiar was afoot. It began with the stars themselves. Not all of them, mind you, just a handful from the constellation called the Silver Lyre, which usually hung directly above the village square. One by one they began to fade, as though a great, gentle thumb were smudging them from the sky. The villagers noticed, of course. How could they not? The night sky was their oldest friend, their compass, their storybook. Our protagonist, a young woman named Anya, was the village stargazer. She spent her evenings perched in the observatory tower, a cozy round room with a domed glass ceiling, surrounded by star charts, telescopes, and well-worn books of astronomy and folklore. Anya had a quiet way about her, a habit of listening not just with her ears, but with her whole heart. She noticed things others missed, the way the dew settled differently on certain petals, the particular rhythm of the grandfather clock in the square before a rainfall, the hidden meanings in the old nursery, rhymes the grandmothers sang to the children. When the first star began to dim, Anya felt a subtle shift in the night, like a single note falling silent in a familiar song. She mentioned it to the village clockmaker, whose great brass timepiece marked the hours with soft, melodic chimes. He adjusted his spectacles and murmured, "Perhaps the stars are simply tired, my dear. Even they must rest sometime." But then another star faded, and another. The night grew darker in patches, and a soft, collective worry settled over Starlight Hollow. The mayor, a practical man with a kind heart, called a meeting in the town hall. The room was filled with the scent of beeswax candles, and the sound of gentle rain beginning to tap against the stained glass windows. "We cannot have a Starfall festival without the stars," the mayor said, his voice tinged with concern. "Does anyone have any notion of what might be happening?" Suggestions floated through the room like dandelion seeds. Old Finn, the gardener, thought perhaps the flowers were stealing the starlight. His midnight blue lupines had begun to shimmer with an unusual silver glow. Madame Rosalie, the baker, wondered if her new cinnamon star cookies, which she'd been baking in greater and greater quantities, were somehow to blame. She'd noticed that if she left them out on the windowsill, they seemed to gleam with a light of their own. Anya listened to each theory with patience, her eyes soft and thoughtful. She didn't believe the flowers or the cookies were at fault, but she tucked each idea away in her mind like a precious stone. That night, as the rain whispered against her observatory dome, she pored over her star charts. One of them was particularly old, drawn on parchment so thin it felt like moth wings. In the margins, someone long ago had scribbled a nursery rhyme in faded ink. "When the lyre strings go slack and dim, seek the key where light grows slim. Follow the path the rainbows omit, where silent chimes in shadow sit. Turn the clock's hands to the moon, and mend the stars' forgotten tune." Anya read the words aloud, her voice barely a whisper. The rhyme felt like a clue, a message from the past, waiting for the right moment to be understood. The next morning, she decided to follow its guidance. Her first step was to seek the key where light grows slim. She thought of the places in Starlight Hollow where light was scarce, the narrow alley between the library and the town hall, the covered bridge over the creek, the old stone cellar beneath the schoolhouse. She visited each one, her footsteps quiet on the cobblestones. In the cellar, she found nothing but preserved jars of peach jam and a family of sleepy hedgehogs. Under the bridge, she discovered a nest of river stones worn smooth as glass, but no key. It was in the alley, where the sun only reached for a brief hour at midday, that she noticed something odd. The rain from the previous night had left puddles along the cobblestones, and in one particular puddle, a tiny, star-shaped reflection shimmered, though the sky above was blank. Anya knelt, her fingers brushing the cold water. There, nestled between two stones, was a small, tarnished silver key. It was no larger than her thumb, but it hummed with a faint, warm energy. Puzzled but hopeful, she moved to the next line of the rhyme. Follow the path the rainbows omit. Rainbows, she knew, were born from sunlight and rain, but they always arched away from shadow. So she looked for a place where a rainbow would never appear, somewhere too sheltered, too shaded. She thought of the sunken garden, a beautiful little park tucked behind a high hedge, where the sunlight fell in dappled patches, but never quite formed a full arc. The garden was old Finn's pride, filled with flowers that changed color with the time of day, pink at dawn, gold at noon, and violet at dusk. As she entered the garden, the air grew thick with the scent of damp earth and blooming jasmine. Old Finn was there, trimming a rosebush with hands as gnarled and gentle as tree roots. Looking for something, Anya? He asked, his eyes twinkling. Maybe, she said with a smile. I'm following a path the rainbows omit. Finn chuckled. Well, you've come to the right place. Rainbows avoid this spot, too many trees, too much hedge, but we've our own colors here. He gestured to a bed of flowers that were currently shifting from pale blue to a deep, twilight purple. Strange, though, these ones haven't been changing right lately. They get stuck sometimes, like a clock that needs winding. Anya's ears pricked at the word clock. The rhyme mentioned turning the clock's hands to the moon. She thanked Finn and continued through the garden, her eyes scanning the shadows. Beneath an ancient oak tree, half hidden by ferns, she found a small, moss-covered pedestal. On it sat a circle of silver wind chimes, perfectly still. They were the silent chimes in shadow from the rhyme. And dangling from the center was a tiny keyhole. Her heart beat a little faster as she fit the silver key into the lock. It turned with a soft, satisfying click. The wind chimes trembled, though there was no breeze, and let out a single, clear note that hung in the air like a dewdrop. Then, from the base of the pedestal, a hidden drawer slid open. Inside lay an old, folded map. The map was drawn in delicate ink, showing Starlight Hollow and the surrounding woods, but with one curious difference. All the streams and rivers flowed backward, from the sea to the mountains. Anya realized this was no ordinary map. It was a guide to a place where time itself might flow differently. One spot was marked with a small, star-shaped symbol, the Glimmerwood, a part of the forest where the trees were said to hold starlight in their bark. But just as she was about to set out for the Glimmerwood, a red herring appeared, or so it seemed. Madame Rosalie came hurrying into the garden, her apron dusted with flour. Anya, you must come to the bakery at once. I've just taken a batch of cinnamon star cookies from the oven, and well, you have to see for yourself. Curious, Anya followed her to the little bakery, where the warm, spicy scent of cinnamon filled the air. On the cooling rack, a dozen cookies lay gleaming, not with the dull glow she'd seen before, but with a brilliant, steady light. They've never shone like this, Madame Rosalie whispered, her eyes wide. Do you think, could they be stealing the starlight after all? Anya picked up a cookie. It was warm and fragrant, and it pulsed gently in her hand, like a tiny heartbeat. She felt a sudden, deep certainty that this was not a theft, but a gift. The cookies weren't taking the starlight, they were storing it, holding it safe. But why? And for whom? She decided to take one of the glowing cookies with her as she followed the backward map into the whispering woods. The path was soft with pine needles, and the air was filled with the sound of rustling leaves and distant wind chimes from the village. Deeper she went until she reached the Glimmerwood. Here the trees truly did seem to hold light. Their bark was etched with silvery veins that shimmered even in the shade. In the center of the Glimmerwood stood a strange and beautiful sight, a stone clock tower, ancient and overgrown with ivy. Its face had no numbers, only phases of the moon, and its hands were frozen. This, she knew, was the clock from the rhyme. According to the map, this was where time flowed backward, and indeed, as she watched, a fallen leaf lifted from the ground and spiraled back to its branch. Remembering the rhyme turned the clock's hands to the moon, she reached for the giant hands of the clock. They were cold and heavy, but with all her strength, she moved them until both pointed to the symbol of the full moon. A deep, resonant chime echoed through the woods, and for a moment everything seemed to hold its breath. Then, from between the roots of the oldest tree in the Glimmerwood, a small, shy creature emerged. It was a starling, but not like any bird Anya had ever seen. Its feathers were the color of the night sky, dotted with tiny, glowing specks like stars. It looked at her with eyes that held the light of distant galaxies. The starling hopped closer, and Anya understood. This little being was a starlight keeper, a magical guardian who tended the stars in the sky. But it was lonely, the last of its kind. It had been gathering the fading starlight and storing it in places where it would be safe and appreciated, in the glowing flowers, in the shiny cookies, even in the reflections in the alley puddles. It hadn't meant to cause worry, it only wanted to share the beauty of the stars with the world below, to feel a little less alone. Anya knelt, her heart swelling with empathy. She held out the glowing cookie. The starling pecked at it gently, and as it did, the light from the cookie flowed into the bird's feathers, making them shine even brighter. Then with a soft, melodic chirp, the starling fluttered up to the highest branch of the tree and began to sing. Its song was like nothing Anya had ever heard, a tune made of moonlight and memory. As it sang, the faded stars in the Silver Lyre constellation began to pulse back to life, one by one, until the whole lyre gleamed brighter than ever before. The starlight spilled down over Starlight Hollow, painting the village in shades of silver and blue. Anya returned to the village just as the Starfall Festival was beginning. The square was filled with laughter and music, and the air was sweet with the smell of cinnamon and night-blooming flowers. She gathered everyone together and told them the story of the lonely Starlight Keeper, of the backward map and the silent chimes, of the glowing cookies and the color-changing flowers. The villagers listened, their faces soft in the starlight. Madame Rosalie promised to bake an extra batch of cinnamon star cookies each week and leave them in the Glimmerwood for the little bird. Old Finn decided to plant a new garden, a starlight garden, filled with flowers that would bloom only at night to keep the starling company. And the mayor declared that from then on, the Starfall Festival would include a new tradition, a quiet hour of stargazing and storytelling, where everyone would remember that even the stars sometimes needed a friend. That night, as Anya sat in her observatory, watching the fully restored silver lyre gleam above, she heard a soft tap at the window. There on the ledge sat the starling, its feathers shimmering. It left a single, glowing feather behind before flying off into the night. Anya placed the feather beside her star charts, a reminder that some mysteries are solved not by fear or haste, but by patience, observation, and a kind heart. And as the gentle rain began to fall again, tapping its rhythm on the glass, and the clock tower chimed the hour with its soft, melodic notes, the village of Starlight Hollow slept peacefully, wrapped in the light of the stars they had helped to mend, dreaming of silver keys and silent chimes, and the friendly little bird who kept the night sky bright. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where mist clung to the meadows like cobwebs at dawn. It was a quiet place where days unfolded with the gentle rhythm of rain on rooftops and the scent of baking bread. Young Theo, with eyes the color of storm clouds and a quiet disposition, often felt like a misplaced stitch in its comfortable tapestry. While others chased butterflies or built forts, Theo found solace in the dusty corners of his grandmother's attic, drawn to forgotten things. One rainy afternoon, while seeking shelter from a sudden downpour, Theo unearthed a small, unassuming wooden box tucked beneath a pile of yellowed lace. Inside, cushioned by velvet as soft as a moth's wing, lay a teacup. It wasn't grand porcelain or gleaming silver. It was simple earthenware, the color of warm honey, with a single hairline crack running from its rim. But as Theo's fingers brushed its surface, a shiver ran through him, not cold, but a hum, like the low note of a distant bell. He felt a warmth spread up his arm, carrying with it the faint scent of cinnamon and sunshine. Curiosity, a quiet but insistent friend, tugged at him. Theo filled the cup with rainwater dripping from the eaves. As the first drop touched the crack, something extraordinary happened. The water didn't leak. Instead, the crack shimmered faintly like trapped starlight, and the water inside changed. It wasn't just water anymore. Looking into the cup, Theo saw not his reflection, but a miniature scene. A sun-drenched meadow he'd never seen, filled with flowers that pulsed with soft, internal light. A wave of profound peace washed over him, settling into his bones like warm honey. This was the cup of whispers, his grandmother later murmured, her voice hushed with reverence. It showed not just places, but the hidden heart of things, their truest, calmest essence. Theo felt a shift within himself, a connection to the cup's quiet magic. But the village began to change subtly. Flowers in Widow Hemsley's garden wilted overnight, their colors leaching away. The cheerful babble of the brook behind the mill became a fretful murmur. The comforting warmth of freshly baked bread seemed to vanish too quickly. The cup of whispers, Theo discovered, showed him the lack of peace as well. When he peered into it near the wilting flowers, he saw only gray mist and heard a faint, discordant sigh. The heart of Willowbrook was fading. The journey began not with footsteps on a road, but with a growing conviction in Theo's own heart. He needed to understand why the village's quiet magic was unraveling. His first helper arrived unexpectedly. Bartholomew, a portly badger with spectacles perched precariously on his snout, emerged from the roots of the ancient oak by the brook one twilight. Bartholomew was the keeper of deep roots, possessing an encyclopedic, if somewhat slow and methodical, knowledge of the valley's hidden history and natural rhythms. He spoke in measured tones, punctuated by thoughtful snuffles. "Disturbance," Bartholomew rumbled, adjusting his spectacles as he peered at the wilting flowers. "The balance is askew, the ley lines beneath us, they hum a troubled tune." He explained that the valley's magic, woven from the land's natural peace, and the villagers' quiet contentment, was like a tapestry. A thread had snapped. The second helper was Pip, a skittish finch with feathers the color of spun gold and a voice like tinkling bells. Pip was the messenger of sunbeams, flitting everywhere, seeing everything in bright, fleeting glimpses. The old stone. Pip chirruped one morning, landing on Theo's windowsill. By the north field it looks sad, dark moss grows where sunlight used to kiss it. Pip's perspective was fragmented, but vital. She noticed the small things others missed. Theo, Bartholomew, and Pip became an unlikely trio. Bartholomew provided the slow, deep understanding, the history of the standing stones that anchored the ley lines, the way the brook's song reflected the village spirit. Pip brought bright flashes of insight, a patch of unnaturally dark earth near the mill, the way the wind sowed mournfully around the old well. Theo, guided by the cup of whispers, learned to interpret its visions. Near the standing stone Pip mentioned, the cup showed only jagged shards of darkness where once there had been a warm, amber glow. The heart of the stone was wounded. The challenge wasn't a dragon or a dark wizard. It was a fracture, a deep, unseen crack in the ancient foundation stone of the northern boundary, likely caused by a recent, unnoticed tremor. This fracture was draining the valley's inherent peace, its quiet magic seeping away like water from a broken vessel. Force was useless. Trying to mend the stone physically would be like trying to glue back a shattered dream. Wisdom was needed. Theo gathered his friends under the gnarled branches of the oak. Bartholomew snuffled thoughtfully. The magic is the land's breath, the village's calm heart. The fracture is a wound in that calm. Pip flitted nervously. Can we sing to it, make it happy again? Theo looked into the cup of whispers. He saw the valley not as it was, but as it could be, vibrant, peaceful, whole. He saw the fracture not as a jagged scar, but as a line waiting to be filled with light. Not force, Theo murmured, understanding dawning. Connection, we need to remind the valley of its own peace, its own wholeness. We need to weave the calm back together. It wasn't about fixing the stone. It was about healing the feeling the stone represented. Bartholomew nodded slowly, a deep rumble of approval in his chest. Pip chirped excitedly. Their plan was gentle, woven from the very essence of Willowbrook. On the night of the full moon, when the hidden currents of the world flowed strongest, they gathered at the fractured stone. Theo placed the cup of whispers carefully on the ground before it. Bartholomew, connecting his paws to the earth, began a low, resonant hum, a sound like roots growing deep into bedrock, steady and grounding. Pip, fluttering above, sang a melody pure and bright as sunlight on dew, weaving threads of joy and hope into the air. Theo closed his eyes, holding the image of the valley's heart from the cup, the peaceful meadows, the singing brook, the warm kitchens. He poured his own quiet wish for wholeness into the cup. As he focused, the hairline crack on the cup of whispers began to glow, not with the trapped starlight of before, but with a soft, golden radiance. This light spilled out not as a beam, but as a gentle mist, flowing towards the fracture in the standing stone. It wasn't an explosion, but a sigh of relief. The golden mist seeped into the dark crack in the ancient stone. Where it touched, the jagged darkness softened, filled with a warm, honey-colored light that pulsed gently, like a heartbeat. Bartholomew's hum deepened, resonating with the stone. Pip's song soared, clear and sweet. Theo felt the cup of whispers grow warm in his hands, a conduit for their combined intention not to force, but to remind, to reconnect. Slowly, steadily, the light filled the fracture completely. It didn't vanish, it became a luminous seam, a beautiful scar of mended magic. As the last tendril of mist settled, a wave of profound peace washed outwards, silent but immense. It flowed through the grass, rustled the leaves, and settled over Willowbrook like a warm blanket. Theo opened his eyes. The standing stone stood whole, the luminous seam fading to a soft, warm glow that matched the earthenware cup. In the cup of whispers, the water now showed the meadow bathed in moonlight, flowers glowing softly, utterly serene. The heart of the valley was whole again. The next morning, Widow Hemsley's flowers bloomed with impossible brilliance. The brook sang its cheerful song. The scent of baking bread seemed richer, warmer, lingering longer. Willowbrook hadn't changed drastically, it was simply more itself. More peaceful, more content, more deeply woven with quiet magic. Theo understood now. His journey hadn't taken him far in miles, but deep within himself and his connection to the world. He learned that the greatest magic wasn't in grand displays, but in quiet attention, in gentle connection, and in the courage to mend what was broken with understanding rather than force. He learned that even a crack like the one in the cup or the stone could hold light and become a thing of beauty, a testament to healing. Bartholomew returned to his roots, his spectacles glinting with quiet satisfaction. Pip continued her sunbeam messages, her song a little brighter. And Theo. He still visited the attic, but now he often sat by his window, the simple honey-colored cup in his hands. He'd fill it with water or tea and gaze into its depths, not always seeing visions, but always feeling the deep, resonant peace of his mended home, a gentle hum in his heart. The cup of whispers rested beside his bed, a quiet guardian, its hairline crack a luminous thread in the moonlight, a reminder that even the smallest things and the quietest hearts can hold extraordinary secrets and the power to heal. And with that comforting warmth settling around him like the softest quilt, Theo drifted into a peaceful sleep, the scent of cinnamon and sunshine a gentle lullaby in the quiet night. The fire crackled and whispered in the hearth, casting long, dancing shadows upon the walls. Each pop and hiss was like a tiny secret being told to the night. Outside, the wind murmured through the pines, a soft, distant lullaby. But here, in the warm circle of firelight, all was safe, all was still. So settle in, close your eyes, and let me tell you a tale of a quiet boy, a hidden world, and a light that glowed like a captured ember. In a small cottage at the edge of a great, whispering wood lived a boy named Leo. He was a quiet child with a heart full of wonder but a voice that often stayed tucked away, like a precious stone in a pocket. While other children shouted and played games of chase, Leo preferred the company of the old oak tree behind his home, or the patient, listening silence of the stream that gurgled over smooth, gray stones. He noticed things others missed, the intricate lace of a spider's web beaded with morning dew, the particular way sunlight fell through the leaves in late afternoon, dappling the forest floor in gold. One evening, as autumn began to paint the wood in shades of copper and flame, Leo was sitting on the back step, tracing patterns in the cool earth with a twig. The air was crisp, carrying the rich, earthy scent of decaying leaves and wood smoke from the cottage chimney. As the last of the sun's light bled from the sky, he saw something unusual. Deep within the gathering gloom beneath the ancient oak, a soft, pulsing glow caught his eye. It was not the sharp yellow of a firefly, nor the cool silver of moonlight. This was a deep, warm orange, the color of the heart of a fire, of a perfect ember just before it turns to ash. Curiosity, a gentle but persistent tug, pulled him to his feet. He crept across the grass, the blades cold and damp beneath his bare feet. The light pulsed again, a slow, steady rhythm, like a sleeping heartbeat. Nailing, he brushed aside a blanket of crimson and gold leaves. There, nestled in a cradle of gnarled roots, was a small, smooth stone. It was no bigger than his thumb, and it was perfectly round, like a marble made by the earth itself. And from within its depths, that warm, ember-like light glowed, pulsing softly. With a trembling hand, Leo reached out and picked it up. It was surprisingly warm to the touch, a comforting, living warmth that seeped into his palm. As he held it, the light within brightened, casting a gentle, sunset-hued radiance onto his face. He felt a strange sense of calm, as if the stone itself was breathing slowly, and its rhythm was slowing his own heart to match its peaceful pace. He took the stone inside, keeping it a secret tucked in his palm. That night he placed it on the windowsill beside his bed. Its soft glow painted the ceiling with shifting amber patterns, and for the first time in a long while, Leo fell into a deep and dreamless sleep, feeling not alone, but watched over by a tiny, silent sun. The next day and the day after that, he carried the stone with him everywhere. He called it his Ember Stone. He found that when he was feeling nervous or unsure, its warmth would seem to grow, a silent reassurance. It was a companion for his quiet nature. He would sit by the stream and hold it, and the light would pulse in time with the gurgling water, as if they were having a conversation only they understood. A week after finding the stone, Leo was following the stream further into the wood than he had ever dared before. The trees grew thicker here, their branches weaving a canopy that turned the daylight into a cool, green twilight. The air was still and fragrant with pine and damp moss. He was about to turn back when the emberstone in his pocket suddenly flared, its light bright enough to shine through the fabric of his trousers. He took it out. The stone was no longer pulsing slowly, but flickering with a quick, eager light. It seemed to be pulling him forward, towards a thick curtain of ivy that draped over a large, mossy boulder. The gentle tug he had felt before was now a firm, insistent pull. Hesitantly, Leo pushed aside the ivy. Behind it was not solid rock, but the entrance to a narrow passage, barely wide enough for him to squeeze through. The air that drifted out was warm and carried a scent he couldn't place, a mix of honey, old parchment, and blooming night flowers. Taking a deep breath the emberstone held before him like a lantern, he stepped inside. The passage twisted and turned, descending gently. The walls were not of cold stone, but of packed, warm earth, threaded with glowing roots that pulsed with a soft, blue-white light, illuminating the way. The sound of the stream faded, replaced by a new music, a delicate, chiming sound, like tiny crystal bells being stirred by a breeze. After a few minutes, the tunnel opened up, and Leo caught his breath. He was standing at the edge of a vast, hidden cavern. It was not a dark, dank place, but a world of its own. The ceiling was so high it was lost in a soft, misty gloom, from which hung thousands of the same glowing roots, casting a gentle, star-like radiance. The floor was a carpet of luminous moss that gave off a soft, green light, and in the center of it all flowed a slow, silent river that shimmered with reflected light, as if liquid silver had been poured between its banks. And there were people, or rather beings. They were small, no taller than his knee, with slender limbs and skin the color of birch bark or twilight shadows. Their hair was like fine moss or flowing lichen, and their eyes were large and luminous, reflecting the gentle light of the cavern. They moved with a graceful, fluid silence, tending to glowing fungi gardens or weaving garments from spider silk. They paused as Leo emerged, their large eyes turning towards him. He felt a flutter of panic and shrank back, clutching his emberstone tightly. But then, one of the small beings stepped forward. It was an older creature, his face etched with fine lines like the rings of a tree, and he carried a staff of polished driftwood. His eyes, the color of ancient amber, fell not on Leo, but on the stone in his hand. He spoke, and his voice was the rustle of leaves, the crackle of a distant fire. The hearth glow, he whispered, a note of awe in his tone. It has returned to us. The small being introduced himself as Rowan, the lore keeper of the Glimmer folk. He led Leo to a comfortable seat on a smooth, warm rock near the Silver River and began to explain. Long ago, he said, the heart of their world, a great crystal called the Sundrop, had shattered during a tremor in the earth. The largest piece remained, providing the main light for their cavern, but many smaller shards had been lost, their light fading from the world. These shards were called hearth glows, for they held the essential warmth and comfort of a home's heart. Without them, Rowan explained, his voice soft, our world has grown quieter. The music is not as bright, the moss not as luminous. A slow dimness has been creeping in. Your stone, he said, pointing a slender finger at the emberstone, is one of the lost shards. It must have found its way to the surface, and it has chosen you. Leo looked down at the warm stone in his hand. It had never felt like a mere rock. It had always felt like a friend. Chosen me for what? He asked, his own voice a small, hesitant thing in the vast, beautiful cavern. To help us, said a new voice, softer and lighter than Rowan's. A young Glimmerfolk girl stepped forward. She had hair like a cascade of silver moss, and eyes the color of violets at twilight. My name is Alara. The hearth glows respond to a certain kind of heart, a quiet heart, a noticing heart. They do not shine for those who rush and shout. They shine for those who listen. Alara became Leo's guide. Over the days that followed, he returned again and again to the hidden cavern. With Rowan's ancient maps and Alara's knowledge of the deeper, forgotten tunnels, they began their search for the other lost shards. The Emberstone was their compass. When they drew near to another fragment, it would pulse and grow warm, its light flaring like a signal fire. Their journey was not one of great danger or fierce monsters, but of gentle challenges and quiet discoveries. They had to cross the River of Whispers, whose waters stole the sound from your voice unless you sang a true and honest song. Leo, who rarely sang, found a simple melody rising in his heart, a song about the comfort of his small room, the taste of warm bread, and the joy of a secret shared. His voice, though soft, was pure, and the waters parted for them, their silent flow now humming with his tune. They had to navigate the caves of echoing memory, where every sound was caught and twisted into whispers of past fears and doubts. Leo heard echoes of his own voice, small and trembling, saying, "I can't," and "I'm not brave enough." But Alara was there, her hand a small, cool comfort in his. "Listen to the stone," she whispered. He held the Emberstone to his chest, and its steady, warm pulse drowned out the fearful echoes, reminding him of the quiet strength he carried inside. In a grove of crystal flowers that chimed in a soft breeze, they found their first shard, nestled in the heart of the largest bloom. In a pool where the water was as black as ink but lit from below by glowing fish, they found another, resting on the sandy bottom like a fallen star. Each time Leo recovered a shard, he felt a little spark of warmth not just from the stone, but from within himself. He was speaking more, not in great speeches, but in small, sure sentences. He was leading the way through tunnels when Alara was unsure. The quiet boy was discovering that his quietness was not a weakness, but a different kind of strength, the strength of patience, of observation, of a deep and steady heart. The final shard was the most difficult to find. According to Rowan's map, it was in the highest part of the cavern, a place called the Area of Winds, where the air currents were strong and unpredictable. To reach it, they had to climb a series of natural stone pillars, slick with condensation. The Emberstone glowed so brightly it was almost white-hot, pulling Leo upwards. The climb was arduous. The wind tugged at his clothes and whistled in his ears. Below, the glowing world of the Glimmerfolk looked like a miniature galaxy. Alara climbed nimbly beside him, her small fingers finding holds his could not. Near the top, Leo's foot slipped on a patch of wet moss. He scrabbled for a hold, his heart pounding in his throat. For a terrifying moment he was suspended, the vast drop yawning below him. "Leo," Alara cried out. He looked at the Emberstone, clutched so tightly in his hand, its shape was pressed into his palm. He thought of its constant, reassuring warmth. He thought of the friendship he had found with Alara, a friendship that asked for no grand words, only a shared purpose. He took a deep, calming breath, just as the stone seemed to breathe with him. He found a new strength in his limbs, a steady resolve. Carefully, slowly, he regained his footing and continued the climb. At the very top, in a small niche sheltered from the wind, lay the last shard. It was the largest of all, glowing with a fierce, joyful light. As Leo reached for it, the Emberstone in his hand and the shard in the niche flared in unison, and for a moment he was bathed in a light so warm and brilliant it felt like being held by the sun itself. He gathered the final shard and carefully made the descent. When they returned to the main cavern, the entire population of the Glimmerfolk had gathered around the central crystal, the remaining piece of the sundrop. Rowan stood before it, his staff raised. Leo approached, and one by one he placed the recovered shards, including his own beloved Emberstone, into a carved depression at the base of the great crystal. As the last shard clicked into place, a profound silence fell over the cavern. Then a deep, resonant hum began to emanate from the sundrop. The cracks that had marred its surface began to seal, glowing with molten gold. The light that burst forth was not blinding, but profoundly beautiful, a warm, golden radiance that filled every corner of the cavern. The moss on the floor glowed a deeper, richer green. The star-like roots on the ceiling blazed with renewed intensity. The chiming music in the air grew louder, sweeter, a symphony of pure, restored joy. The Glimmer folk erupted into celebration, their movements fluid and joyful. They danced, and the very air seemed to dance with them. Leo stood with Alara, watching, a deep and peaceful happiness settling in his heart. Rowan approached him. "You have returned the heart to our home, child of the surface," he said, his amber eyes glowing. "You have warmed our world." He held out his hand. In his palm lay Leo's emberstone. It had not fused with the great crystal, it had been returned to him. "This one has bonded with you, it is yours to keep, a reminder of the light you carry within and the light you helped rekindle here." Leo took the stone. It felt familiar and comforting, yet somehow more. It was no longer just a companion for a quiet boy. It was a symbol of a journey taken, a friendship forged, and a strength discovered. Alara walked with him to the tunnel that led back to his world. "Will you come back?" she asked, her violet eyes earnest. "Yes," Leo said, and his voice was clear and sure. "I will." He squeezed through the passage, pushed aside the ivy, and emerged into the cool, night air of the familiar wood. The moon was high, casting a silvery light. He looked back at the ivy curtain, now just a normal part of the forest again. But he knew the secret it held. He walked back to his cottage, the emberstone a warm, gentle weight in his pocket. He slipped inside and up to his room, placing the stone back on his windowsill. Its soft, pulsing glow painted the familiar patterns on his ceiling. Leo was still a quiet boy, but his quiet was no longer the quiet of solitude. It was the quiet of a deep, still pool, which holds the reflection of the entire sky. It was the quiet of a heart that knows its own strength, a heart that has learned that even the smallest light can push back the dimness, and that the truest friendships are often found in the most unexpected places. He climbed into bed, the gentle warmth of the emberstone filling the room. Outside, the wind whispered through the pines, and the fire in the hearth downstairs settled with a soft, final sigh. Leo closed his eyes, his breathing slow and even, and drifted into a peaceful sleep, his dreams filled with golden light, chiming music, and the gentle, rustling voice of a friend. And so, with a warm heart and a quiet mind, may you too find such peace, and drift gently into your own restful dreams. The fire crackles its good night, and the story is done. The embers in the hearth glowed like sleepy fireflies as the chill of twilight settled over the village of Willowbrook. Young Finn, whose quiet footsteps barely disturbed the dew-kissed grass, paused at the edge of the whispering woods. His fingers traced the smooth surface of the pebble of embers nestled in his pocket, a curious stone passed down from his grandmother, cool to the touch by day, but pulsing with gentle warmth by night. Tonight it glowed faintly through the worn fabric, casting amber shadows on his palm. "Guide me," he whispered, though he knew not what he sought. Only that the woods called to him with a rustle like pages turning in an old book. Finn's journey began beneath a crescent moon, silver light filtering through ancient oaks whose leaves shimmered like fish scales. The air smelled of damp earth and pine resin, and the crunch of fallen acorns underfoot echoed in the stillness. He followed the pebble's soft pulse, a heartbeat against his thigh, leading him deeper where the trees grew gnarled and wise. Soon the path vanished, replaced by thick ferns that brushed his cheeks with velvet coolness. "Lost," murmured a voice like wind through reeds. Finn spun around to find nothing but shadows. Then a pair of luminous eyes blinked open, a fox with fur the color of burnt sienna, watching him from a mossy stump. "Not lost," Finn replied, surprising himself. "Just following the warmth." The fox tilted its head. Warmth is a fine compass, come small traveler, the valley stirs. They wound through a tunnel of weeping willows, their tendrils parting like curtains to reveal a hidden world. Moonlight hollow lay before them, a sunken valley bathed in perpetual twilight, lit not by stars but by thousands of glowing mushrooms carpeting the ground like fallen constellations. Bioluminescent moths drifted lazily, trailing sparks of blue and gold. At the valley's heart stood a crystalline lake, its surface reflecting the shimmering fungi so perfectly it seemed a second sky lay beneath the water. "It's beautiful," Finn breathed, the pebbles' glow swelling in response. The fox nosed his hand. "Beautiful, yes, but listen." A discordant note hung in the air, a faint, sorrowful hum that made the moths flutter erratically. "The heartstone dims," the fox sighed. "Without its song the hollow sleeps too deeply. Winter creeps where it shouldn't." Finn learned the heartstone was a pillar of living crystal at the lake's center, the source of the valley's gentle light and warmth. Lately its glow had waned, leaving patches of frost on the mushrooms. The fox, named Sorrel, explained that the stone's energy was sustained by harmony, by the laughter of streams, the chorus of crickets, the rustle of creatures sharing stories under the moon. But a shadow had settled over the hollow, a lonely, ice-coated creature named Rhyme, whose touch froze everything it loved, had retreated into silence, its despair choking the heartstone's song. "Rhyme hides in the frost caves," Sorrel said, whiskers drooping. "It believes its coldness is a curse, but cold is just warmth waiting to be found." For days, Finn and Sorrel explored the hollow. They gathered stories like treasures, the tale of the badger who knitted moonlight into scarves, the song the willow trees sang to the tadpoles, the recipe for starlight tea brewed by elderly hedgehogs. Each night Finn pressed the pebble of embers to the heartstone, sharing memories of his grandmother's kitchen, the scent of cinnamon rolls, the crackle of her fireplace, her voice humming lullabies. The stone's pulse strengthened, melting small circles of frost. Yet the sorrowful hum persisted, echoing from the northern cliffs. "Rhyme fears it will shatter everything it touches," murmured a badger, her paws deep in glowing moss. "Even kindness." Finn knew he must face the caves. Sorrel guided him up treacherous paths where ice flowers bloomed sharp and fragile. The air grew biting, and Finn's breath fogged before him. Deep within a cavern glittering with frozen tears, he found Rhyme, a creature like an overgrown snow hare, with fur like frosted glass and eyes like chips of Arctic sky. It huddled around a tiny, dying glowworm, its paws encased in ice. "Go away," Rhyme whispered, voice cracking like thin ice. "I'll only bring you frost." Finn knelt, ignoring the cold seeping through his trousers. He placed the pebble of embers between them. Its light spread in a pool of butterscotch warmth. "My grandmother gave me this," he said softly. "She said warmth isn't just for keeping, it's for sharing." He told Rhyme about the hollow's fading songs, about the badger's scarves, about the hedgehog's tea. "They miss you," he finished. "The cold isn't you, it's just what happens when warmth is locked away too long." Tentatively, Finn reached out. Rhyme flinched, but as Finn's fingertips brushed its icy paw, the pebble flared. A cascade of ember-bright sparks danced up Rhyme's arm, not melting the frost but softening it into dewdrops. Rhyme gasped, a sound like icicles falling into water. I didn't know," it stammered. "I thought my touch harmed." Finn smiled. "Show me." Together, they stepped onto the frozen lake. Where Rhyme's paws touched, intricate frost patterns bloomed, ferns, snowflakes, constellations, not desolate but breathtakingly delicate. Finn placed the pebble on the ice. "Sing with me," he urged. And Rhyme sang, a trembling, crystalline note that soared over the water. The heartstone answered, blazing like a captured sunrise. The valley erupted in light. Moths spiraled in jubilant clouds, mushrooms pulsed in time to the song, and the very air shimmered with released warmth. In the days that followed, rhyme learned to weave frost into art, not isolation. It traced shimmering murals on cave walls and crafted ice lenses that magnified the mushroom's glow. Finn and Sorrel often sat by the lake, sharing starlight tea with the hedgehogs, while rhyme sculpted ephemeral castles on the water. The pebble of embers, now nestled in a niche of the heartstone, pulsed steadily, a testament that even the smallest warmth could thaw the deepest cold. Finn felt a quiet change within himself, too. The boy who'd entered the woods with hesitant steps now carried the Vala's harmony in his bones, understanding that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to offer kindness anyway. When it was time to leave, the willow curtains parted once more. Sorrel nuzzled Finn's hand. "Remember," she said, "warmth returns to those who carry it." Finn walked home under a dawn-streaked sky, the pebble's absence light in his pocket, replaced by a profound stillness. Back in Willowbrook, he knelt by his grandmother's rose bush, touched a frost-nipped bud, and breathed softly. A tiny, perfect ice crystal bloomed on the petal, a fragile, fleeting gift. That night, as he drifted to sleep, the hearth's embers winked like familiar eyes. In his dreams, he heard a fox's chuckle, the chime of ice melodies, and the deep, resonant hum of a stone singing the world awake. And in that warmth, woven from friendship and quiet courage, Finn slept, a boy forever changed, cradled by the gentle certainty that no heart is too cold to be reached, and no night too dark to hold a hidden glow. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust gathered like frost on a windowpane, there drifted a small, forgotten space station known as the Starlight Haven. It had been abandoned for cycles beyond counting, its corridors silent, its viewports dark. But deep within its heart, something miraculous was beginning to bloom. It began with a traveler named Kaelen, whose homeworld was a planet of perpetual twilight, where the very air shimmered with soft, phosphorescent light. Kaelen's people communicated not with words, but with shifting hues that danced across their skin, a language of color and gentle glow. When Kaelen first stepped into the Starlight Haven, his skin was pale silver with nervousness, for he was far from home and utterly alone. He spent his first days restoring power to the station's old systems, not with clanking machinery, but by coaxing dormant light vines to grow along the walls. They responded to his presence, glowing softly and filling the halls with a warm, honey-colored radiance. Not long after, another visitor arrived, a being named Rin, from a world of crystalline forests and singing stones. Rin's body was composed of delicate, interlocking facets that caught and refracted light into tiny rainbows. Her people spoke through harmonic vibrations, a language of resonance that rippled through the air like music. When she first entered the station, she did so cautiously, her facets chiming a soft, questioning note. Their first meeting was a symphony of misunderstanding. Kaelen, startled by the sudden musical presence, flushed a bright, alarmed crimson. Rin, interpreting the red as hostility, chimed a sharp, defensive chord. For a long moment they stood frozen in the corridor, one a canvas of worried color, the other a sculpture of wary music. Then Kaelen, remembering his people's teaching, when in doubt, offer light, softened his glow to a gentle, welcoming gold. Rin, in turn, recalled her own elder's wisdom. A stranger's song is just an unheard melody. She softened her chime to a low, humming warmth. It was not yet friendship, but it was a beginning. Over the following days, they explored the station together, each helping the other navigate this strange, shared territory. Kaelen showed Rin how the light vines could be encouraged to bloom in patterns that told stories. Rin taught Kaelen how the station's old crystal conduits could be gently tapped to produce soothing, harmonic tones. Slowly, carefully, they began to build a bridge between color and sound. Their greatest collaboration began in the station's central observatory, a vast, dome-ceilinged chamber with a panoramic view of the swirling nebula outside. The room had once been a garden, and though the plants had long since withered, the soil remained rich and waiting. Kaelen and Rin decided to revive it. Kaelen used his knowledge of bioluminescent flora to plant seeds that sprouted into soft, glowing blossoms, flowers that pulsed with gentle light, their petals shifting hue in response to emotion. Rin cultivated crystal shards that grew like plants, branching into delicate structures that hummed in the presence of starlight. Together, they created a garden where light and music lived in harmony. But their differences still sometimes led to confusion. One afternoon, Kaelen arranged a cluster of blue light moss into what he thought was a clearly grateful pattern, a deep, steady azure meant to convey heartfelt thanks for Rin's help repairing a water recycler. Rin, however, saw the blue and heard only silence where she expected a musical response. In her culture, blue without sound signified sorrow or distance. She retreated to a corner of the garden, her facets dimming. Kaelen noticed her withdrawal, and his own glow flickered with confusion. He approached slowly, his skin shifting to a soft, questioning lavender. Rin chimed a minor key, tinged with confusion. For a time they simply stood there, two beings separated not by malice, but by mismatched meanings. Then Kaelen had an idea. He gently touched one of the singing crystals Rin had grown. It resonated with a clear, pure tone. He then gestured to his own chest, where his glow had settled into a calm, steady gold, the color of friendship in his people's language. He touched the crystal again, and this time Rin understood. She chimed the same tone back at him, while her facets brightened to catch and reflect his golden light. In that moment they realized they could create a new language, one of combined color and sound. Kaelen would glow a certain hue, and Rin would answer with a complementary harmony. Together they began to weave a dialogue more beautiful than either could have created alone. Their garden became a sanctuary, a place of shared quiet and growing understanding. In the evenings they would sit together beneath the observatory dome, watching distant stars bloom and fade in the velvet darkness. Kaelen's glow would soften to the gentle silver of contentment, while Rin's harmonics would lower to a soothing, continuous hum, like a lullaby sung by the universe itself. During one such evening, as a particularly brilliant meteor shower painted the sky with fleeting streaks of light, Rin chimed a sequence of notes that Kaelen had come to recognize as her story melody. He glowed an encouraging amber, and she began, through a combination of resonant tones and the patterns her refracted light cast on the walls, to tell him of her homeworld's belief that shooting stars were the laughter of the cosmos. Kaelen listened, his colors shifting in fascination. When she finished, he responded with his own story, his skin blooming into swirling patterns of green and violet. He told of how his people believed the nebula outside was a great sleeping creature, dreaming the galaxies into being. Rin's facets shimmered as she absorbed the tale, her harmonic hum layering itself gently beneath the colors of his narrative. They learned that kindness needs no translation. When Kaelen seemed tired, his glow fading to a weary gray, Rin would arrange the singing crystals to play a restful, resonant frequency that seemed to recharge his light. When Rin's harmonics grew discordant with frustration over a stubborn growth of dark crystal in one corner of the garden, Kaelen would gently redirect the light vines to shine upon it, encouraging it to clear. One cycle, a minor systems failure caused the station's temperature to drop precipitously. Kaelen, whose body generated its own warmth, barely noticed, but Rin's crystalline form began to contract with the cold, her harmonics growing faint and strained. Without a second thought, Kaelen led her to the warmest part of the garden, where the light vines glowed brightest. He positioned himself near her, his own glow intensifying to a warm, rosy orange, radiating gentle heat. Rin's facets slowly warmed, her music returning to its normal, vibrant resonance. In thanks, she did not chime or sing, but simply leaned her cool, crystalline form against him, and in that quiet contact, everything was understood. The final test of their friendship came from an unexpected source. A deep space probe, long thought lost, drifted into range of the station. It was from Rin's homeworld, carrying messages and seeds from her family. The news should have brought joy, but instead, it carried a bittersweet melody. The probe's programming indicated it was on a return trajectory. It could carry her home. Rin's harmonics became a complex, sorrowful song. Kaelin's glow dimmed to a muted blue. The thought of separation, now that they had built a world together, was a silent ache in the garden. For 3 days they communicated less, the garden growing quieter, the colors and sounds less vibrant. The easy companionship they had nurtured seemed overshadowed by the impending choice. On the 4th evening, as they watched the twin moons of a nearby gas giant rise in tandem, Kaelin glowed a slow, deliberate pattern, a question he had never asked before. It was a sequence of gold and silver, interspersed with the deep blue of the nebula outside. It asked, without words, what makes a home? Rin was silent for a long time. Then she began to chime. It was not a song from her world, nor was it one she had ever chimed before. It was a new melody, woven from the harmonics of the garden's crystals and the memory of Kaelin's colors. As she chimed, she used her facets to cast a pattern of light on the wall, a pattern that combined the swirling nebula of Kaelin's stories with the star laughter of her own. The message was clear. Home was not a set of coordinates. Home was the space they had built together, the shared language of light and sound, the quiet understanding that transcended worlds. Kaelin's glow brightened into a radiant, sunlit gold. Rin's chime rose into a clear, joyful chord. Together they drafted a response to the probe, not a request for passage, but a message of greeting, an invitation for dialogue between their peoples, and a data packet containing the patterns of their garden's growth. They sent it off with a combined wish, that their small sanctuary might one day become a beacon of connection for others. That night, as the station drifted peacefully through the star-dusted void, Kaelin and Rin sat in their garden, surrounded by glowing flowers and humming crystals. Kaelin's light pulsed in a slow, calm rhythm, the color of deep contentment. Rin's harmonics wove a soft, continuous melody around it, a song of belonging. They watched the stars, silent and together, two friends who had learned that the universe, for all its vastness, grows smaller and warmer when kindness becomes your compass. And in the starlight haven, a garden of light and music flourished, a testament to the truth that friendship is the one language every heart understands. Once, in a small village cradled between emerald hills and a golden sea of daisies, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes, sparkling like the morning dew on a spider's web, often wandered far beyond the horizon, where she imagined lands of untold wonders. Her favorite place was the edge of the whispering woods, where trees stood so tall and thick that their tops seemed to tickle the heavens. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling out to her, whispering secrets through the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of wonder, she decided to venture into the unknown. As she stepped past the familiar boundary of the village, the forest enveloped her in a cool embrace. The path was lined with moss that felt like the softest velvet beneath her feet. Sunlight streamed through the branches in playful patterns, and Lila felt as though she was walking through a living cathedral of nature. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook nearby. A little way into her journey, Lila stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Sitting atop one of the largest mushrooms was a peculiar creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. It was a wisp fox, a creature as rare as it was wise, known for guiding lost travelers. Welcome, dear Lila, the wisp fox greeted, its voice as soft as a lullaby. I see you have a heart full of questions. Would you like some answers? Lila, though surprised that the creature knew her name, nodded eagerly. Yes, please. I wish to learn about the wonders of these woods. The wisp fox flicked its bushy tail and smiled. Then follow me, for this forest holds more magic than you can imagine. As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded like a storybook. They passed trees with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sang gentle tunes when the wind caressed them. They walked alongside streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. At one point, they came across a glen where luminous butterflies danced in the air, their wings casting rainbows with every flutter. Lila reached out, and one alighted on her finger, its tiny heart beating in rhythm with her own. It was in that moment she realized the importance of gentle curiosity and respect for the wonders of the world around her. Suddenly, the path divided into three. Lila hesitated, unsure which way to go. The wisp fox looked at her kindly. Sometimes, the right path is the one that calls to your heart, not your mind. Remembering the gentle tug she felt that morning, Lila chose the path to the right, which was lined with glowing fungi that lit up under her steps like warm, welcoming lights. The path led them to a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. By the water's edge sat an elderly turtle, wise with the weight of centuries. The turtle looked up and spoke slowly. Every journey brings new lessons, young one. It's the courage to take the first step that shapes who we become. Lila pondered the turtle's words, feeling a warmth spread through her. She realized that it was her curiosity and bravery that had brought her here, and that sometimes simply daring to explore could be the most rewarding adventure of all. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Lila knew it was time to return home. The wisp fox led her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lay in the gentle embrace of twilight. Thank you for guiding me, Lila said, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The wisp fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. Remember, Lila, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Keep your heart open and your spirit curious. With one last look at the enchanting forest, Lila stepped back into the familiar world of her village. The evening air was cool and comforting, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She felt a peaceful contentment, knowing that the magic of the whispering woods would always be with her, in her heart and in her dreams. And so, with a smile and a heart full of dreams, Lila returned home, ready to share tales of her wondrous journey, to inspire others to listen to the whispers of the world and explore the magic waiting just beyond the horizon. In the heart of the whispering woods, where moonlight dripped like liquid silver through the canopy of ancient pines, there existed a realm of quiet magic. This was a place untouched by the haste of daylight, a sanctuary for those who thrived under the watchful gaze of the stars. The air hummed with a soft, thrumming energy, carrying the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, and the sweet, almost imperceptible perfume of night-blooming jasmine. It was a world woven from shadows and starlight, where the very elements held conversations in a language older than time. Our story begins with a small, rather anxious hedgehog, his spines dusted with frosty starlight, trundling along a path of moss-covered stones. His name was Pip, and his heart was aflutter with a nervous rhythm. The great slumber, the long winter's rest, was approaching. A deep, instinctual pull told him it was time to find his winter den, but a gnawing worry had taken root in his mind. What if he slept too long? What if he missed the first blush of spring? What if the world changed entirely while he was dreaming, and he awoke to find himself a stranger in his own home? His worries were a tangled knot he could not unpick, and so he journeyed deeper into the woods, hoping the ancient silence would offer him an answer. As he walked, the forest spoke its secret language around him. The trees did not use words, but rather a symphony of sensations. A grove of ancient oaks creaked softly, their groans not of age, but of comfort, like an old armchair settling under a familiar weight. Their leaves, not yet fully fallen, rustled with a sound like pages turning in a vast living library, sharing stories of seasons long past. Pip paused, pressing a tiny paw against the gnarled bark of the eldest oak. A wave of calm, deep and abiding, flowed into him. It was a feeling, not a thought, a reassurance of continuity. Further on he came to the luminous brook, a ribbon of water that chuckled over smooth, dark stones. The water didn't babble nonsense, it whispered secrets of journey and flow. Keep moving, keep changing, but remain yourself at the core, it seemed to sigh. And in its depths tiny bioluminescent algae swirled, casting a soft, blue-green glow that painted dancing patterns on the overhanging ferns. Pip dipped his nose into the cool water, and for a moment his worries felt lighter, carried away by the persistent, gentle current. It was here, by the brook, that he met the first of the nocturnal guides. A family of badgers, their striped faces wise and serene, were drinking from the water's edge. They did not startle at his approach, but simply nodded, their dark eyes holding a deep, unspoken understanding. "The season turns," one of the badgers said, her voice a low, gravelly comfort. "The earth prepares to draw a great, slow breath inward. It is not an ending, little one. It is a gathering." Pip explained his fear of the long sleep, of missing the world's turning. The badger simply nuzzled her own cubs, who tumbled over each other in sleepy play. "The deepest magic is not in the frantic bloom or the busy growth," she murmured. "It is in the quiet, in the rest. The seed does not fear the dark soil, for it is there it remembers what it is meant to become." Her words were kind, but the knot of anxiety in Pip's chest only tightened. He thanked the badgers and continued on, drawn toward a clearing he had always been too timid to enter, the starlit glade. This was the heart of the forest's magic. The canopy opened here to a vast expanse of velvety night sky, and the floor was a carpet of moss so soft it felt like walking on clouds. Most wondrous of all were the glimmer mosses and foxfire fungi that clung to the bases of the trees, emitting a gentle, pulsating light that bathed the glade in an ethereal, silver-green radiance. The air itself seemed to sparkle. And in the center of the glade stood the sentinel, an ancient, magnificent owl perched on a weathered branch of the grandfather tree. The sentinel was so old that the forest's history was etched into the patterns of his feathers. His eyes were not piercing but profound, holding the soft, accepting light of the moon itself. He did not speak as Pip approached. He simply watched, his presence a calming anchor in the shimmering glade. A soft rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle pattering that kissed the leaves with a sound like 1,000 tiny whispers. The wind joined the chorus, a soft sigh that swept through the pine needles, creating a hushing melody that seemed to soothe the very soul of the woods. Pip sat on a smooth, warm stone that hummed with a faint, sun-soaked memory of the day, and he waited. Finally the sentinel shifted, the rustle of his feathers a softer sound than the falling rain. "You carry a season of worry into a season of rest," the owl observed, his voice a deep, resonant tone that vibrated through the air and the stone Pip sat upon. It was not an accusation, but a simple, gentle statement of fact. Pip poured out his heart, his voice small against the vastness of the glade. He spoke of his fear of change, of being left behind, of the deep, dark unknown of the long sleep. The great owl listened, his head tilted. When Pip finished, there was a long silence, filled only with the comforting ASMR of the forest, the pitter-patter of rain, the whoosh sigh of the wind, the distant gurgle chuckle of the luminous brook. "The forest does not fear the turning of the wheel, little one," the sentinel began, his voice weaving into the natural sounds around them. "Watch the leaves, they do not cling in terror when autumn calls them home. They let go with a blaze of glorious color, trusting they will become the nourishing blanket that protects the roots below. They understand the cycle, they speak the language of release." He gestured with a wing toward the bioluminescent fungi. "See the foxfire, it does not shine to fight the darkness, but to dance with it. Its light is a promise, a reminder that even in the deepest dark there is a gentle, waiting glow. The sleep is not a void, it is a cradle. Pip looked around, truly seeing the glade for the first time. He saw how the silver moonbeams and the green foxfire intertwined, creating a tapestry of light and shadow. He felt the steady, patient hum of the stone beneath him, a creature of such slow time that a season was but a single heartbeat. He heard the stream's endless, reassuring song of journey and return. The magic of the seasons is a mirror, the sentinel continued softly. Spring is a burst of joyful noise, summer is a long, warm story, autumn is a gentle letting go, and winter is the quiet page between chapters. It is where the story gathers itself. The forest dreams, and in its dreams it remembers everything it has been and imagines everything it can be. You will not be left behind, little hedgehog. You will be part of the dream. As the owl spoke, a profound sense of peace settled over Pip. The tangled knot of his worries began to loosen, not through force, but through a gentle understanding, like ice melting in the first warm ray of spring sun. He wasn't being left out of the world. He was being invited into its most sacred, quiet space. The seasonal magic was not something to be endured, but to be embraced. It was the rhythm of all life, action and rest, noise and silence, bloom and hibernation. One was not better than the other. They were two essential halves of a whole. "Thank you," Pip whispered, his voice full of a newfound reverence. The sentinel simply blinked slowly, a gesture of profound acceptance and affection. "Go now," he rumbled. "Find your den under the roots of the friendly birch, where the earth is soft and the stones are warm. Sleep without fear. The forest will watch over you, and when the time is right, the sun will touch your nose and the stream will sing a little louder, and you will awaken, not as a stranger, but as yourself, refreshed and ready for the new story." Pip trundled out of the starlit glade, his heart light. He found the very spot the sentinel had described, a cozy hollow nestled between the roots of a graceful birch tree. The stones that framed the entrance hummed their ancient, comforting song. As he curled into a tight, warm ball, lining his nest with dry leaves that smelled of autumn, he listened to the final lullaby of the forest, the rain softening to a drip, drip from the leaves, the wind now just a faint breath, the distant brook a constant, soothing whisper. He was not afraid. He was part of the cycle, part of the great, dreaming forest. The moonlight filtered down, painting his sleeping form in silver, and the bioluminescent glow of the foxfire fungi pulsed gently, a nightlight for the slumbering world. Pip closed his eyes, and as he drifted into the great slumber, he knew, with a certainty that filled his entire being, that he was safe, he was loved, and he was home. The forest was dreaming, and he dreamed with it, ready to be renewed. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls as the evening settled into a deep, velvety blue outside the window. In a small cottage nestled at the edge of a sleepy village, young Leo sat by the warmth, his knees drawn up to his chin, feeling a familiar loneliness settle over him like a well-worn blanket. It wasn't that he was unhappy, not exactly. But there was an emptiness in his chest, a quiet space that seemed to echo whenever the wind whistled through the old oak tree outside his window. Leo's grandmother had often told him stories of the whispering woods that bordered their village, a place where the trees murmured secrets to those who listened closely, and where magic lingered in the dappled light. But Leo had never ventured beyond the first few familiar oaks. The woods felt too vast, too mysterious, and he was a boy who found comfort in the known, the creak of the cottage floorboards, the smell of baking bread, the steady rhythm of his own breath. But tonight felt different. Perhaps it was the way the firelight flickered, casting shapes that almost looked like beckoning hands. Or perhaps it was the small, smooth stone he had found earlier that day by the stream, a stone that, when he held it just so, seemed to glow with a soft, amber light from within, like a captured ember. He turned it over in his palm now, watching as the light pulsed gently, almost in time with the crackling of the fire. It was warm to the touch, and when he closed his fingers around it, he felt a faint hum, like a distant melody. "What are you?" he whispered to the stone. As if in answer, the glow brightened slightly, and for a moment Leo thought he heard a soft sigh, like the wind, but softer, kinder. He stood and walked to the window, peering out into the deepening twilight. The woods stood dark and silent, but the stone in his hand pulsed again, and this time it seemed to pull him gently toward the door. Something stirred in Leo's heart, a curiosity he hadn't felt in a long time. Pulling on his warmest cloak and tucking the glowing stone safely into his pocket, he slipped outside into the cool night air. The path into the whispering woods was faint, lit only by the sliver of moon overhead and the gentle glow from his pocket. With each step the world seemed to grow quieter, as if the very air was holding its breath. The rustle of leaves underfoot was soft, and the scent of damp earth and pine filled his senses. He could hear the distant hoot of an owl, the whisper of the wind through the branches, and beneath it all, a low, melodic hum that seemed to come from the stone itself. He walked for what felt like both moments and hours, until the familiar lights of the village had disappeared entirely behind him. The trees grew taller here, their branches weaving together into a canopy that should have blocked out the moonlight, and yet a soft, silvery light filtered through, illuminating a path that Leo felt certain hadn't been there before. And then he saw it, a faint, golden glow flickering between the trees ahead. It pulsed in time with the stone in his pocket, and as he drew closer, he realized it was a small, lantern-like orb, hovering just above the forest floor. It bobbed gently, as if waiting for him. "Hello," Leo called softly, his voice barely more than a breath. The orb brightened and drifted closer, and as it did, Leo saw that it wasn't a lantern at all, but a creature, a small, furry being with large, luminous eyes and wings that shimmered like moths' wings in the moonlight. It regarded him with a tilted head, and then let out a soft, chiming sound, like tiny bells. "You can see me?" it asked, its voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. Leo nodded, too surprised to speak. The creature, a glimmerwing, as Leo would later learn, drifted closer still. "You carry a heartstone," it chimed softly. "I haven't seen one in many seasons." Leo pulled the glowing stone from his pocket. I found it by the stream." The glimmerwing's eyes softened. "They are not found. They are given. Only those with a quiet heart and a listening spirit can even see its light." It hovered near his hand, and the stone's glow seemed to brighten in response. "My name is Flicker, and you must be lost." "I'm Leo," he said, his voice a little steadier now. "And I'm not lost, well, not exactly. The stone, it led me here." Flicker chimed again, a sound that Leo was beginning to recognize as laughter. "The stone doesn't lie, it responds. You led yourself here, Leo, but since you've come, would you like to see something wonderful?" There was a kindness in Flicker's large eyes that made Leo's loneliness feel a little less heavy. He nodded, and Flicker bobbed happily before turning and drifting deeper into the woods. Leo followed, the heartstone warm in his hand, its light blending with Flicker's golden glow. They walked together along the silver-lit path, and as they went, Leo noticed that the woods were not silent at all. They were filled with soft sounds, the gentle patter of tiny feet, the whisper of wings, the murmur of leaves sharing secrets. He saw other glimmerwings drifting among the branches, their lights weaving patterns in the dark. He saw moss-covered stones that hummed with a deep, earthy music, and streams that glowed with a soft, blue light. "Where are we?" Leo whispered, afraid to break the spell. "The heart of the whispering woods," Flicker replied softly. "A place that exists between moments, visible only to those who seek it with an open heart." They came to a clearing where the trees formed a natural amphitheater, their branches arched overhead like a cathedral ceiling. In the center stood an ancient, gnarled tree, its bark silver in the moonlight, and from its branches hung hundreds of softly glowing orbs, each a different color, each pulsing with a gentle light. the memory tree, Flicker chimed reverently. Each light is a memory, a moment of kindness, a burst of laughter, a quiet truth. They glow brightest when shared. As they drew nearer, Leo felt a warmth spread through him, not just from the heartstone, but from the tree itself. It felt like being wrapped in a comforting embrace. He reached out and touched the bark, and as he did, one of the orbs detached itself and drifted down to hover before him. It glowed with a soft amber light, much like his stone. "Go on," Flicker encouraged gently. "Touch it." Leo reached out, his fingers brushing against the warm light. And suddenly, he wasn't in the clearing anymore. He was back in his grandmother's kitchen years ago. She was teaching him how to knead dough, her hands flour-dusted and gentle over his. He could smell the yeast and honey, feel the warmth of the oven, hear her soft humming. She looked down at him with eyes full of love. "Remember, Leo," she said, her voice as real as if she were standing beside him now. "The most important ingredients are patience and kindness. They make everything rise." The memory faded, and Leo found himself back in the clearing, tears prickling his eyes. The orb pulsed softly before drifting back to its branch. "She had a kind heart," Flicker chimed softly. "She visited here often." Leo looked at the Glimmerwing, surprised. "You knew her." "All who carry heartstones are known to us," Flicker said. "They leave echoes of their kindness here, in the memory tree." For a long moment Leo stood in silence, the weight of his loneliness lifting slightly, replaced by a warmth that felt like understanding. He had been so focused on the empty space inside him that he had forgotten how to fill it, but here, in this hidden world, he remembered. Kindness. Connection. The simple act of sharing a moment with another. As if reading his thoughts, Flicker drifted closer. "The heartstone responds to what is already within you, Leo. It glows for those who have light to share, even if they've forgotten how to see it themselves." Leo looked down at the stone in his hand. Its light seemed brighter now, steadier. "What do I do with it?" he asked. "Whatever feels right," Flicker replied. "Some leave their stones here, adding their light to the tree. Others carry them back into the world to remember." But before Leo could decide, a sudden change swept through the clearing. The gentle hum of the woods grew strained, and the lights of the memory tree flickered uneasily. From the shadows beyond the clearing, a cold draft swept in, carrying with it a sense of deep sadness. Flicker's glow dimmed slightly. The sorrow wind they chimed, their voice worried. "It comes sometimes when loneliness grows too heavy in the world outside. It seeks to dim the lights of the memory tree." Leo watched as the darker shadow crept closer, and with it, the glowing orbs on the tree began to flicker more urgently, some growing dim. He felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. It was a cold that seeped into the heart. "What can we do?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Flicker looked at him, their large eyes serious. "The sorrow wind feeds on isolation. It cannot withstand shared light, but to stand against it, it requires courage and trust." Leo thought of his grandmother's words, patience and kindness. He thought of the loneliness he had carried, and how it had lessened here, in this place of connection. He looked at the heartstone in his hand, now glowing steadily, and then at Flicker, whose light, though dimmed, still held firm. Without another word, he walked toward the approaching shadow, holding the stone out before him. Its amber light pushed back against the darkness, creating a small circle of warmth around him. "You are not alone," he said to the shadow, his voice stronger now. "And neither am I." The sorrow wind seemed to hesitate, swirling uncertainly at the edge of his light. But Leo stood firm, thinking of all the memories in the tree, all the moments of love and kindness that had been shared here. He thought of his grandmother, of Flicker, of the Glimmerwings watching from the trees. And then he began to hum, the same tune his grandmother had hummed in the memory. It was a simple, gentle melody, one of warmth and home. As he hummed, the heartstone's glow brightened, spreading until it touched the nearest branches of the memory tree. One by one, the orbs there brightened in response, their lights joining with his. Flicker drifted to his side, and their chime joined his hum, adding a bell-like harmony. Then other glimmerwings joined, their lights brightening as they added their voices to the song. The moss-covered stones hummed their deep notes, the streams added their watery whisper, and even the leaves rustled in rhythm. Together they created a melody of light and sound that pushed back against the sorrow wind, not with force, but with warmth. The shadow wavered, thinning like mist in the morning sun, until finally it dissolved entirely, leaving behind only the gentle night and the steady glow of the memory tree. For a moment there was silence. Then the wood seemed to sigh, a sound of relief and peace. The lights of the tree glowed brighter than ever, pulsing in a soft, steady rhythm. Leo lowered the stone, his heart feeling lighter than it had in years. He turned to Flicker, who was glowing with a warm, golden light. "You see," Flicker chimed softly. "You had the light all along, you just needed to remember how to share it." Leo smiled, a real, genuine smile that warmed him from the inside out. He looked at the heartstone in his hand, then at the memory tree. Slowly he walked to the ancient tree and placed the stone gently among its roots. As he did, a new orb formed on one of the lower branches, a soft, amber light that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. "Now a piece of your light will always be here," Flicker said, drifting closer. "And you can visit whenever you wish." Leo nodded, feeling a sense of peace settle over him. The emptiness inside was gone, replaced by a warmth that he knew would never truly fade. As the first hints of dawn began to lighten the sky, Flicker led him back to the edge of the woods. The path seemed shorter this time, or perhaps it was just that Leo walked with a lighter step. At the tree line, Flicker hovered before him. "Remember, Leo, the world is full of hidden light. Sometimes we just need to look for it, and sometimes we need to be it." Leo reached out, and Flicker brushed against his hand, their warmth lingering even after they drifted back into the woods. He walked back to his cottage as the sun began to rise, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. The familiar creak of the door, the smell of home, it all felt the same and yet completely different. He had brought the warmth of the woods back with him. That day Leo baked bread, using his grandmother's recipe. He shared it with his neighbors, and as he did, he found himself listening more closely to their stories, offering a kind word, a smile. He noticed how their faces lit up, and how his own heart felt fuller with each connection. In the evenings, he would sometimes sit by the fire and look out at the whispering woods. They no longer seemed mysterious or lonely, they felt like a friend. And sometimes, if he looked very closely, he would see a soft, golden light flickering between the trees, and he would smile, knowing that he was never truly alone. The memory of that night stayed with him, a warm, glowing ember in his heart. And though he never again found a heartstone by the stream, he didn't need to. He had learned that the truest light comes not from stones or magic, but from the connections we make, the kindness we share, and the courage to be a light for others, even on the darkest nights. And so, as the fire crackled and the stars twinkled outside his window, Leo would close his eyes, feeling the warmth of friendship and the peace of knowing that somewhere in the whispering woods, a tree full of memories glowed softly, reminding all who sought it that they too carried a light within, steady, true, and always enough. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm light dancing across the room like a troop of gentle sprites. The flames whispered secrets of ancient trees and sun-drenched summers, and in their glowing heart a story began to kindle. It's a story about a boy, a stone, and the quiet magic that glows in the darkest of places. In a small cottage nestled in a valley that always seemed to be holding its breath, lived a boy named Kaelen. He was a quiet child, with eyes the color of twilight and a heart that often felt too big for his small frame. He spent his days tending to his grandmother's garden, where the rosemary bushes whispered and the sunflowers stood like silent, golden guards. But Kaelen felt a loneliness that the chattering sparrows and the buzzing bees could not fill. He felt as if he were a puzzle piece from a different box, never quite fitting into the picture of his world. One evening, as the autumn air grew crisp and carried the scent of wood smoke and decaying leaves, Kaelen's grandmother placed a small, cloth-wrapped bundle in his hands. Her fingers, gnarled like the roots of an old oak, trembled slightly. "This was your grandfather's," she said, her voice a soft rustle of dry leaves. "He found it on the night we first met under the light of a hunter's moon. He said it was a piece of the sunset, frozen in time. He always believed it had a purpose, though he never discovered what it was." Kaelen carefully unfolded the cloth. Nestled within was a smooth, oval stone, no larger than a robin's egg. It was a dull, unremarkable gray, but as he held it in his palm, the fading firelight from the hearth seemed to catch within its depths. For a breathtaking moment, the stone glowed with a soft, pulsing light, the color of embers in a dying fire. Then, just as quickly, it faded back to gray. His heart gave a little leap. "It glowed," he whispered. His grandmother smiled, a network of gentle lines spreading from her eyes. "It responds to warmth, child, not just the warmth of a fire, but the warmth of a feeling. Your grandfather said it only ever truly shone for him when he was with me." She patted his hand. Perhaps its purpose was simply to lead him to his happiness. But Kaelen wasn't so sure. That night he lay in his bed, the stone held tightly in his hand. He focused all his thoughts on warm things, the sun on his face, the taste of warm cider, his grandmother's hugs. Nothing happened. The stone remained a cold, gray pebble. A faint disappointment settled over him, cool and damp. He was about to place it on his bedside table when a soft sound made him freeze. It was a whisper, so faint it might have been the wind sighing through the eaves. But it wasn't. It was a single clear word, carried on a thread of warmth that seemed to emanate from the stone itself. Lost. Kaelen sat bolt upright, his breath catching in his throat. The stone in his palm was glowing again, a faint, pulsing ember light that cast flickering shadows on his walls. The whisper came again, not in his ears, but in his mind, a feeling of profound and ancient sorrow. "I am lost." This was the beginning. This was the call. The next morning, Kaelen packed a small satchel with a wedge of bread, a chunk of cheese, and a flask of water. He tied the stone in a leather thong and hung it around his neck where it lay against his chest, a cool, silent secret. He told his grandmother he was going to explore the woods at the edge of the valley, and she, with a knowing look in her kind eyes, simply nodded and pressed a small, honey-sweetened oatcake into his hand. "The woods remember more than we do, Kaelen," she said. "Listen to them." The entrance to the Whispering Woods was an archway of intertwined oak and hawthorn. As Kaelen stepped beneath it, the world changed. The sounds of the valley, the distant bleating of sheep, the creak of the watermill, faded into a profound, living silence. The air was cooler, smelling of damp earth and pine resin. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy in shifting shafts of gold, illuminating dancing motes of dust and pollen. It was beautiful, but a prickle of apprehension ran down Kaelen's spine. He felt very small. He walked for what felt like hours, the path a soft carpet of moss and fallen leaves. He had no destination in mind, only a feeling, a gentle tugging in his chest that seemed to resonate with the faint warmth of the stone. He paused by a babbling brook, its water clear as crystal, and as he cupped his hands to drink, he saw a flash of movement on the opposite bank. It was a fox, but not an ordinary fox. Its fur was the color of burnt sienna, and its eyes were not the cunning, sharp eyes of a wild creature, but old and deep, holding a soft amber light. It did not run. It sat watching him, its head tilted in curiosity. "Hello," Kaelen said, his voice small in the vast quiet of the woods. The fox blinked slowly. Then, to Kaelen's astonishment, it spoke. Its voice was like the rustle of autumn leaves, dry and gentle. "You carry a piece of the hearthstone," it said. "I can feel its call. It has been silent for a long, long time." Kaelen's hand flew to the stone at his neck. It was warm. It spoke to me," he stammered. "It said it was lost." The fox gave a slow, deliberate nod. "It is, and so is its keeper. I am Corbin. I have been waiting." This unexpected friendship began not with grand declarations, but with a shared silence. Corbin fell into step beside Kaelen, his paws making no sound on the moss. He was a guide, but a quiet one, leading not by command but by subtle suggestion. A glance towards a particular fork in the path, a soft chuffing sound when Kaelen was about to step into a patch of treacherous bog. As they walked, Kaelen felt his initial loneliness begin to recede, replaced by a comforting sense of companionship. "What is the hearthstone?" Kaelen asked after a while, the words feeling loud in the hushed woods. "It is the heart of the Glimmerwood," Corbin replied, his amber eyes scanning the trees. "A hidden world, a sanctuary of light and memory, nestled deep within these woods. It is a place where the last embers of fading magic are kept safe, tended by a keeper. The stone you wear is a fragment of that great heart. It is a guide and a key. And the keeper is lost." "Yes," Corbin's voice was heavy with sadness. "When the last keeper grew old and weary, a shadow fell over the Glimmerwood. A creature of cold and silence, a shiver-white, slipped through the weakening wards. It does not destroy, it makes things forgotten. It made the paths to the Glimmerwood fade from memory. It made the keeper forget who he was and where his home lay. The great hearthstone at the center of the Glimmerwood grows cold without its keeper, and as it cools, the magic of this world fades. The Glimmerwood is disappearing." Kaelen not in a blaze, but in a sigh. The mystery was unfolding, not like a thunderclap, but like the gentle, inevitable uncurling of a fern frond. Kaelen understood now. The pull he felt, the whisper of the stone, it was a cry for help from a dying world. And he, a lonely boy who had never felt he belonged, was being asked to help it remember itself. Their journey deepened, transforming the woods around them. The further they went, the more the forest seemed to be holding its breath. The colors were muted, the greens grayer, the browns duller. The birdsong was sparse and thin. A subtle chill hung in the air, a cold that had little to do with the season. It was the chill of neglect, of fading warmth. They came to a grove of silver birch trees, their bark pale as moonlight. In the center of the grove sat an old man. He was hunched over, wrapped in a tattered cloak the color of moss. He was staring into a small, dead fire pit, his eyes clouded and vacant. In his hand he held a staff, but it was just a piece of wood. There was no power in it. The stone at Kaelen's chest flared, suddenly hot against his skin. It pulsed with a frantic, eager light. "Home," it whispered, a wave of desperate longing washing over Kaelen. "That is him," Corbin said softly. "The keeper, he wanders these woods, but he does not see them. The Shiverwhite's magic has wrapped him in a fog. He has forgotten his name, his duty, and his home." Kaelen approached slowly, his heart pounding. He knelt before the old man. "Hello," he said gently. The keeper did not look up. He merely stirred the cold ashes with a stick. "The fire won't light," he mumbled, his voice raspy with disuse. "Can't remember how." Kaelen's own loneliness echoed in the old man's words. He knew what it was to feel cold inside. He looked at the dead fire, at the forgotten keeper, and he understood the challenge. It was not a battle to be fought with swords or spells. It was a memory to be rekindled. He thought of his grandmother's words. It responds to the warmth of a feeling. He reached into his satchel and pulled out the honey-sweetened oat cake his grandmother had given him. It was slightly crumbled, but it still smelled of warmth and home and love. He broke it in half and offered a piece to the old man. "Here," Kaelen said. "My grandmother made this. It's very good." The old man's clouded eyes shifted from the ashes to the oat cake. Slowly, hesitantly, a trembling hand reached out and took it. He brought it to his mouth and took a small bite. He chewed slowly, and as he did, a tiny, almost imperceptible change came over his face. A flicker of something. A memory of sweetness. My wife," the old man whispered, his voice cracking. She put honey in the porridge. It was a small thing, a tiny ember of a memory. But it was a start. Kaelen sat with him and Corbin lay down at their feet, a warm, russet presence. Kaelen didn't try to force him to remember. He simply talked. He talked about his grandmother's garden, about the way the sunlight looked on the valley in the morning, about the sound of the fire crackling in the hearth. He poured all the warmth he could muster into his words, painting pictures with them, building a small, cozy shelter of sound around the forgotten keeper. And as he spoke, the fragment of the hearthstone around his neck glowed steadily, its ember light growing brighter, casting a soft, warm pool of light around them. The terrible, forgotten chill began to recede, just a little. The old man listened, his head cocked. He began to look at Kaelen, really look at him. The vacancy in his eyes was slowly being replaced by a dawning recognition. "The stone," the keeper murmured, his gaze fixed on the glowing pendant. "It sings. I remember that song." It was then that the air grew sharply cold. The gentle light from Kaelen's stone seemed to shrink back. From the shadows between the silver birch trees, a figure emerged. It was tall and gaunt, and it seemed to be made of shifting mist and darkness. It had no distinct features, only a profound sense of absence. Where it walked, the sound died. The faint rustle of leaves ceased. The very air grew still and brittle. This was the Shiver White. It moved towards them, a wave of forgetting. Kaelen felt a terrifying urge to look away, to close his eyes, to let his own thoughts drift into nothingness. The warmth he had so carefully built began to leach away. "No," Kaelen said, his voice trembling. He clutched the stone tightly. He thought of Corbin, his unexpected friend. He thought of his grandmother's kind eyes. He thought of the keeper, starting to remember. He focused on the warmth of these connections, on the heat of friendship and kindness. He poured all of it into the stone. The hearthstone fragment blazed. It was no longer the color of embers, but of a full, roaring fire, gold and orange and red. It threw back the oppressive cold, creating a bubble of warmth and memory around the three of them. The Shiver White hesitated, repelled by the intensity of the light. It was a creature of silence and cold, and this defiant, remembered warmth was its antithesis. And then the keeper stood up. The change in him was remarkable. He was no longer a hunched, lost old man. He stood straight, his eyes clear and bright, reflecting the fire from Kaelen's stone. He remembered. He remembered his name, his home, his duty. He remembered the song of the hearthstone. He raised his staff, and where before it had been a dead piece of wood, it now glowed with the same fiery light, a branch of living ember. "This is my grove," the keeper said, his voice strong and resonant. "You are not welcome here." He brought the base of his staff down upon the ground. A wave of pure, golden warmth radiated out from the point of impact, washing over the Shiver White. The creature did not scream or dissolve. It simply faded. It was unmade not by violence, but by remembrance. The silence it brought was replaced by the gentle, returning sounds of the forest, a bird tentatively beginning its song, the rustle of a squirrel in the branches, the sigh of the wind. The threat was gone, vanquished not by a grand battle, but by the steady, true burn of rekindled memory and connection. The keeper turned to Kaelen, his eyes filled with tears of gratitude. "You brought me back," he said. "You reminded me of warmth when I had forgotten what it was." He placed a hand on Kaelen's shoulder, and it was wonderfully warm. "The way to the Glimmerwood is open once more. Will you come? Will you help me light the heart of my home?" The journey through the now unhidden path was like walking into a dream. The woods grew more vibrant with every step. Flowers bloomed underfoot, glowing with their own soft, internal light. Trees shimmered with leaves of silver and gold. The air itself was warm and sweet, thrumming with a gentle, magical energy. They emerged into a wide clearing, and in its center stood the Glimmerwood's great hearthstone. It was a massive, crystalline structure, but it was dark and cold, like a star that had burnt out. The keeper approached it, his staff held high. He placed his hands upon its cold surface and closed his eyes. He hummed a low, resonant tune, the song of the earth and fire. A faint glow began to kindle deep within the stone, but it was weak, sputtering. "It needs more," the keeper said, his voice strained. "The memory of its light has grown too faint. It needs a new spark." Kaelen understood. He walked forward, the fragment around his neck pulsing in time with his heartbeat. He thought of his entire journey, the loneliness he had felt, the wonder of meeting Corbin, the compassion he had felt for the lost keeper, the courage it had taken to face the cold. He had been transformed as surely as fire transforms wood, burning away his doubts and fears, leaving behind something stronger and brighter. He wasn't just Kaelen, the lonely boy, anymore. He was Kaelen, the friend, the helper, the rememberer. He placed his small hand upon the great, cold hearthstone next to the keeper's. He poured every warm memory, every kind feeling, every moment of connection he had ever experienced into the stone. He thought of his grandmother's love, of Corbin's loyalty, of the keeper's gratitude. The fragment on his chest flared one last, brilliant time, and then its light flowed out of it, up his arm and into the great hearthstone. It was a river of golden warmth, a spark of pure, selfless love. With a deep, resonant hum that vibrated through the very ground, the great hearthstone awoke. Light flooded its crystalline veins, pulsing outwards in waves of gold and amber and rose. It filled the Glimmerwood with a soft, radiant light, banishing every last shadow. The flowers glowed brighter, the trees shimmered with renewed life, and the air grew warm and joyous. The hidden world was saved, remembered back into existence. Kaelen stood back, his own small stone now dark and dormant once more. Its purpose was fulfilled, but he didn't feel its loss. He felt its warmth now lived inside him. He knew it was time to go home. The keeper embraced him, a long, heartfelt hug. "You will always have a home here, Kaelen. You are a friend of the Glimmerwood." Corbin walked with him to the edge of the hidden world. "The path will always be open to you," the fox said, his amber eyes glowing with affection. "Goodbye, friend." The walk back through the whispering woods was different. The woods were no longer silent or intimidating. They felt like friends. The birds sang for him, the streams chuckled, and the sunlight felt like a blessing. He was the same boy, and yet he was completely new. The loneliness was gone, replaced by the certain knowledge that he was connected, to his grandmother, to the woods, to a hidden world of magic, and to the steady, warm fire of his own brave heart. When he arrived home, the first stars were pricking the violet sky. The light from the cottage window was a golden square in the gathering dark. His grandmother was waiting for him by the fire, her knitting in her lap. He sat beside her, the warmth of the hearth soaking into his bones. He didn't tell her about the glimmerwood or the shiver white or the talking fox. Some stories are felt, not told. He simply leaned his head against her shoulder and sighed, a deep, contented sigh of a journey complete. She smoothed his hair and hummed a soft, old tune. "You found what you were looking for," she said, not a question, but a statement. Kaelen looked into the fire, watching the logs crackle and shift, their embers glowing with a fierce, gentle light. He thought of the great hearthstone, pulsing with warmth in its hidden grove, and he smiled. "Yes," he whispered, "I did." And as the fire whispered its timeless secrets and the night settled softly around the cozy cottage, Kaelen closed his eyes, his heart full and peaceful, ready for restful dreams of glowing stones, amber-eyed friends, and a warmth that would never, ever fade. The attic had always been a place of whispers and secrets, where dust motes danced in the slanting afternoon light like tiny fairies. It was there, on a day when the rain tapped gentle fingers against the roof, that a young girl discovered the compass. Not an ordinary compass, mind you. This one had a case of tarnished silver, etched with patterns of waves and winding vines, and a needle that didn't point north at all, but trembled and shifted as if listening to a silent song. She found it tucked inside a forgotten trunk that smelled of cedar and old stories, wrapped in a velvet cloth the color of midnight. Whisper click. The lid opened. Tink tink. Her small finger tapped the glass face. The needle shivered, then spun twice before settling, pointing not toward the attic door, but toward the far wall where an old tapestry hung, woven with a forest scene. Curiosity, that quiet and persistent friend, nudged her forward. She followed the compass's direction, her footsteps soft on the floorboards, until she stood before the tapestry. The needle quivered violently. Reaching out, her fingers brushed the woven threads of an ancient oak tree, and the world softened and shifted and fell away. The rustle of silk threads became the rustle of real leaves. The scent of cedar trunk melted into the rich, damp perfume of earth and moss. She was no longer in the attic, but standing at the edge of a twilight wood, the compass warm in her hand. This was not a journey of miles, but of the heart, and her first challenge was the quiet, watchful fear that curled in her chest like a sleeping cat. A soft who broke the silence. On a low branch sat a plump, spectacled owl, his feathers the color of tea-stained paper. He blinked his great, golden eyes. "Lost your north, have you?" he asked, his voice a soft, rustling sound, like pages turning in a book. I don't think it points to north at all," the girl replied, holding up the compass. The needle now pointed deep into the woods. "A true-heading compass," the owl said, preening a feather on his chest. "A rare thing indeed. It doesn't guide you to a place on a map, but to the place you most need to be inside yourself. A tricky journey. You'll need help. My name is Alistair. I know a thing or two about finding one's way in the dark." Further along the winding path, they came upon a badger, her fur striped gray and white, busily organizing a collection of smooth, round pebbles by a babbling brook. The water murmured and gurgled over the stones, a constant, soothing soundtrack. "HMPH, a bit off the beaten path, aren't you?" the badger said, not unkindly, her voice a low, practical rumble. She introduced herself as Tilly. "That flickering needle means you're seeking your courage. It's a shy thing, courage, doesn't like to be rushed." She patted the ground beside her. "Sit, listen to the brook for a moment. Rushing only stirs up the mud." So the girl sat, the compass in her lap, its needle still trembling toward the unknown. The purr-ar-rar of a contented badger and the gentle shh of the water began to calm the fluttery feeling in her stomach. Alistair the owl shared stories of constellations that were actually maps for lost dreams, until he explained how the strongest roots are often the ones that grow slowly, unseen in the dark earth. The lesson was in the patience itself. When the compass needle gave a particularly insistent ping, they set off again, the trio now a team. The woods grew denser, the light fading to a deep blue gloaming. Strange, whispering shadows danced at the edge of her vision, and the girl felt the fear begin to uncurl, wide awake and prickling now. "I'm scared," she whispered, her voice small. "Of course you are," rumbled Tilly, walking steadfastly by her side. "That just means you're paying attention." "The dark is just the other side of the light," Alistair added softly from her other shoulder. "It holds its own kind of wisdom." Just then they reached a chasm, a great rift in the forest floor that was bridged only by the barest threads of silver spider silk, glistening in the emerging starlight. The compass needle pointed straight across. The girl's heart sank. It was impossible. The threads looked too delicate to hold a dandelion seed, let alone a girl, a badger, and an owl. This was the challenge. To cross not a physical gap, but the chasm of her own doubt. Tilly tried to engineer a solution, sniffing at the anchor points. "The tensile strength is remarkable, but the load-bearing capacity, Alistair attempted to fly across to find another way, but reported that the chasm seemed to go on forever in either direction. There was no way around. Only across. The girl sat down, despair washing over her. She watched a tiny, blue-bellied spider carefully adding another thread to the magnificent, invisible bridge. The spider worked not with force, but with a gentle, persistent kindness to its own craft. It wasn't fighting the chasm, it was simply weaving a connection. An idea, soft as a moth's wing, brushed against her mind. It wasn't about being strong enough or brave enough to cross. It was about being gentle enough. "I don't think we cross it like a bridge," she said, her voice filled with dawning understanding. "I think we have to ask it to carry us." Alistair tilted his head. Tilly stopped her calculations. The girl approached the edge of the silvery web. She didn't step onto it. Instead, she knelt down and breathed a soft, warm breath onto the nearest threads. "Please," she whispered, her voice full of the kindness she had learned from her companions. "Will you help us cross?" The threads shimmered, absorbing her gentle request. Then they began to chime, a sound like 1,000 tiny, distant bells, each note clear and pure. The sound wove together, forming a solid, glowing pathway of music and light that arched gracefully over the darkness. It wasn't a test of strength, but an invitation extended through trust. One by one, they walked across. The musical bridge felt firm yet soft beneath their feet, humming a tranquil lullaby. The fear that had been clutching the girl's heart simply melted away, replaced by a warm, steady glow. On the other side, the woods opened into a small, perfect clearing. In the center stood a single, magnificent willow tree, its leaves trailing like curtains of liquid silver. The compass needle settled, pointing directly at the tree, and fell still for the first time, with a final, soft click. Beneath the willow, nestled among its roots, was a small, familiar-looking trunk. It was the very same one from the attic. She opened it. Inside, instead of old linens and forgotten toys, was a soft, glowing light that felt like acceptance, and a small, polished stone that felt like courage. They were hers. They had been there all along. She had journeyed to the very center of her own hesitation and found what she needed. "You see," Alistair said, his eyes twinkling. "The compass always leads you home to yourself." Tilly gave a satisfied nod. "And you brought a bit of the forest's patience back with you. Good stock, that." With a final, grateful look at her friends, the girl reached out and touched the willow's trunk. The world softened once more. The rustle of leaves became the rustle of the tapestry. The scent of moss became the scent of cedar. She was back in the attic, the rain still tapping its gentle rhythm on the roof. The compass was in her hand, its needle now still and peaceful. She wasn't the same girl who had climbed the attic stairs. She was a girl who knew that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the quiet voice that said please to a spider's web. She knew that the most extraordinary secrets were hidden not in distant lands, but in everyday places, waiting for a kind heart to discover them. Wrapping the compass back in its velvet cloth, she placed it carefully in the trunk and closed the lid with a soft thump. She descended the attic stairs, the cozy warmth of the house wrapping around her like a blanket. That night, as she lay in bed, she could have sworn she heard, drifting on the edge of sleep, the distant musical chime of silver threads and the contented rumbling purr of a very clever badger, a lullaby of a journey measured not in miles, but in the quiet, unwavering growth of a brave and gentle heart.